Let's go. Okay. There we go. Hello, everyone. Episode 41 of season 2 of the HoopTalk podcast. Episode 6 of our 6-part series doing the top 10 players of all time at every position. And this is the final episode where we will be doing our official top 10 players of all time, period. If you have watched all 5 of the original episodes, I appreciate you for joining us here at episode 6. If you haven't, all the videos will be in a playlist somewhere on the channel, top 10 or something like that. I don't know. I'm bad at my job. But we are joined by Real Talk for the second time this series. Hello, Real Talk.
Hello. How's everyone doing? How's everyone
Welcome.
doing? Glad to be
Welcome
back.
back.
Glad to be back.
Yeah, you
Still
haven't
have
been
the
on the channel
highest.
before.
Yeah, still have the
Because
most viewed
you're
episode.
adding them up. You're adding them up, which is very disingenuous. Very disingenuous. But
6.7 plus 11. I'm just saying. Thank you.
I have
Still
reason to
good
believe
episode this
probably
series.
about 5 of that 6.7 was the original viewers from the first stream. But whatever helps you feel like you got
Whatever
more shit.
floats my boat.
Yeah.
Thank you.
But we also joined for the first time this series by Carson from Nerd Sesh. Welcome back to the channel. You've been here a couple times now, friend of the show.
Thank you, Mars. Pleasure to be here always.
And if you are new here, the way this works is everyone up here alongside 15 other people all sent me their top 10 players of all time. Then I took the time out of my day to add up all of the points that would be amassed with these lists. So assuming someone comes in first place, that's 10 points. Someone comes in 10th place, that's 1 point. We have a cumulative list that will be the official top 10 players of all time. There is no debate on this list. This is the absolute correct top 10 players of all time. This is the objectively right list. That's it. There's no room for debate. Leave all your disagreements in the comments, but just know you will be wrong. This is the correct list. But before we get into it, I want to ask everyone, what was their criteria when making this list? I'm going to start with Carson. What was your criteria when making this list?
So first thing I think I would want to say is that this is my pure evaluation of how great these basketball players are. And I know that like maybe that sounds obvious, but what I mean by that is I'm not factoring in accolades because to me, accolades are arbitrary. They're determined by other people. They're like at best an estimation of how good a player is. I just don't think we need that. Also, I think I'm not just like stacking up rings. Obviously, I think that the ultimate goal is to be the best player on a championship team and to impact winning towards a title as much as possible. I just think there's context that's needed with every ring. None is the same as another. And so all of that is sort of weighted. And then when it comes down to like peak versus longevity, weighting those two factors, I think both are important. I do lean on the side of valuing peak more, but I think that it's always a balancing act. Like it's never going to be absolute one or the other. And then if we're really getting into the nitty gritty, like if you're talking about some really close conversations and I have to choose between somebody who I think has more of a floor raising skill set and somebody who I think has more of a ceiling raising skill set where they're super versatile, can fit alongside other really good players, and ultimately are the better option when you're talking about elevating a team to title status, I will prefer that ceiling raising skill set a little bit too.
Real Talk?
I'm starting to get starting to have a problem with the word criteria because what I've realized is there's really no one consistent thing that you're going to actually go off of. You know what I'm saying? You're going to judge players on an individual basis. And then you try to start with what I'm starting to call like a floor plan, right? My general sense of how I judge basketball, two-way play, stuff like that. But then when a Steph Curry comes up, obviously I have to grade him on a different scale than somebody, you know what I'm saying? So for me, it's more so I do factor in accolades a tad bit just because I don't think it's a coincidence that the 10 to 15 players that qualify to make this list have a lot of them. I don't think that's a coincidence. I do think that, when you're that good of a player, you are going to amass, accolades. That's going to happen. But I would say two-way play is obviously up there for me. Longevity, I actually look at that a little bit. I value that more than peak. I know that differs from a lot of other people. Peak is on there, obviously. And then just skill set. I'm a big skill set guy as well. How many different things can you do? I love versatility, so that'll probably be my floor plan, not a criteria though.
Floor plan. Okay, thank you. John D, do you have a floor plan or a criteria?
I would say a floor plan as well.
Of course you would. Yeah. Okay.
I see what I looked at on this list was longevity, team impact, your impact on winning. I factored in peaks as well. And some of the things I did compare to era as well. So that is what I thought about throughout this top 10 list.
I'm glad that you bring up
go
era,
ahead.
John D, just real quick, because that's important to point out. I judge everybody relative to era, so that's kind of my absolute rule. I think that you can't expect anybody to be decades ahead of their time. Like, it's just the natural evolution of sports that players get better over time because there are so many advances that are made. But I think it sucks if you write off every player before a certain year, because then you're just going to continue to write off history. And I think really the only way that you can judge any athlete is relative to their contemporaries. How much did they exceed them? And how impactful were they in their era? That's where, like, real talk, you bring up skill set, and I value skill set highly too, but also the skill set that's most impactful in the 1960s is dramatically different from the skill set that's most impactful today. So I'm just valuing whatever was most impactful in their era. I'm not judging them across some like multi-generational theoretical, let's drop them in any era and see how they play kind of standard.
My only problem with people that say they do the relative to era is, to me, if you follow that logic to its absolute extent, then you should have Bill Russell as the GOAT. And a lot of people that say that don't. So you are, to an extent.
Real talk, you don't know my list.
You don't know
Okay,
anyone's
well,
list,
that's fine,
Real Talk.
that's
Yeah,
fine,
you
that's
don't know
fine.
anyone's list, Real
Lord.
Talk. Yeah.
Wow.
We're going to find out
Well,
very soon.
I will say there is a line that I draw, and it's pre-Russell, basically. Like, once you're in the Mikan era, I just think the league was so much in its infancy. It was still largely like segregated, so you just aren't getting the best talent pool at that point. But once you get the generation of Russell, Wilt, Oscar, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor, then I think I'm judging everybody within the context of their time.
If you don't have a shot clock, I don't count you. That's
good.
That's my rule. If you don't have a
too.
shot clock, I don't count. No disrespect to what you did, but you didn't have a shot clock. I don't know what to tell you. My criteria, floor plan, whatever you want to call it, it's all centered around impact on the game. Not impact like away from the basketball court, like just impact you had while you was on the court, what you was doing, to help your team win. That does not mean the person who won the most, because you can win the most and not be the most impactful. So just how much I think you helped your team's chances of winning at the highest level. And then the balancing act is between floor raising and ceiling raising, because floor raising skill sets don't always lend to being more impactful once you have better teammates around you. And more often than not, if you're trying to win at the highest level, you have to be able to play alongside quality teammates. So finding a way to balance that, there's no perfect science to it, but I'm trying to do that. Then factoring in longevity, I still don't know where I stand on longevity versus peak. Which one do I value more? I'd like to say I think I probably lean. I don't want to say longevity is a tiebreaker, but more often than not, if your peak is worlds better than someone else, it would take a lot of longevity to usurp that player. Because at some point, if you're just better than someone, I have to just acknowledge you're better than them. So peak, prime, longevity, and all of that is just being graded on the scale of how much do I think you impacted the core while you was playing. And then also, not all longevity is created equal. 10 years in the 60s is not the same as 10 years in the 2010s. Two different scales of longevity based on medical advancements, all of that stuff. And then just being able to maintain that impact throughout your career. That's pretty much it. And then trying to be as consistent as I can with that line of logic. But anyway, now that we've got our criteria out of the way, we're going to start from the bottom all the way up. There were 16 names sent to me in total. So of all of the lists we've got so far, this is tied for the point guard list with the least amount of names. So quite a tight-knit group of top 10 players of all time. Three players came joint with 1 point. They had one person put them in 10th. I'm going to start with what I deem to be the most egregious.
The name next to
one
it.
person had them in 10th. Their name is Scottie.
Oh, brother. Oh,
Do
man.
you have a feeling that you know who this may be?
Yeah, the guy that made
Absolutely.
the small forward
Yeah.
and power forward list.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or
Oh, who
was
do
a
you
net
think it is,
mention.
Real Talk?
That's Ox, most definitely.
Oh,
Yeah.
I thought it was
Definitely
Scottie
Ox.
Barnes.
No, Penn had Scottie
That
Barnes
would've
at
been
15th.
wild.
Penn had Scottie Barnes at 15th. He wanted to be. I did tell him I would let everyone know that Penn had Scottie Barnes at 15th. But yes, my guy Ox had Scottie Pippen in 10th place. That was his 10th place candidate. Do you guys want to talk about Scottie Pippen's top 10 case, or do we just chalk this up to shout
There's
out
no
to Ox?
case.
Shout out to Scottie
Yeah.
Pippen, man.
Okay.
Great
Shout out to you, Ox. Scottie Pippen, 1/10th place vote. The next person with 1/10th place vote, this person was on the list courtesy of Pirate, is Kevin Garnett. 1/10th place vote for Kevin Garnett. Is there anything you guys want to say about Kevin Garnett, or does he also have no
Yeah.
case?
Kevin Garnett, obviously one of the highest defensive peaks of all time. I would say top 5. The mobility and speed to move around the half court and plug different holes, cover different areas, to switch in the pick and roll, be a great rim protector. But on the offensive side of the ball, being able to grab and go, being one of the better mid-range shooting bigs of his era, being able to attack the basket. The only thing I would say was just he really struggled guarding Shaq and Dirk, which is not a real knock, but yeah, he used to get fried consistently. I wasn't the biggest fan of KG because I'm a Lakers guy and it is what it is, but I can recognize his greatness, and KG was a great player.
I think KG has a case. To me, he's like just outside. But if you are just talking about pure impact, Mars, which is your criteria, which is my criteria, like there are few players who have been more impactful in the regular season in the history of this game than Kevin Garnett. Nobody has ever been dealt a worse hand in terms of the supporting cast that he had to play with for a decade in Minnesota, and his ability to elevate those terrible supporting casts to consistently have them in the playoffs. Like his on-off differential is the highest on record. It's slightly higher than Jokic, LeBron, Steph, all these other all-time great giants who I think maybe more people would argue in this top 10. You mentioned obviously like the top 5 defensive peak, John D, but also I think what KG did as an offensive floor raiser gets underrated. Like he was one of the best mid-range shooting bigs we've seen. He's one of the best playmaking bigs we've seen. He was one of the best isolation and post-up scorers of this era. And so you look at, again, some of the on-off stuff, like he's got 97th, 98th percentile offensive numbers. He was super impactful in a really bad situation. Where KG's case for the top 10 falls apart to me is just with his playoff issues as a number 1 option. And even understanding the context was really difficult. He was a playoff dropper. His efficiency dipped. His turnovers went up. I think his inability to physically impose himself for like easy, high efficiency offense in the way that most of the great big number 1 options could hurt him. And that really is part of the top 10 criteria for me. I think if you couldn't be the offensive number 1 on a championship team, and not all of the guys in my top 10 are offensive engines because a lot of them are bigs. The one exception to this, by the way, is Bill Russell because he was just completely unparalleled in his impact on the defensive end. I just think KG's offensive playoff issues are a little bit too significant for him to be on my list.
Talk?
I mean, the argument can be made, just like Carson just said, the impact metrics definitely favor him. If you want to go that route. I also want to push back though on the offensive number 1 argument. I don't really think that I think he could have been a number 1 on the offensive, like a number 1 option for a championship team offensively. I just think that the roster probably had to be more defensive tilted and probably, a ball handler or 2 to help him out with a few things. But I'm starting to look out players like a KG or a Giannis or like a Tim Duncan also, where we question their offensive prowess next to these other elite offensive players. But I think the argument for them is, well, if I have good defensive personnel around me, while that's trying to cover up your issues, if you add me to good defensive personnel, we're then an all-time great defense. So I don't even have to cross a certain threshold offensively to still be able to beat teams because we'll just hold them down to, low efficiency, bad offense. the idea of this kind of hit me with OKC winning this past year. Like, if you really can just not allow people to score, it does. You don't have to have a great offense. You really
What a
don't.
revelation! If you
I
hold
know
teams
it's a
to less
revelation,
points, you don't
but
have
to
to
see
score
it,
as much.
but to see, like, because we're such in the like
Momentum.
offensive revolution, or you know what I'm saying, like offense is taking over. Everybody talks about offense 24/7, but then to watch like this great defensive team just go out there and bog offenses down and be an all-time great defense and win with that avenue, I'm like, oh yeah, that still is a thing that's very effective. One thing that does travel throughout the history of basketball is great defense. So that's my I do think, you know, although KG has argument for being top 10.
That's a good point. And I think maybe I was a little bit too absolute with my initial statement. Like, I couldn't concretely say you couldn't win the title with KG as your number one offensive option. What I would say is it's harder than somebody who you might compare him to, like Duncan, whose offense I do think held up better in the playoffs, who, again, was able to impose himself physically more efficient in those contexts, even when he did have, like, a rough supporting cast. Like that 0-3 run, just what he did offensively, KG never had a run like that. That's where I just think it's not maybe that he couldn't do it flat out. It's just harder to do it with him than the other guys who are battling for the spots on this list.
When I say offensive number one or defensive number one, because I agree with Real Talk. I think if you put Kevin Garnett on a defensively slanted roster, he could be your best offensive player and you could win a championship. Like, I think if you just put 04 Kevin Garnett on the 08 Celtics, he's their best offensive player, and I still think they win a championship. Yeah. So what I mean when I say offensive number one, defensive number one, is having a good playoff offense and you're the best offensive player on said team. Not can you win with you being the best offensive player, because teams can win with bad playoff offenses just because they're really good defensively. The 21 Bucks are an example of that. So that's what I mean. And then defensively, the inverse is true. Can you win with a dominant defense or a good defense with you being the best defensive player? That's what I mean when I say offensive number one. And by that measure, I'm lower on KG in that regard. I still think it's possible. I think 04 KG on the Celtics, they would have had a good offense and they would have won. So I think it's possible. But I think to the flaws that Carson alluded to, those are the concerns I have with KG. Just a few of he was very skilled, very versatile. I love his portability, his ability to play next to a bunch of people because of his passing, his playmaking, the outside shooting. All of that stuff was really valuable, especially once he started playing with better teammates. But sometimes, especially in the playoffs, some of the isolation stuff, the tendency to not be able to manufacture easy shots and take turnaround jumpers could dent his efficiency in the postseason. So that's why I was a bit lower on him. And I couldn't quite get him into my top 10, but he was right outside. He's one of the few names who I considered for my 10th spot, but I just couldn't get him in. The next name with also 1 point. I saved this one for last because Real Talk, he's your number 10.
I figured it was his
yeah,
name.
He's your number 10. So talk to us about Jerry West, Real Talk, and why he's your number 10.
The more studying I do about Jerry West, the more impressed I am. I'm not gonna lie. Just one of the greatest scorers ever. Really, like honestly. If you include playoff translation, became a really good passer and playmaker later on. Also, could defend, was very skilled, skill set again. I just love the skill set that he had that early on. I think that's, you get some respect for being a pioneer. You know what I'm saying? Pull up jump shooting, doing it that efficiently, that accurately. I just think, yeah, he deserves to be on here. 8 9 finals appearances and whatnot.
9 finals
all the works. Finals MVP and a loss. Yeah, he's very, very special player, very, very special talent. And if you don't know, please go do some research about Jerry West.
Yeah,
I love it.
Yeah, I can respect it. I can respect the hell out of it because Mars, you said this multiple times, and I think I'm starting to agree with you. Jerry West was the best scorer of his era. I can definitely get down with that. With the ball handling and the ability to get to the rim consistently, and not only just get to the rim, but the ability to finish around traffic or to finish through traffic, and the touch he had around the rim, which the angles he took as well. And I think he made all defensive team 5 times straight, and that was like I wouldn't say towards the end, but there was like a pretty big chunk of his career.
It was the last 5 years of his career.
Exactly.
Last
They didn't
4 or 5
start
years.
all defense teams until 1969, and then he made it every single year once it was an actual accolade.
Exactly. So like once I really like watched before those years, you could see on the court how much of an impact he made as a defender and a jump shooter. So I respect the Jerry West positioning, just because I do think there are 14 or 15 guys that could have made this list. So, and Jerry West is one of them.
Yeah, I think that's the perfect number. Like last time I did a full all-time ranking, and I've changed some things since then, but I had West 14, KG 15. So I think both of these guys do make arguments. Scottie does not make an argument. Shout out to him. But I could see the spicy case for either one. And Jerry really is like maybe the ultimate all-around guard in NBA history, in the sense that he's an all-time great scorer. You could make an argument he's a top 2 playoff scorer in NBA history, only to Michael Jordan. Like 29 points per game on plus 5.5% relative true shooting, ridiculous volume, downhill, eating up free throws, the pull-up shooting, incredible. He's a high-level playmaker, especially developed that as his career went along, and he's one of the best defensive guards that we've seen. Great size, offered some secondary rim protection, steals machines. So I see the case. The only reason he's not on my list is because basically everybody who is just so monumentally great and is an all-time like tier 1 kind of offensive engine, which I don't think Jerry quite was, or they're a big with monstrous defensive impact and then significant offensive impact too. It's not really that there's a knock on Jerry's game. It's just the bar is that insanely high to be a top 10 player ever.
Yeah, I think there's 2 point guards who I think don't have a flaw in their game. And that's Chris Paul and Jerry West.
Agreed. Completely.
And Jerry West, to me, I echo all the points you said about him as a scorer. I've been very passionate saying he's the best scorer of the 60s, despite the pushback I've got from obviously someone who averaged 50 points per game. Just his skill set was just so refined. He could space the floor. He was shooting threes that were worth 2 points. Elite jump shooter, could get to the rim, could go. I know we're glazing at this point. He could dribble with his left hand. But like, that was a big deal back then. When you were able to use both sides of the court effectively with the rules of the era, that was a huge deal. Being able to get to the free throw line, make your free throws. He became a really, really good passer as his career progressed. So that meant a lot to me. And he was one of the best defensive guards of his era, in an era where defense meant a lot. So having a guy like Jerry West, who was amazing in the passing lanes, could protect the rim, extremely gifted athlete for his time as well. All of that just led to me like, yeah, I think he has a case. But I look at my top 10, I just think I favor, as particularly my guys at 10 and 9, I do think they were better offensive players. And that just gave them enough of the edge for me over Jerry West. But Jerry West is one of my toughest cuts. Probably would have him around 12, 13-ish. One of my toughest cuts for sure. I was kind of surprised to see he only got 1 point, but what can you do? Anyway, that's everyone tied for 16th place. We are now into 13th place. This guy had 9 points. So a few people had this guy on their list. I had him in 9th. John D, you had him in 9th. Real Talk, you had him in 8th. KB had him in 10th. Dream had him in 10th. And that's it. So I'm going to start with Real Talk again, because you had him the highest. Kevin Durant.
Kevin Wayne didn't make it?
Durant. He didn't even come close to making it, respectfully. But this is Kevin Durant. Talk to me about your number 8 selection.
I mean, do y'all watch him dribble and shoot? I know, but it like for real, like a 7-foot player throughout his career, you could definitely argue is the best scorer ever. Fluid athlete. Also, one of the things that don't get talked enough about, in my opinion, about KD, like we always bring up how LeBron is this freakish generational athlete, Wilt, Shaq. I think KD's very much way up that list himself. Him being 7 foot tall, that fluid, that coordinated, to have that good of body control, that fast, that quick, especially in like his OKC days, obviously before the foot injury. Then you go to Golden State, he has the Achilles tear, but even in Golden State, just a freakish athlete. So you're talking about one of the greatest transition scorers ever. Can shoot the three, got the midi, can handle the ball. as he progressed in his career, became a better defender, could pass and play make. I do get the fact that he's not able to do the on-ball responsibilities to some of the capacity of the other like great scoring, playmaking wings like MJ, Kobe, Bryant, etc. But I still think he just puts the ball in the basket at a high enough clip and with such efficiency that can somewhat make up for that lack of the passing playmaking part. And then again, as people don't realize, to me, people think he started playing defense in Golden State. I think he was really good towards the end of OKC defensively as well. So I just think he's one of the greatest all-around basketball players we've seen.
Yeah, I had KD at 9. I think 9. You can check. I had KD at 9. Yeah, I had KD at 9. I echo a lot of Real Talk sentiments. I think I wouldn't make the argument he's the greatest scorer ever. I think one person comfortably holds that crown. But I would make the argument he's the most versatile scorer ever. I would like just the amount of ways you can deploy it. And if you value that, which you do, I understand making the case. But at some point, Michael Jordan kind of different. So I'm gonna leave that one alone. But just in terms of what he can do, and I think okay. I think just in terms of what he can do, and I think we as a basketball community have gone so, I don't want to call it fake woke, but people have just decided that scoring just isn't that important. And I don't like it. I don't like the idea that the best offensive player is just the best combination of scoring and playmaking. I don't subscribe to that notion. I don't think, oh, well, KD's a great scorer, Luka's a great scorer, but Luka's a better playmaker. Luka's better on offense. I'm just using Luka as an example. But I don't like that. I feel like there's more nuance to it. I do think the amount of ways you can deploy Kevin Durant is important to this conversation. I do think the fact that Kevin Durant is one of low-end estimate, the 10 best shooters ever, goes into this equation. I do think the fact that Kevin Durant, to Real Talk's point, is one of the greatest athletes we've ever seen at that size, that transition weapon he was, goes into that equation. I do think the fact that Kevin Durant, especially before the Achilles, has one of the best handles for a guy his size we've ever seen. Probably the best, if I'm being honest. Like, this was someone who you could genuinely give the ball to and could create offense one-on-one out of pick and roll and could do it efficiently. And then as he's aged, he's become a better playmaker. He's become a better passer. He's not going to be someone who's going to dice up defenses with manipulation and all of that stuff. But with the attention he draws, he can make adequate reads that still lead to advantages being created. And then when you're that good off the ball, I think all of that does start to add up to being one of the best offensive players you've ever seen. And we're at the point where the longevity is stacking up. And that's why I'm really high on Kevin Durant. I do think, for example, my number 10, I think did peak higher than Kevin Durant. But when I start looking at just this as a cumulative value of someone's career, we're looking at Kevin Durant, who's been a top 5 player, in my opinion, since his 3rd year in the league, and was still a top 5 player in the NBA in like 2023. Like, that's how good I think he has been for so long. And I'm not giving him bonus points for this. He's had 2 career-altering injuries, and he's come back and still looked amazing. This is someone who is going to retire, undoubtedly, with a top 5 points total in NBA history. I think he catches MJ this year. This is someone who's top 5 all-time in points per game amongst like legitimately qualified players, not Joel Embiid and those types of guys. This is someone who is top 5 all-time in points per game in the finals. This is someone who's top 5 all-time in points per game in the playoffs. Everywhere you go, Kevin Durant produces elite level offense, elite level scoring, and he's done it for a really long time. And that was just enough for me to get him onto my top 10 and get him at number 9. The reason I couldn't get him higher is he wasn't either the level of offensive engine some of my other guys were, or he wasn't the same level of two-way force that some of my other guys were. He didn't strike that balance to where I could put him in the tier 1 offensive player or the tier 1 two-way player. So he just fell below, but I do have him at my number 9. John D, what about you with Kevin Durant?
I think you hit a lot of it. I mean, we're looking at almost 20 years of Kevin Durant being in the NBA, and he's been a top 5 to 10 scorer throughout majority of them. So the ability to be one of the best players in the league, the ability to have some of your athleticism as far as handle and first step be taken away and still be impactful as an off-ball scorer and mid-range shooter is what makes him extremely valuable to me. The efficiency, the ability to play in transition, the ability to thrive in multiple different roles, whether that was in OKC, in Golden State, in Phoenix, in Brooklyn. 2021, I think he was great. I think he had an argument for the best player in the world in 2021. In 2019, I think he had an argument as well. Especially, I don't know if that was 21 or 22, where it was Kyrie, it was no Kyrie, no Harden or Ben Simmons, and it was just him. And he was playing really well. And then in 2014, when Russ was out, he was like the majority ball handler, and that Thunder team was still really good. So I think Kevin Durant has the case. I mean, the longevity is there, the impact is there, the scoring numbers are there. You said it earlier, he's about to pass Michael Jordan on the scoring list. With all of that, I had to put him in here.
Welcome to the show, Lo. You haven't missed much. We're doing the guys who didn't quite make the cut. So what you've missed is Scottie Pippen with 1 point. Yes.
Ox.
Shout out to Ox. You missed one Scottie Pippen vote. Okay. You missed one Kevin Garnett vote, courtesy of Pirate. And you missed one Jerry West vote, courtesy of Real Talk. That's what you missed. And we're now on to Kevin Durant, who came 13th with 9 total points. The top row up here all had him on the list. Yourself and Carson did not. I'm going to go to Carson first. What led you to not having KD on the list? What were the drawbacks? All of that good stuff.
I think you basically touched on it at the end of your spiel, Mars. And by the way, I consider myself to be really high on KD. I consider myself a real KD defender. So I'm surprised to see that actually out of 5 guys here, I'm one of the only 2 who didn't have him in the top 10. But it does come down to, like, if I am comparing him peak to peak against, say, a Magic or a Steph, right? These guys who I do consider tier 1 offensive engines of all time. Magic, greatest playmaker ever, was basically an automatic number 1 offense, arguably elevated his teammates more than anybody else in terms of direct on-ball creation. And then Steph just changes the geometry of a defense like nobody else I've ever seen. They're on a different level from KD as offensive engines. And then there are the bigs who are like truly transformative defensive players and really good offensive players. And I just prefer either of those slightly. That being said, I think the argument for KD at this point, well, first of all, the peak is extremely high, but it's the longevity, man. I mean, one of my favorite stats, LeBron has 20 seasons scoring 25 plus points per game, which is just like unfathomable. Nobody else in NBA history has more than 12, except KD has 16. So, like, in terms of just that scoring longevity year after year, the gap between LeBron and KD is the same as the gap between KD and the field. He's got top 5 longevity in the history of the sport, and that does matter. But like I said earlier, I do lean on the side of peak. I see the case for KD absolutely as one of the greatest plug-and-play superstars ever with just his insane offensive versatility. I do think he's the second best scorer ever and the most versatile. And I think you see that with his ability to change situations, endure injuries, right? Post-Jones fracture, he goes to Golden State. And 2014 KD is a downhill monster, getting to the line 10 times a game, right? Just athletically on top of his all-time skill, an absolute freak. Then he gets to the Warriors. He doesn't quite have that same pop, but now he's one of the greatest off-ball scorers we've ever seen, one of the greatest shooters we've ever seen, insane efficiency, and he's reaching like near all defense level, maybe all defense level. Then he tears his Achilles, comes to Brooklyn, can still shoot 55% from mid-range, 40% from 3, and reaches his peak as a pick-and-roll playmaker. Like, the guy's an absolute basketball legend. I think he does make a legitimate top 10 case. There's just other guys who I slightly prefer.
Kevin Durant shot 59% from mid-range in 2023.
Stupid, man.
That's crazy.
But hey,
that's the equivalent of a 40% three-point shooter, pretty much.
Yeah.
But Lo, you didn't have Kevin Durant. What led you? Did you consider him? What led you to favoring other guys? All of that stuff.
Yeah, if anybody's in my top 20, KD's not too far removed from like top 10 status. So it's not as if like it's too crazy. I think Carson kind of hit it on the nose with some of the things, but I do think like as time progresses, people tend to understate how good he was at his peak, because at his peak he was actually like really good. Some of the longevity for me becomes a little spotty, because even with some of the years in Brooklyn where he looks amazing, it's just not enough games for me to like kind of count that towards like high impactful seasons. So that's kind of iffy. And then also like the early stages of his career, I think people kind of understate how much of a like flaws his offensive game had. But I think like from like 2016 to around to 2019 and maybe a year or two in Brooklyn, offensively, like it's really hard to like match what KD's doing amongst any player all time. But for me, some of those longevity years, it doesn't like correlate enough, but it's close though. It's really close.
I think that's a good point to bring up. Just that like pre-2014 he was not the playmaker that he became. And obviously he's still not an upper echelon playmaker, but he became a legitimately good playmaker and has been since. But before that, he really was more limited there.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was my biggest issue with him. Just looking at like some of those playoff runs, 2011, 2012. I think you started to see the development in 2013 out of necessity because Russ goes down and KD kind of gets thrust into that point forward role. And now there were some tough moments, tough series against Memphis where he is turning the ball over. I think that was the start of the development of that responsibility. And I think he's grown because of it. But I do definitely agree that although he was a top 5 player those years, the flaws were there that could be exploited and could lead to why you might not be able to win with that type of player leading your charge. Roto.
Here we go.
No, I do find it interesting that it's like, okay, so let's say 20 was the year they went to the finals, 2012?
2012.
Right, against Miami. I think we would all agree that he was a flawed playmaker and passer then,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
Okay. I think for me personally, the fact that he was still hands down the best scorer in the league, I just think that can ease away some of the value to me that he's bleeding as a passer playmaker. I do understand that like people put a lot of value on that, especially for people that are going to have the ball a lot, such as Kevin Durant and Russ did on those OKC teams. But I don't know. I think it gets overstated. Like, oh, he's not the greatest scorer, and it's like, no, he's not. But he's the best scorer in the league, kind of hands down. I do think at a certain point that does kind of usurp the value he's bleeding as a passer player.
The only pushback I will give there is I think that at that time we may not have been familiar with how bad he was as a potential passer playmaker because he had both Russ and Harden on his roster. Because obviously, I guess from one example to another extreme one, once Harden left and in Russ, you could like very clearly see, especially in certain playoff series. But I mean, the standard is pretty high for like top 10 to be also fair. But
yeah. That's what I think a lot of it comes down to. I mean, we're just nitpicking because we have to nitpick all of these guys. We're talking about the absolute best of the best. And that's where I do think, like, even when we are talking about KD improved as a playmaker, like, he's never going to reach the level of offensive impact of a Steph Curry. And like, we see that where in the years they play together, when I think KD wasn't quite what he was in 2014, but was still really damn close. 2017 to 2019 KD, ridiculous. But it's like when Steph plays without him, they go 27-4. When he plays without Steph, they're 23-17. If you do look at like the impact metrics on off, his differential isn't stacking up against some of the other all-time greats of this era. And I think he offsets some of that with just like, again, being so versatile, being so malleable in terms of the number of guys you can play him alongside, and he thrives. But there are dudes who are just better at purely elevating an offense than KD, in my opinion. 2014 KD, absolute monster. But once he did lose that little bit of athleticism, it's incredible how great he remained. But I do think that took him down a little bit as like an offensive engine.
I don't like the stat that gets used without KD, Curry, and them were 20, and because I've heard that often, but to me, that team was already put together around Steph Curry. To me, it makes sense that they're better with Steph. They have the camaraderie. They've been together for years. You have players like Draymond Green who definitely fit a Steph Curry better than a Kevin Durant and how he wants to play when, the others off the court. Like that, to me, that's not a point to they're better with Steph, in my opinion. I think the team was already built for Steph Curry.
I just think it's easier to build an offense around Steph Curry. You can say the last handful of years they've built the offense around Steph and they've put a bunch of bad offensive players around them, and he still like single-handedly saves that. It's just crazy when you have a guy who can shoot from 30 feet from the basket with 40 to 45% three-point efficiency on ball and off ball. Like, he just totally changes the dynamics of offense for everybody. Like, I know it's a cliche, but the gravity actually is so insane and how it elevates everybody. And I think that's where you see that difference. They made the finals in 2019 without KD, with a roster that really wasn't very good. Obviously, he still had Clay and Dre, but the depth was so lacking, and Steph was just that monumentally great offensively. So that's where I do see a gap, having watched every game of those teams as a Warriors fan.
They beat Portland, but
they destroyed Portland.
And they were like losing
Clay and
3 of those
Draymond a
games.
few years before them
in 2016. Draymond was great in that 2019 series too. He got like a triple-double in like 20 minutes in one of those games, I remember. We will move off KD after this. My, I guess, counter to like the Warriors without KD but with Steph, and then the Warriors with KD without Steph, is like, if you look at it like the on-off stuff, when Kevin Durant was on the floor without Draymond, Clay, and Steph, and then when Steph was on the floor without Draymond, KD, and Clay, the Warriors offense had a higher offensive rating with just Kevin Durant than the inverse. And like, it never gets brought up. And I think part of that is because they just put more defensively slanted lineups around Steph. But that also goes down to roster construction. If you have to put defensively slanted rosters around Steph to hide him, that goes to Kevin Durant's offensive value, because you can put him out there with better offensive pieces who might have defensive shortcomings because he can also cover for them. So when Kevin Durant has a 117 offensive rating in the minutes without Clay, Draymond, and Steph, and Steph has a, let me find it. Steph has a 114. I think that does go to show that Kevin Durant can floor raise an offense. Kevin Durant was very impactful in Golden State. Now there are obviously nuances.
There's no question about that. The question
was really good.
Is he as impactful as Steph? Is he as great a floor or ceiling raiser?
I would say no, personally.
Yeah.
I would say no.
And I would agree. And overall, like, if you just look at the offensive on-off from these years they played together, KD without Steph, 112 offensive rating. Steph without KD, 117 offensive rating, which is insane. And then I think where they get props is like when you put both them on the floor, they're both among the most like scalable ceiling raising offensive players ever. They have a 123 offensive rating together. So I think they both deserve props for that, but I do think Steph is still more transformative.
Before we move on to number 12, we have got a couple super chats. Shout out to everyone who sends super chats. We appreciate it. We're going to start with Trezmania. This is just for real talk. If Luka Doncic gets 6 Lakers rings, is he the GOAT?
3 Laker fans up here, by the way.
Oh,
I think this was early. Well, you were here though. I'm sorry, John. You all right? I mean, obviously he's the GOAT. Duh. This is Luka.
Okay.
6 rings in LA.
6? Oh man.
Yeah, I seen real talk glazing some defense on the timeline yesterday. So.
Hey, you saw Luka out there moving them feet, man.
He out there chopping them.
Yeah, well, this ain't a Lakers episode.
All right, I'm not. Oh yeah, I'm not about to.
OBG Kenobi just sent a super chat just with some Ox emojis. Shout out to Ox for the Scottie Pippen love. I kind of knew that was going to happen. And then Hjalmar Skeet Nilsson with some Denvish currency. Dub Hoop Talk podcast, most anticipated podcast episode of 2025. Dub Jerry West and Dub KG. Yeah, shout out to Jerry West and KG. They both received 1 point, obviously, and they came joint last. But they got put in someone's top 10. So joint last is really like the 16th best player ever. So there's something to take with that. Quan103 said, the surface level perspective persists. A 7-footer isn't a heliocentric guard level passer playmaker, so he's not a tier 1 offensive engine. Shocker. Yeah, I just like, what happened to the good old days where a 7-footer is meant to have a guard next to them, and that's not a bad thing.
But you're a perimeter player, so it's a different archetype. We're not talking about a big who needs a great pick and roll playmaker.
Yeah, but like if someone was like, Dirk needs someone to get him the ball. It's like,
we're not talking about Dirk as a top 10 player of all time. If
he's one of the best offensive players of all time.
Absolutely. And so is KD. But we're not talking about Dirk today. This is what I'm saying. We're nitpicking all of these dudes. And like tier 1 offensive player ever, for me, that's, I believe, 5 guys. So it's not a knock to say you're not a tier 1 offensive player ever, but the team results, and I would argue like just the skill set analysis, don't have KD as a tier 1 offensive player ever. He wasn't just single-handedly engineering elite offenses like even a Steve Nash was, like even an Oscar Robertson was. And they're different kinds of players, right? Those guys are inherently just more ball dominant. Maybe they can elevate inferior supporting cast, whereas KD is more of a ceiling raiser. But yeah, I don't think it's disrespectful to say KD isn't one of the 5 greatest offensive players ever.
I don't think that's disrespectful, but I think when it comes to leading the great offenses, I think there is like a very common theme of having like this singular engine, which Kevin Durant isn't. I think we all agree on that.
Mhm.
But there is something to be said about the portability, the versatility,
Of course.
and maybe that doesn't get him into tier 1. I don't have him in tier 1, but that does hold more value beyond just pure scoring plus playmaking equals offense. Like
I totally
that
agree
has
with
to
that.
be a function in the equation. That's all I'm kind of pushing back on that. I feel like it gets way too simplistic when evaluating offense.
I'm 27 a night on great efficiency on all 30 teams in the league. I could go to any team in the association, and I'm going to do what you expect Kevin Durant to do. I do think that's,
and you don't have to alter
And that's
the
why
roster for that.
and that's why he's a top 10 offensive player ever, just not a top 5 offensive player ever.
And that's why he's the 13th greatest player of all time, according to the HoopTalk podcast.
Well, W Super Chats. Now I have to edit this clip, but
yeah, I believe in you. Trezmania, does Lowe strategically downplay the Lakers now? So when they do good, it's more impressive for Luka's MVP case. 77 plus 23 might end up being the best duo of the 2020s. I can't lie. Do you strategically downplay the Lakers?
No, I think that it takes more than 2 players for a team to be good.
hey, Low,
I'm not
when
sold
I
on
tell
DeAndre
you-
Ayton and Marcus Smart in 2025.
I can't be real about my team without me hearing that I'm a fake Lakers fan. I truly can't. I truly can't. When we first got Luka, I said we need a big because we don't have a great defense. I was called not a Laker fan or a Laker hater. You can't. It's a hard battle to win.
Well, you are a Laker hater, but that's neither here nor there. Another Lakers super chat. This is for everyone. Would making the LA dynasty in the 2020s be more impressive than the LA dynasties of the 2000s and 80s, taking into account CBA cap space issues and such? I think making anyone a dynasty would be more impressive in today's NBA. It's just harder because of the rules and regulations, not just the Lakers. But if any team could do it, the Lakers have the most pool. They could do it probably the easiest. So they'd be the least impressive of any team to do it, in my opinion. But
well, that's hate, but
respectfully, like if Utah was able to build a dynasty, I think that would be more impressive than if the Lakers.
Nah, I mean, all we've been told as Laker fans for the past like 7 years, it's over, dog. Like they don't have the same cachet anymore.
Exactly.
Nobody.
You guys got Luka.
Bro, LeBron saved your little bum ass friend.
Yeah, exactly.
Bro, Lakers fans' victim mentality. I'm not.
Now all of a sudden,
That's what I'm saying, bro. I will not sit here for a Lakers
It's back to being easy now.
Yeah,
I am a Warriors fan, and guess what? The Warriors suck.
Oh, you're a
for the
Warriors
vast majority of their history.
Yeah,
I'm from the Bay. Are you guys all from LA?
No.
Okay, yeah, that's what I thought.
I spent a few summer days there.
Okay,
he's a bisexual fan. He's a Houston Rockets fan. That's why he has that Rockets frame behind him still, and he won't take it down.
You felt the need to get up close to your mic to say all of that. That's crazy.
We got Laker gear over here, man.
Trezmania wanted to ask about the pimple patches on your face. No.
I just scratched the thing off my face, and so I had to put it on top.
There you go. Okay, number 12. We are at number 12. If you missed it, joint 16th place was Jerry West, Scottie Pippen, and Kevin Garnett with 1 point each. In 13th place was Kevin Durant with 9 points. In 12th place, this guy has 26 points. So a sizable jump. This is, I guess, the official top 12. These guys kind of were on a lot of lists. Mm-hmm. I had this guy in 7th. John D, you had him in 10th. Lowe, you had him in 10th. ZZ had him in 10th. Tyler did not have him. Chill did not have him. Real Talk, you had him in 9th. Ox did not have him. Ron had him in 10th. KB had him in 8th. Pirate, Gifted, and Penn had him in 9th. Riv did not have him. Carson, you had him in 8th. Dream had him in 7th. Swiper, Jordan, and Sean did not have him. This is Steph Curry. Since I had him the highest, I have him in 7th. I will start. I think the case for Steph at this point is quite simple. I just think he's one of, if not the greatest offensive players of all time. Just from being able to be an offensive engine and then being someone who could fit no matter what offensive pieces you have around him within reason. I'm not saying put like Killian Hayes and them around him. Within reason, just being able to floor raise an offense with his skill set.
They've the way he tested that in recent years.
Shout out to the 21 Warriors, man. Yeah. I just think when you are that special of an offensive player, and we're getting to a point where he's been, people think Steph only like broke through in 2015, but like 2013, Steph was like one of the best offensive players in the league. 2014 was very clearly one of the best offensive players in the league. And then we get to like these all-time levels of offense from like 2015, 16, 17, 18, 19, etc. And then as he's got older and his game has declined in terms of athleticism, he's become one of the more deadly isolation players, one of the more deadly closers in the game, still the best shooter we've ever seen. And the way he can just warp the court with his presence is hard to quantify. And maybe I have overstated how much it's worth. I genuinely don't know. But because he's so unique, I don't know how to quantify what he brings to the court. All I can do is say when Steph's on the court, offense becomes a lot easier for your team. And that means a lot to me. And he can do it on the ball, in pick and roll. He can do it off the ball. He has one of the highest motors to move without the ball that I've ever seen. The shot making is ridiculous. He's one of the best guard finishers we've ever seen historically. Amazing touch, amazing coordination, one of the best handles we've ever seen. And then defensively, early on, a very clear negative, in my opinion. But once you start getting to 2017, 18, 19, all the way until about 22, I think you are looking at someone who is passable in that end, can even give you positive moments, positive series. 2022 finals, for example, I think he was just a positive on defense. I think he was really impactful. So when you add all of that up, the longevity, the offensive level, I think he's got to, which is one of the 5 best ever, I'll say. And then being able to be passable on defense for an extended period of time, I think, yeah, I'm just really high on Steph. So I have him at 7. But 7 through like 12 was just tough for me. I don't know. All of them are like interchangeable, kind of. But I settled on 7. Carson, you settled on 8. So tell me about Steph.
Did you say that Riv didn't have Steph on his list?
He did. I was surprised when he said he was 10.
River Brown did not have Steph in his top 10.
I was surprised, but I didn't want to ask anyone
crazy,
questions about that list.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
So
I'm gonna have a conversation with them about that. Anyways, yeah, I'm really high on Steph. I think he makes a case for being the best offensive player ever. I think he would be in my top 3, and he is absolutely in my top tier, which is 5 guys. And when you're talking about impact, man, it's just ridiculous. If you look since 2014, like plus 12 on off, and not just that, the Warriors have a plus 11 net rating when Steph is on the court. And yeah, there were some stacked teams in there. There are also some teams that are really, really lacking around him. 2021, I mean, even 2022, some guys played above their means. I don't want to discredit what Dre is just a great player who I think generally gets underrated, but Wiggins played his best basketball in that run. Poole played his best basketball in that run. Nevertheless, it's like Steph is doing stuff as an all-time offensive engine that nobody can replicate in the way he does it, with the balance of all-time on and being the greatest off-ball player ever, with the unparalleled shooting threat, with the unparalleled off-ball movement. Over those years, since 2014, the Warriors average a 58 win pace when Steph plays. They average a 32 win pace without him. That's literally one of the biggest differentials you'll see from any player ever, as is the on-off number. It's absolute top tier. And even if you take out like the 2020 season when everybody was hurt, it's a 39 win pace for the Warriors without Steph. If you look at the run from like 2015 to 2021, which I would consider the range of his like peak years, if we're being maybe a little bit generous, their offense was 13 points per 100 better with him on the floor. And then this past year, it was still 14 points per 100 better with him. Like, Mars, you're talking about how he's such a unique offensive player. You don't know exactly how to quantify it. I think it's quantifiable with the numbers, and I think it is really quite obvious when you watch every single game. Who else in NBA history has so many times coming around a down screen, drawn 2 players to literally free up a wide open cut for their teammate? Who else has dragged pick and roll defenders 35 feet away from the basket if he's demanding blitzes, or if you're just playing an incredibly high coverage? Like, he changes the geometry of the court in a way that nobody else really even compares to. I also think his playoff scoring is underrated. 27 points per game on plus 5% relative true shooting in the playoffs is nuts. That puts him in elite all-time company. I think his longevity is underrated because he's now doing stuff from a 37-year-old guard that we've never seen, and has like 7 or 8 seasons where he's a clear top 3 kind of player. He's got like 11 seasons where he's a clear top 10 player. I guess Steph has been underrated for a lot of his career, and I think Steph is underrated to this day. What he did, especially in the back half of this season, like, is just incomprehensible for his age. And when you are looking at 2015 to 2019, and then what he comes back and does in 2021, this is a guy who is the ultimate offensive ceiling raiser in NBA history because he can amplify players so much away from the ball and make life easier on everybody around him. But then also, like, what he did in 2021 as a floor raiser, I don't know if there's another guard in NBA history who could have done that. So I am surprised that he is not on here. I understand if you want to say the two-way stuff, or if maybe he doesn't have top tier longevity, but I just think the offensive impact with still good longevity, it's too much for him to not be on my list.
Carson, I completely agree when you said like having to bring guys all the way out from the paint in pick and rolls, because when you look at the era, I mean, when Steph was averaging, or his unanimous MVP year, there was still double big lineups. Like, there were a lot of teams who did not have the mobility to handle a Steph switch, and Steph's shooting ability made a lot of things easier. It made his ball handle easier, his creation with the ball in his hand, because one, Hezzy, a lot of people would jump. You know, I think Steph is one of the most impactful transition players. I think he's one of the best or he is the best off-ball player the league has ever seen. And to have that ability, I just don't think people value like being the greatest shooter of all time, because a lot of people would say, oh, Steph's just a shooter, but that shooter impacts a lot. He gives you multiple 4-on-3 opportunities, with Draymond being the short roll man, with guys like Iguodala cutting to the basket, having Klay Thompson in the corner, even Harrison Barnes, giving guys multiple wide open layups. I think there was a stat I saw from like 15 to 21, the Golden State Warriors led the league in assisted rim attempts. Like, that has a lot to do with Steph's impact and how he's able to move around the floor and how he's able to play off the ball. And I look at it and I say, it says Steph averaged 6 assists a game. I look at it as like maybe 8 or 9. There's a lot of things that Steph gives the offense to where it's like he didn't even touch the ball, but that wide open layup is because of him. Like, I've never seen there's not a lot of players who can just be on the floor and have that type of impact. Like, Steph just being on the floor, or a lot of teams' best defender is taken out of the play because they're holding Steph's jersey at the half court line. Like, if you're able to take the best perimeter defender out of the play multiple times in a game, you're able to create wide open shots. You're able to be such a danger in transition. He's been the most dangerous player in the league for like the past 10 years. So I had to have him on the list. I didn't have him above Kate. Well, at first I did, and then I switched it. It was the longevity for Kevin Durant that really favored me out for Steph Curry, but I do think Steph has the greatest offensive peak of all time. Like, that's what I think.
For me, I think, and y'all kind of hit it on the head. The one thing that really changed my mind about Steph just all time is what he did post the KD stuff, from basically 21 to where we are now. Y'all kind of already said it as well. 22 in particular, how he kind of floor raised in the level in which, if there were any pause and hesitation on who Steph was as a player, if you quote unquote strip the team around him down, what he will look like. And 21 and 22 are just 2 years that are really, 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 like, the evidence is like really hard to deny. But I even go back before the run, 2013 and 2014 as well. I think a lot of people overlook those years just because he didn't have the awards, or the accolades are not attached to his name as much. But you can go back then and really, if you rewatch a lot of those games, and I've gone back and rewatched some of their 2015 games, what the level of floor spacing that we believe that they have isn't there as much as a lot of people make it out to be. It's really just Curry and Klay out there. People are not really respecting Draymond Green, and they're still running a lot of, they're not respecting Harrison Barnes and Draymond as well, but it's still a lot of technically double big lineups, and they're still like getting the most floor spacing or getting the most out of every position they possibly can in terms of warping it. And then how Curry just impacted the game. I think a lot of people, especially like younger kids growing up now, are just used to watching someone do what Curry does. But when you go back and rewatch like 13, 14, and 15 and just watch how teams just look confused on the fly with what he is doing, it really does, speak to the level of transformative that he brought to the game. And I think LeBron also did that as well around that time, but the level in which Curry brought it to the game is a bit much. Everything else is pretty self-explanatory in my opinion, but I employ a lot of people to go back, rewatch Curry in 13, 14, and 15, and then double back with 21 and 22 to kind of really see if you ever question Curry's ability as like someone's a floor raiser or someone, or you try to tax him because of the amount of talent he had around him. Those are years where it's pretty undeniable. Like those years are pretty undeniable. Like, you shouldn't continue to do that anymore. And John D also said it. I think a lot of people still don't contextualize the gravity, and like the assist numbers don't always do it justice to how many open looks he's generating for everyone else. But I think we've started to become a bit more intelligent with how we consume playmaking in all facets. And yeah, 6 assists don't really do justice to how often Curry is generating quality looks for everyone else.
Top tier advantage creator ever.
I mean, I think everybody's kind of hit all of the talking points. Great offensive player, arguably the greatest offensive player ever, greatest shooter ever. Carson said, is there anybody that, can drag out a defense and force a double and pick and roll situation 30 to 35 feet away from the basket? Yes, his name is Damian Lillard. Mm-hmm. He said, is there anybody that can come off a pin down? And
it's also James Harden, but
yeah, that too. But
they make the shots with 43%.
I was getting to a compliment. I was getting to a compliment.
No, you slandered Steph.
No, I'm getting to a compliment because he also asked, who can come off a pin down and cause a double and then allow for a slip to the basket for an easy layup. I would say probably Reggie Miller and Ray Allen, but Steph is the only one that has the combination of both, which makes him Steph Curry. Yeah, great on ball, great off ball. Doesn't more to add. Y'all pretty much hit the nail on the head.
So the Steph guy's pretty good, just basically what you said.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Lowe made a really good point, though. Just bringing up, like, how overrated the Warriors' offensive situations and spacing can be in general. For most of his career, he has played with 2 non-shooters in his starting lineup. Because for most of his career, Dre has been a non-shooter. God bless 2016 Dre, but that was just like an aberration. And then it's been Looney or JaVale or Zaza or like whatever big, and he is still able to manufacture elite offenses in those circumstances. I think that gets underrated.
Go back and rewatch like some of that Spurs series. I can't remember if it was 2013 or 2014, where they're just like, you can clearly tell who was the most important player in that series, and it's not David Lee, despite David Lee getting the All-Star nod.
Yeah, respect.
No, God, let's be honest, dog. it's not the All-Star on the team, David Lee. It is very clearly Curry. They are doing any and everything they can to Curry. Also, shout out to Jared Jack too. I forgot about some of those years that he put out there, but yeah, those teams weren't as offensively slanted and they weren't as offensively innovative as I think a lot of people like to default in their memory. But they're not. It's a lot.
Wait, what years are you referring to? Are you referring to peak Steph Curry?
No, I'm talking about to remove the talent argument for peak Steph Curry. If you go back to 13, 14, and 15, well, not even 15 a little bit, because 15, it's not as much as people realize either. Those 3 years, the talent around Curry isn't as much as people would like to remember. It's just not. It's not that often.
The 15 run is also just underrated. He averaged 28 points per game in a title run on like plus 7% relative true shooting, and he somehow gets slandered for that. I think
he didn't win
that was underrated.
MVP.
Yeah,
so,
Yep.
Shout out to Andre Iguodala. He did not get any votes. Spoiler alert: Andre Iguodala is not going to make it.
Damn.
We are on to number 11. Steph just came in 12th with 26 points. Number 11 has 28 points. So Steph just missed out on 11th place. I believe this is the person who none of us had on our lists.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so this person beat out Steph, but none of us had them. Tyler had him in 8th. Phil had him in 4th. Pirate had him in 2nd. Jordan had him in, is that 6th? 1, 2, 3, 4. Jordan had him in 6th, and Sean had him in 7th. So he made 5 lists in total. 5 lists in total, but he got a 2nd place vote, a 4th place vote, and then a 6th, 7th, and 8th.
I already know who this is. Oh man,
who is it?
It's Wilt.
It is Wilt Chamberlain. Lo, you have recently gone over. Well, you've been on this side for a while, but you've been doubling down on Wilt Chamberlain being one of the more overrated figures in NBA history. So I'm gonna let you start this off and get all your negativity out the way.
It's not really shout out to Wilt, because I mean Wilt, I think one thing about Wilt that is grossly underrated is his defense. Like, he should be in conversations as one of the greatest defenders of all time. And I think it's not sexy enough to talk about him in that fashion because how ridiculous the numbers are. But I think a lot more of his value was there than on the offensive side of the floor. But I can't get over the fact that obviously a lot of stuff when it comes to Wilt, we have to go off of hearsay because the games aren't there, which is fine to a certain extent. But B, a lot of, as great as these numbers are, and they're a lot of really, really, really great numbers, they just were not translating and churning out all-time great offenses that I believe that they probably should have if you're posting up those type of numbers. And then the more digging you do and more gameplay you watch, some that's out there, it's not even the competition level. It's just how exactly Wilt was producing these numbers, how the offense was formulaic in the sense of like putting Wilt in certain situations that were certainly focused more on Wilt Chamberlain's number than trying to produce the best offensive production on a possession-to-possession basis. I also go back and I rewatch a lot of those games and I realize like how valuable jump shot shooting was, especially when you're going up against like Bill Russell, where I think that's a huge reason why the Lakers were much better against those Celtics teams in deep postseason runs, because they had the jump shot shooting of Baylor, of West, of a lot of other players. Whereas if you are focusing a lot of the offense to get thrown towards Wilt, there's going to be a couple of times where he's struggling. And in that type of dip in production, though it's still better than practically everybody else, it just harms them in a lot of postseason play. I also rewatch a lot of those games and realize back in the day, a reach and foul meant that you're going right to the free throw line for some of those seasons, which is a massive negative for Wilt. But I just rewatched those games, and I think Wilt is the perfect example of, numbers can tell the whole story to a certain extent, but I do think that there's other players in NBA history that if they wanted to reach a statistical dominance, a statistical level, that they could have done it. I think LeBron could have averaged a triple-double for several years. I think Kobe and Jordan and James Harden and several other players could have averaged more points on a year-to-year basis if they really wanted to. But I think having the wherewithal and understanding that that might not be the best way to win basketball games, that might not be the smartest way to kind of get us to where we need to, is what always holds me back for Wilt, because every time I watch Wilt, every article I read or radio broadcast I hear, it's like he just was shameless enough to be like, fuck it, dog. Like, I don't give a damn. We're going to foul when we're up to get to this 100 points. I'm going to snatch the ball out the air so I can get my points. Like, I just don't give a fuck. And kudos to Wilt. But if at some point I have to start acknowledging, like, bro, it's not as impactful as it could be. Even the argument of like, look how great of a passer he became when he led the league in assists. And it's like, that means that he probably could have been done that. But even the story behind how he did that is all out of just like sheer, I'm going to show you guys I can really pass. And he just dominated the offense to get the amount of assists. Like, at some point we got to acknowledge, like, what are you doing to put your team in a better situation? And I don't think Wilt did that enough.
Yeah,
Does anyone have anything positive to say?
Oh man.
Well, I do have something positive to say, which is I actually think that Wilt's peak, if you're looking at 1967, 1968, his years with the Sixers, is absolutely monstrous. And the reason I think that is when Wilt maxed out his impact, maxed out his winning value. Because the reality is, like, if we are judging people relative to era, which is what I'm doing, Wilt is probably the most talented basketball player to ever exist. When you just think about the number of ridiculous outlier physical traits that he possessed, his strength, his explosiveness, his bounce, while being the biggest dude in the league, while legitimately being a gifted jump shooter when it comes to his patented fadeaway, while having the ability to lead the league in assists, while having the ability to be one of the best defenders ever. Like, he had all of that within him. It's just the number of years in which he actually tapped into it is really limited. It is that stretch in Philly when I think he strikes a really good balance of decreasing his scoring volume, but reaching this ridiculous efficiency height where he's like plus 14% relative true shooting in 1967. It is true that like Wilt was very explicit about the fact that like he wanted to lead the league in assists. That was something that mattered to him because he was obsessed with his stats. I do think though it was really, really effective for team offense for him to be more of a playmaking hub, running more handoffs, facilitating more out of the post instead of just having like the crazy scoring blindness he did earlier in his career. And then he locked in defensively and like led the only number one defense that didn't come from a Bill Russell team in Bill Russell's career. Wilt had the ability to do all those things, But if you look at his Warriors years, like I just get lower and lower on his actual value. Like they're consistently a 500 team. They trade him in 1965 midway through the year when they're 10-28. Like they were awful. They were dead last in offense that year. He comes in as a rookie and like puts up these massive numbers that we've never seen and actually wins MVP, but his team is second to last in offense. They were never a top third offense in the league with Wilt, with the Warriors. Like, I think that matters. I think that that's where you do see the raw scoring numbers really overstate how valuable he actually was, because the guy literally would not pass the ball. He wasn't consistently engaged defensively. Like, yeah, he really liked blocking shots, but he would goaltend. He basically wouldn't move away from the basket. His mobility was a limiting factor. And then you have the Sixers peak, which is incredible. And then he goes to LA, and I think he gets a lot of hype for those years too, when they win a title in 72. But like, he just wasn't the same player at that time. He was still very good, but he's getting old. He has injuries. His scoring value is just greatly diminished by that time. Then you do account for like the playoff dropping, where in his playoff career, he's only 22 points per game on plus 3% relative true shooting. Like, I just think if you look at the years outside of his time with the Sixers, his winning impact is not nearly as great as the raw numbers might suggest, and isn't as great as some other people might suggest. So he's a tough cut because the peak was that high. And obviously, I mean, he's just a titan of the game in a lot of ways. But I think there are other guys who just year after year consistently delivered more elite winning impact than Wilt did.
And add on that, I always hear people like try to diminish Wilt's teammates, especially in with the Warriors. I like to this day, every single time I go back and I like look at the roster, because obviously there's not much we can do. No, he had quality teammates. Like, not being able to compete with Bill Russell for the #1 ranked defense while having Nate Thurman playing alongside you, to me, is just crazy. Like, I don't know how, like, I genuinely don't know how that's possible. Guy Rogers is also on his team as well. Hal Greer, grossly underrated. I think that a lot of the players back then, people may not be aware because, again, they're not, the 5 names that everybody's familiar with. But I think he had quality rosters. I just agree. He just didn't maximize these players, these teams as much as he should have throughout the course of his career.
I mean, even 1967, when I do think he was amazing, and like that's maybe a top 3 individual peak season ever. Like, he was the 4th leading scorer in the finals on that team. That was a really, really good team. Chet Walker, Hal Greer, Billy Cunningham. But that's great. Like, that's when he figured out how to be a ceiling raiser. It's just all the years around that where he's the most selfish basketball player we've ever seen, like point blank.
Yeah. I would love to hear why he's on these lists.
Oh, well, Pirates made the case before. I mean, I think he had the conversation with you a couple years ago. But I'm not going to make the case for other people on their behalf. I'm just going to speak why I didn't have Wilt, because I think Wilt's the toughest player to evaluate ever. Just because, to Carlton's point, the talent is undeniable. The things he could do, like, we're talking about someone who was capable of averaging 50 points per game, but then capable of being the best or second best defender in the sport, but then capable of being just the hub of your offense and let everything run through you. Like, he could just do everything. Like, he was that talented. Amazing touch on turnaround jump shots and finger rolls and all of that stuff, because he wanted to show that he wasn't just a brute who could just overpower you. He wanted to show that he could play with finesse. And then he did it and was one of the best scorers in the league while doing it. But like, and then I said this on the Census episode last week. The thing with Wilt is, depending on who you listen to, you end up coming out higher or lower on Wilt, just depending on the perspective of the conversation. You got the group of people who will tell you Wilt Chamberlain was only selfish early in his career because his coaches told him for him to just score as many points as possible. And then you've got the people who will tell you Wilt Chamberlain only cared about his stats and cared about what other people thought about him. So he just decided to try and play to prove people wrong. And then that would turn into selfish, doing things for the wrong reasons or selfish reasons, whatever the case. It's like, I don't know what part of that is true, but what I do know is if Wilt Chamberlain decided to lead the league in assists for selfish reasons, but it still led to the best offense in the NBA, I don't care.
I don't think that's a year, but I hear what you're saying. No,
but like, if you're impacting the game, whether or not you're doing it for your self benefit or you're doing it for the team, at the end of the day, you helped. Yeah. Now the issue is, like, in 19, that there's an article I think you can find about it. It was the season after, I think it was the season after the Sixers had blown the 3-1 leads to Boston. So I think they blew. My timeline might be a bit messed up.
It's 68 is when they blew the
68.
lead, and that's the
Okay,
year.
so it was of that season. So they lost to Boston the year prior, and then going into the next year, the storyline is still Wilt Chamberlain doesn't play enough like Bill Russell. Bill Russell can impact the game without scoring, yada yada yada. And then Wilt Chamberlain goes into that next season, the first game of the season. You can find it on Basketball Reference. He plays like 45 minutes and doesn't shoot the ball once, just to prove that he can impact the game without scoring. He was like, yeah, I'm not going to shoot. I think he had like 0 points, 13 assists, and 20 rebounds or something. And I think they won the game. But like stuff like that, what do you do with that when someone is just so actively playing for stats or trying to prove a point that can come back to hurt your team, or that does not ultimately lead to the greatest goal of winning? Well, although at your peak, you were tremendously impactful. You were the best or second best defender in the league. You were someone who had really good feel for passing and could get your teammates involved. But then as you get later on and you get to the Lakers, now all of a sudden you don't even want to look at the rim and you're just passing all the time and you're not even taking layups because you're trying to pursue a goal of leading the league in field goal percentage. Like he was a weird individual who was extremely talented, but I don't think the talent always manifested itself into winning impact. And I made it clear in my floor plan at the beginning of the episode that I care about impact. How do you impact the game? And I think although Wilt Chamberlain, I said this a while ago, I think Wilt Chamberlain peaked higher than a guy like Bill Russell, for example. Yep. But the years outside of his peak, I just don't think impacted the game to the same degree that Bill Russell did. Although I think he was entirely capable of doing that. And that's where I struggle with what to do with Wilt Chamberlain. Because like in theory, if you got the Wilt Chamberlain that could impact the game in all of these ways, he's top 10, he's top 5, he's whatever. But he wasn't that. But he was so talented that he was still the second best player in the league or the best player in the league. And he could do all of these things. And he was the second best scorer in the league, in my opinion. One of the best passers in the NBA, the best rebounder in the NBA. All of these things that is kind of understandable to have him top 10. Like, I'm not mad that people have him top 10. Now, number 2, I disagree. But the talent is just so undeniable. Like, so I understand it. I would probably have him at 11, 12, 11. I'd have him at 11.
That's why I have him to like 11 or 12.
Yeah, it's just tough.
There isn't a bigger talent to impact gap in NBA history. And what's crazy is we saw the impact for a few years, but that's all it was. Also, Mars, I think the game that you're mentioning was in the 68 season against the Warriors. He didn't attempt a shot. He had 18 rebounds, 13 assists.
It's just stuff like that. And then refusing to, well, by his own admission, Matt Grokas, I think his name is, said that Wilt Chamberlain wouldn't pass to Chet Walker because he dribbled and wouldn't get an assist for it. Like, I don't know. Wilt Chamberlain, I know he have a lot of fans out there, and I apologize because I get a message from one individual every time I talk about Wilt. And he comes to me with actual like valuable information about why I might be misrepresenting Wilt or whatever the case may be. But it's like I read so much about Wilt and I don't know what to think. And I'm gonna be honest, he's just someone who I don't think there's a right answer with him. I just think it depends on what you value and what you think he was doing. And maybe if there was more film or there was more documentation of why he chose to shoot 40 shots a game in 1962 or why he chose to only shoot 10 shots a game in 1972, maybe we'd understand more behind the mindset and the mentality. But then even that, it's like the 67 Sixers are one of the best teams ever. The 72 Lakers are one of the best teams ever. Wilt Chamberlain was the best player on both of those teams. That's not a coincidence. Wilt Chamberlain, when he chooses to, can be the best player, the most impactful player on all-time dominant teams. And that has to mean something. In my opinion, that has to mean something. It's just about how long could he put it together, all of that stuff. I don't know. Sorry, Wilt. You just missed the cut. You came in 11th place. 28 points, 2 points clear of Stephen Curry. Before we get into the top 10, I'm going to read a couple more super chats we've got. But for anyone who just joined, in 16th place, we had Jerry West, Scottie Pippen, and Kevin Garnett with 1 point each. In 13th place, we had Kevin Durant with 9 points. In 12th place, we had Steph Curry with 26 points. And in 11th place, we had Wilt Chamberlain with 28 points. Okay. Trezmania with a super chat. He said, ignoring content reasons, do you guys think the GOAT concept is inherently flawed due to the social issues rules, technology being drastically different across eras, as all of these affect individual games, or do you truly believe in there being a GOAT?
No, I don't. I think I think at least the argument is heavily flawed. I think a lot of people, and it's by nature, just because I don't think a lot of people put into context a lot of things. Because to be fair to Wilt as well, like I don't know, like I can't imagine what it's like to be a black man at that point in time in history, being constantly misrepresented and misunderstood. And so I'm pretty sure there are other things that were out of my ability to contextualize, excuse me, that are probably not favorable to him. So there's a lot of things that don't get put into the proper understanding. So I do think it's like flawed in nature, but it is just fun.
You do have social media though, so you do kind of know where it's.
Please stop.
Shout out to Kendrick Perkins.
Please.
I think it's only flawed if you view it as an objective truth. If you think the GOAT has an objective answer, then I think it's flawed. If you view it for what it is, subjective, I think it's just a fun conversation to have of who you think is the greatest player of all time. We all have different criteria up here, and we don't all have the same number one. We don't all have the same top 10, and that doesn't mean I think Real Talk or Carson or John D or Low are wrong. We just might value things differently. We might come to a different conclusion. If you just take it for what it is, instead of acting like it's life or death to have player A number one and this guy has to be top 5 or you don't know ball, I think that's when you kind of get down the slippery slope of acting like it's more serious than it is. But I think the stuff is only flawed if you misrepresent it for more than what it is. That's kind of my response to that.
I am starting to think though that part of my floor plan that I'm another piece I'm thinking about adding is era translation. Like, and I do realize that that's going to favor the more modern players as we continue to go about. But if there's going to be a greatest of all time list, then I think that a threshold should be you're great throughout all time periods of said thing. That's logical in my opinion. I would have to continue to think about that if I want to add that to my floor plan, but it does seem to make sense.
You know, crazy.
I think by that logic, you'd have to have Larry Bird and Jerry West 1 and 2.
I'm about to say,
the only players who would actually be allowed to play in every time.
Okay. All right. Anyway, I'm be honest with you, mine's like the opposite. Like I ain't gonna lie, every single time I watch like older footage and I see someone do something like that is so far ahead of their time, I'm in awe with that. Like that's the reason why I'm so high on Walt Frazier and conscious of a lot of people. I'm like, bro, this man.
That's why a lot of people are so high on a player like Pete Meredith. Frazier. That's why he gets the love that he gets.
But also, that logic is just difficult for me because I think it penalizes people for valuing what was most valuable in their era. And like, if we drop Steph pre-3-point line, he is still very valuable. He's not as valuable though because he's not getting the weighted benefit of a 3 being worth 3 points. It's only worth 2 points. And like, to me, the ultimate guy who I would defend like against that way of thinking would be Bill Russell, because I just think the impact that one defensive big could have on the game at that time is unparalleled in the modern game. And that made Bill Russell the best player of his era. But if you drop him in a more modern context where like spacing is better, offensive skill is better, one player can't be that singularly impactful defensively, then he wouldn't be as effective. But in his time, he was. So to me, like, that's just the way to judge people. I don't know, because it's like, what if Bill Russell had focused more on having a bag? What if Bill Russell had focused on like trying to become a 3-point shooter if he had a 3-point line? Obviously, it's just all hypothetical, but I think you get into hypotheticals once you say, okay, what if we drop this guy 30 years later or this guy 30 years earlier? It's just a little tougher to me than evaluating like how impactful were you when you played against the dudes you played with the rules and reality of that time.
Also, this is another.
I mean,
I was going to say just quick. Also, coaching is in that as well. A lot of these players actually could do a lot of certain things, but like coaching, that's another thing I just start to like quickly realize, like, bro, like again, pivoting like to Walt Frazier. Like Walt Frazier had the ability to do all the things he did in like 72, but they just decide like, nah, this is like Willis Reed's team. And they just like force this idea that he has to like give the ball to Willis Reed. 72, as soon as Willis Reed is gone, he jumps up to a 23-point per game score as a guard, shooting 50% from the field, goes in the postseason, holds all that, including the percentages at the in the field in the postseason, shoots 54% front of field in a post, 24 points, and he could clearly do that throughout the course of his career. But if the coach isn't allowing him to do that because everybody's under this illusion that like how basketball is supposed to be played, in particular from like a guard's perspective, it just sucks. But I hear what you're saying though. Like we'll get to him. We'll get to that gentleman probably next. Actually, Mars will probably.
We'll see.
We'll get to that gentleman next.
Slitherman96 said, does Steph's reliance on another player making the right play while he's off ball factor into this? Dre making the reads off of Steph's gravity was a big part of their offense, and that's not easily found. That's the thing I struggle with evaluating Steph, because Steph's numbers without Draymond's tank, quite frankly. They're just not as good. But the difference between like a Steph, I'm going to use Luka as an example again because I think he's an easy example. Luka can make every read out of pick and roll. Luka can draw a double team and he can fire the skip pass to the opposite side corner. More often than not, when Steph draws two, he's finding Draymond in the pocket and then they're playing out of that. Does that mean Steph is less valuable because someone else is having to capitalize off the advantage than like Luka, who can capitalize off the advantage himself? Or does it make Steph more valuable that he can then leverage a guy as flawed as Draymond by creating an advantage that allows Draymond to be viable offensively? I don't know the answer.
I think it makes it more, for me, I think it's making it more valuable. That's just my thoughts though.
Yeah, but I think
know.
It's not an absolute answer. And that's where I think it comes into like Steph being the GOAT offensive ceiling raiser to me is almost inarguable, just because like if you put a bunch of capable ball handlers and a bunch of capable decision makers alongside him and good play finishers, whatever, like just what Steph can do away from the ball is unmatched, and they're all going to benefit from that in a crazy way. But he is not the GOAT on-ball creator. So, like, I think it's a good question. To me, it's the reason that Steph is not my offensive GOAT, even though I think there is a real case. Like, I do value guys who can really physically impose themselves, guys who, I mean, I'll just say Jokic to me is at the highest offensive peak ever. We won't get into that now because that's off this topic. But like, to me, that direct imposition paired with like the incredible scoring versatility you do get from a Jokic, he's just at the threshold that it slightly surpasses Steph. But I also think the fact that Steph is just such an insane advantage creator and like he can do that without having to have the ball in his hands is really, really valuable. But it's a good question because like he does need that connector in a way that a lot of the other all-time greats don't. And that's like kind of the one knock on him. But if he does have the connector, then the ceiling is like unmatched.
Jokic could be coming up.
He also needs high IQ players too. I know that's not like a quantifiable thing, but I do remember like when Kelly Oubre was on the team, and it's it's a big difference from Andre Iguodala, even though Andre's not the greatest shooter in the world, or Sean Livingston, but they're high IQ, like know how to play basketball players, and he definitely needs that as well. But you could argue
that's everybody though. Yeah, that's everybody.
Yeah, he needs not low IQ players. He needs to not be playing with idiots. He needs to not be playing with Jonathan Kuminga out there.
Well, Russell Westbrook could play with some idiots. So
okay, yeah.
No, you could, because Russell Westbrook spoon feeds you layups and open.
Well, okay, but the thing is, when we say that Steph couldn't play with idiots, we're talking about maxing out his value. Steph did play with a bunch of bums in 2021, and look at what he did. Michael Mulder was getting minutes for that.
For what it's worth, it did take James Wiseman going down for that to really ascend.
I don't know about that. I don't think James Wiseman was holding back 2021 Steph.
I think he was holding back 2021 Steph. James Wiseman is not going to make the list, guys. For anyone wondering.
Very quickly, I do want to retort back to something Carson said earlier as far as like Steph losing some of the value without the three ball. But I do believe like I still think he can be as valuable as like a Jerry West offensively, even without a three ball in the 1960s or 70s or whatever era basketball, just because of his shooting, right? And then the accuracy during that time is very important as well, especially for guards. So I do think he loses some value, obviously, without the three, but I do think he's still a great all-time great player.
I agree. He just doesn't have a case for being the best offensive player ever anymore if you take away the value of the three.
Mm-hmm.
Just before we read a couple more super chats, Steph with James Wiseman off the court in 2021, the Warriors had a 118 offensive rating.
Jeez.
Steph with James Wiseman on the court with him had a 103.
God,
Jeez.
Wiseman's so bad.
James Wiseman was definitely tanking
All right, yeah.
Steph.
Yeah.
My
Fair
eyes
point.
do not deceive me. NP13 said Mars is given too much grace because the discourse and evaluation of a current player doing the same exact antics would lead to their reputation being in the garbage, no matter how talented they are.
Agreed. He talking about Wilt. Agreed.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm gonna get messages saying I was being too harsh on Wilt, and now I already read someone in the chat say I was being. We were just finding reasons to leave Wilt off the top 10, and then I'm being told we're giving him too much grace. I don't know. I think I'm trying to be as fair as like just say how I feel without trying to be biased. I think everyone has their subconscious biases, but like I don't know how to evaluate Wilt. That's kind of where I'm at. He's my number 11. That's my spoiler, I guess. And then Slitherman96 said, I don't think it's fair to say as flawed as Draymond if what he does is at a premium and no one else on the roster can slot in. Yeah, his skill set, especially in the mid to late 2010s, was rare. There wasn't many point forwards who could play in the pocket, play in the 4-on-3 to the degree he could. And then defensively, it goes without saying. That doesn't mean he wasn't a flawed offensive player. It just means his strengths were extremely valuable. And both of those things can be true. Draymond's strengths were extremely valuable in terms of being able to initiate offense himself or play in the pocket, all of those things, be a screener. He was still flawed offensively while all of those things are true. I just think one doesn't dispute the other. That's kind of where I'm at. Football Breakdown said, as a coach, I would rather face a Steph than Jokic. Jokic is also an overrated playmaker. Still many questions on his ability to impose his scoring aggression. That's kind of more so. Yeah, that's kind of for you because you think he's the greatest offensive player ever. So,
I mean, the guy's averaged 30 points per game on plus 7% relative true shooting for 5 years in the playoffs. He always ramps up his scoring volume. And I think that there was a stretch where he was the best scorer in the NBA because the guy literally makes 65% of his touch shots inside the paint, outside the restricted area, the hooks, the floaters. He's the strongest dude in the league. He's got insane footwork, insanely deep bag. Like nobody could keep him from getting to those spots. Then he also shoots 40% from deep in the playoffs consistently, ended in the regular season this past year. He's a great off-ball scorer. And I don't agree with him being overrated as a playmaker. I mean, I think that he's a top 3 passer that we've ever seen. I think if there's one knock in the playoffs, it's that maybe when defenses really load up in the paint, some of his value in terms of spotting cutters with those interior passes goes down a little bit, but he's still the best we've ever seen at spotting cutters from the post, the best post passer we've ever seen overall, runs inverted pick and roll super effectively, best outlet passer ever. I don't want to glaze Jokic because I don't think we're going to talk about him more today. Maybe we will, but I think if anything, he is a playoff riser. Like I think his playoff resume is insane.
I'll be floored if we talk.
You said he's a top 3 passer ever?
Yeah. I would have him, Magic, and Nash in my top 3. Magic's my number 1.
Jason Kidd, man.
Better passer than Jason Kidd and
Kidd's
LeBron.
an incredible passer. Kidd's an incredible passer. In terms of pure technical passing, Kidd makes an argument. I think the value of Jokic's passing, his ability to do it in so many different ways from so many spots on the floor, surpasses it. But that's an argument. I think that's a real argument.
Yeah, I'm not going to get into the LeBron stuff. And then Football Breakdown just clarifying, saying he meant Jokic, 9 shots in the game 7. I think Carson understood that. Anyway, number 10. This is what everyone's been here waiting for. An hour and a half in, and we're finally getting to the top 10. So as you may know, Wilt Chamberlain had 28 points. In 10th place, this person had 43 points. So the top 10 was kind of solidified. It was kind of comfortable. This is a person who I had in 10th. John D did not have them. Lowe did not have them. ZZ had them in 6th. Tyler did not have them. Chill had them in 7th. Real Talk did not have them. Ox and Ron both had him in 9th. KB did not have him. Pirate had him in 7th. Gift did not have him. Penn had him in 6th. Riv had him in 7th. Carson, you had him in 7th. Dream did not have him. Swiper had him in 7th. Jordan had him in 5th. And Sean had him in 2nd. It is the great white. No, I did not say 2nd for anyone.
Oh, okay.
I heard
Calm
second.
down.
I heard 2nd too. I was like,
second.
whoa.
I said 7th for Swiper. Jordan had him in 5th, and then Sean had him in 9th. And maybe I did say second by mistake. He had him in 9th.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
2 points. He got 2 points. I probably read it as second. So
Oh, okay.
This is Larry Bird. Carson, you had him the highest of anyone up here. You had him in 7th. So talk to us about Larry Bird.
I'm very high on Bird. I think that he is probably the most versatile offensive player that we've ever seen. And that's why I couldn't quite have him in my tier 1 offensively. But I think that he's the next guy, because even if he doesn't have like a Steph ability to generate like insane hyper efficiency from beyond the arc, or like a LeBron ability to generate insane hyper efficiency just with like all-time great rim pressure, what Larry has is like this all-time great scoring and playmaking combination, and the ability to do it in so many different ways from so many spots on the floor and still give you like great volume production and really good efficiency if it's not tier 1 all-time, which it isn't. But all-time great jump shooter, out of the post, face-up game, back to the basket, out of isolation. One of the best off-ball players that we've ever seen, and lethal spotting up, curling off of screens. And overall, I think Larry's superpower, like, yeah, it's his offensive versatility, but really it's his feel. That's where I think he probably has the best feel that we've ever seen in basketball history. And that manifests itself with like the insane active off-ball movement where he's always stressing the defense from anywhere on the floor. He can cut off overplays. He's a great jump shooter again. The touch passing, he's the best that we've ever seen. I just think his decision-making and his ability to impact the game to the utmost of his abilities in all these different ways is insane. His craftiness is ridiculous. And so phenomenal scorer, but I think even better as a passer, like definitely a top 10 passer of all time. I don't care what the raw assist numbers say. This isn't somebody who had the ball in his hands, like at the same level of some of these dudes who are racking up 10 assists. He was, again, dominating with his incredible feel and ability to impact the game within the flow, spotting cutters, touch passing, transition passing, outlet passing as a driver, finding creative angles for lay down passes, picking you apart out of pick and roll at times. And like, I just think his deception as a passer was insane. The number of angles available to him at 6'9", ridiculous. So that's why like every single year of his career, the Celtics were an awesome offense. Also gives you elite rebounding value for being primarily a small forward, 10 rebounds a game. He played the 4-2. And then a legitimate plus defender, which I think does get lost with Larry because people look at unathletic white guy and just presume that he was probably a negative on that side of the ball. But especially if you look at like his peak before his back started really giving him trouble, like excellent playing in passing lanes, kind of a steal machine, actually offered some secondary rim protection because he had great size. He was strong. He was good positionally, high IQ, great rebounder. So like, I don't know if I ever would have given Larry all defense, which he did get 3 times, but I do think he was a clear plus on that side of the ball while being one of the best offensive players. His 5-year peak from like 84 to 88, he averages 27, 10, and 7 on plus 5% relative true shooting. Just the best player in the league in that stretch. And another unique thing about Larry is he was delivering top 5 value from like the second he set foot on an NBA floor. His rookie year turns a 29-win team into a 61-win team without like really any significant roster changes around them. They were the 4th worst offense in basketball before he got there. He made them the number 2 offense as a rookie. So the only like reason I could conceive of leaving Larry off this list would be the lack of longevity. But like when you are a clear top 3 player for a decade and you're the best player in the league for a half decade in a really strong era in terms of like the dudes at the top of the league, I have to have him here. I think that the impact is incredible. The Celtics won 74% of their games with him in his career. They won 60 plus games in 6 of his first 9 seasons. Without him, they were like a 500 team. So incredible ceiling raising skill set, but also like was a true offensive engine and just a positive in really every aspect of the game. So I'm high on Larry. I think his peak is extremely high. And yeah, again, like, no, he doesn't have top tier longevity, but he's one of those guys who was delivering elite impact every year when he was right physically, which is something that like, you know, a Wilt doesn't have, where there's like more ups and downs. He's just not as consistently making the most of his abilities. Larry was doing that, and it was driving winning every year.
Before one of you go, I'm going to read the super chat from MP13. He said, I went back after the small forward episode to rewatch Larry's first 2 to 3 postseasons. And with that and the short prime, his top 10 case has become a stretch. Carson said he struggles to see the way in which people can leave him off the list. So, to the three of you who all had him off the list, I'm gonna let you guys explain yourselves and why you feel Larry Bird isn't top 10.
I think a lot of the things you said, I mean, they have really good merit. I mean, Larry Bird, as a quick decision maker in transition with the ball in his hand, just the ability to find cutters, find guys in transition, find guys out of the pick and roll, the pull up jump shooting. The only thing is, I'm just not as high on his scoring. I'm not as high on his scoring as I am to a KD or a Steph. And then I prefer KD and Steph's longevity. That's the only reason I kept him off the list. I definitely could see him being on the list, though. Like a lot of guys, I wouldn't be like, oh, he definitely doesn't have a case. But I do think Larry has one of the better cases on the guy out through the guys outside of the list. I'm just not as high on the scoring.
I'm gonna go before I'm gonna let the
The
official
hater
Bird hater, go
the hater
last.
go after.
But I'm just gonna say, I'm not. It's not even that I don't really think Larry Bird's not a top 10 player ever. I had to, number one, be consistent with my offseason and put Jerry West. I could have easily put Larry Bird at 10. That wouldn't have been a problem for me. I do also think he's better than Magic. So spoiler alert, I don't have Magic top 10 either. But yeah, Larry Bird's a great overall player, like Carson laid out. Like I said, I really don't have too much pushback against Larry Bird being top 10. I really don't, honestly. But go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead,
Mr.
Lo.
Law.
John D, be prepared. Be prepared for this.
No, I'm gonna keep it short because, to be fair, it's not as if like there isn't an argument for it. Especially his peak. His peak alone certainly puts him in these conversations, and I think that depending on how high you may be on Larry, especially in regular season performance early on his career, I think that there's a very legitimate case for Bird. I personally just those first handful of seasons. Yes, when he came into the league, he was immediately like top 5 player in the league. Some of that, if not a lot of that value, didn't carry over as smoothly as it probably should have in the postseason. And then as of late, especially the last like 2 years, I've just gotten my hands on like a lot more footage of who Bird was as a player in the postseason prior to Dennis Johnson and the emergence of Kevin McHale. And even at Bird's peak, there's just certain times where McHale is just definitively the better scorer throughout very important stretches throughout postseason play, where they would pivot to McHale to kind of get them out of ruts, where Bird, especially early on, will kind of float in and out of importance. I've read a lot of articles that kind of insinuated anytime Bird in the early stage of his career matched up against more athletic forwards, he struggled. That's pretty consistent with what produced in the early stages of his career. And it's unfortunate because you have to like gauge Bird as a player in the first handful of seasons as a pro, which sucks. But the truth of the matter is that I'm more big on how high you may have peaked or how high your prime is, and then how long you sustain it. And then from there, how much of that value is in transitioning to postseason play. And for Bird, unfortunately, after 88, it obviously cuts pretty short due to the injuries. And so the only way to like really get the lengthy amount of years pieced together for Bird is if we do consider 80, 81, 82, 83, like the earlier stages of his career. And almost every time I'll even go back and like double check and do my due diligence and be like, was it really that bad? And yeah, like some of the postseason runs in the first like 3 to 4 years of Bird's career it's just not there. And I just recently watched like the 81 finals, where he notoriously scored 8 points in back-to-back games in 12. One of the games they needed him to score because Robert Parrish got into foul trouble and fouled out the game. And like you wouldn't even believe that he's out there. Like you would think that he's like a role player. I think all those things are pretty damning, in my opinion. They're pretty damning. But I have him like 11th. Like the peak is still undeniable. I agree. He is the best passing forward in the league at that point. I also agree that the assist numbers don't do it any justice to how good of a passer. I also agree that the rebounding numbers don't do it justice how good a rebounder he was. I also agree that defensively, I think I told Mars this actually as well. Like, bro, like as a team defender, he is like grossly underrated in 81 in his sophomore season. He's a really good team defender. Like I was pretty critical on like who was he making all defensive teams over back in the day? No, he's actually just he's a really good defender. But like some of the aggressionness, some of the flaws in his game in terms of like a creator offensively early on in his career are very, very, very damning. And then if he had pieced together like 2 to 3 more years, if the back injury didn't like hurt him a lot, if he had pieced together 2 or 3 more years, I would have him over like Curry and Magic. But I don't. But it's close though. It's not like it's too crazy.
I think you're just being a little bit hard on the early years. And I see what you're saying about like having to treat them with like grown man superstar kind of standards just because he doesn't have the longevity. I do think it's hard to find a player who has a better first 5 years of their career. Like I think Larry is towards the top of that list. Absolutely. And even when it comes to like some of the playoff dropping again, very early in his career, once you get to 84, like Larry is an all-time stamp playoff performer. That 5-year run, 84 to 88, he's replicating his regular season production in the playoffs and, wins 2 rings in that stretch. 81, the guy still gave you 22, 14, and 6 and was far and away the best player on a championship team and was impacting the game defensively and on the boards in a way that I do think can get underrated. What I would also say is just like, you're talking about McHale coming in and him being at times the more effective scorer. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but I also think, again, Larry's averaging 27, 10, and 7 in the playoffs from 84 to 88. McHale was really good. Dennis Johnson, but he was a very flawed player. And I think him making any sort of difference just speaks to how limited the surroundings were for Larry when he first got to the league and still how transformative he was. Again, he took a 29-win team that added nobody of note. And within 1 year, they were a 61-win team, completely transformed the offense. And then 1 year later than that, they added Robert Parrish, but they won a title that year. And McHale was a rookie, he wasn't nearly the player that he would become. So I think that's important to acknowledge, that he makes the circumstances look better because he was that monumentally great from the start. And also he just impacted the game in every phase. Do I think Larry's a top 10 scorer ever? No, but that's the thing. He was an elite scorer while being a top 2 forward passer ever, while being a plus defender, while having GOAT offensive versatility. And that's just where I think the impact to me is pretty clearly top 10.
I agree with Tiny Archibald at that stage, as a guard wasn't he just wasn't there. And I do agree that Dennis Johnson wasn't the greatest. Tiny Archibald,
Dennis Johnson couldn't shoot, man. They would play 12 feet off of Dennis Johnson, and Larry would still find a way to get good post position to cut while he's playing. Another thing that I think is underrated about Larry, he was dominant at the 4. That was his natural position, and he adjusted to play alongside 2 traditional bigs and was just as dominant in that setting, could be that effective on the perimeter and the interior. That versatility, man, I love that, and I think Larry gets an A+ there.
I actually think but I think the power forward years kind of assisted him. The one thing I've noticed in the early stages is when he's a power forward again, when he's going again to more athletic forwards like Robert Reed, who's Josiah's father, that hosts Gil's that played for the Bucks, Marcus Johnson and stuff like that, Bobby Jones, obviously. He just struggled against anybody who could match his quickness and his speed while also providing the physicality is where he kind of just strayed away from it. And that's where he would kind of waver in and out in terms of just having a presence in half court offense. And so I think those years when he's a power forward really elevated his physicality to allow himself to be a better sealer, to insert himself a little bit more. So when he did transition to the small forward position where they were a little bit lighter and they could keep up with him, that's where he was punishing them a lot more in the power forward at the post play. And I believe that really made him a better scorer all around, because early on in his career, a huge reason why he was really, really great is just because how quick he was at 6'9", playing at the power forward position. There just weren't that many power forwards that can keep up with him. But the times in which he did, which honestly, he would have to at that point in time in NBA history, going up against Bobby Jones in the Sixers. He had no other choice but to do that, and it's pretty consistent how often he dropped as a scorer, pretty consistent. And looking at those years where it's if it's not, because McHale is still too early on, so effectively it's Tiny Archibald recklessly driving up and down the floor, giving it to Robert Parrish in the post, who was kind of hit or miss depending on the series, and then Seth Maxwell crashing the glass and giving them multiple opportunities. There really weren't that many they really weren't the greatest offensive advantages that could be provided to them outside of Bird at that point. And so when his offensive advantages like started to slowly disappear throughout pivotal series, their offense looked really bad because of it, like really, really bad. And so, sure, I could be harsh on him in his first 4 years, but unfortunately, like I can't then just solely look at the next 5 years and then believe that to me is going to trump the 10 plus years Curry is now giving us with Hakeem, Shaq. I don't want to get ahead of myself, but the other players that are giving us much more years than what Bird is giving us regular season and post.
I see what you're saying. I would say though, again, like first 4 years of his career is really where most of your criticism is coming from. You said like they were extremely dependent on his offense. And even if it didn't translate at the same level to the playoffs, it didn't keep them from winning a title in that stretch, winning 60 games most of those years, being a top 5 offense every year. Like, I do think that impact was still very, very unique.
Yeah, it was.
Shout out to Larry Bird, our number 10. In ninth place, this person had 53 points, so 10 points more than Larry Bird. I did not have them on the list. John D, you had them in 7th. Low, you had them in 8th. ZZ had them in 9th. Tyler had them in 5th. Chill had them in 9th. Real Talk had them in 4th. Ox had him in 8th. Ron had him in 6th. KB had him in 7th. Pirate did not have him. Gifted had him in 5th. Penn did not have him. Riv had him in 8th. Carson, you had him in 10th. Dream had him in 9th. Swipe had him in 10th. Jordan had him in 7th. And Sean did not have him. This is the chat has guessed it. This is Hakeem Olajuwon. I'm gonna start with Real Talk because you had him in 4th. Talk to us about Hakeem.
In my opinion, the greatest center ever. Argument to be the best two-way player ever. Argument for being the best defender ever. I just think that he amassed enough regular season and playoff success and just production, and then just watching him play. I mean, just absolutely one of the most skilled bigs I've ever seen in my lifetime. Footwork impeccable. The mid-range shot was there. He could shoot free throws. Once he got the spacing, he could make a pass or two. Now, that's probably what's going to leave him lower on a lot of you other guys' list, the fact that he is kind of a mid at best passer, and that's being, generous. But I do think the all-time playoff scoring is just there. And again, when you have that much two-way value, I don't see how you're not amongst the top 5 as far as the top 5 players to ever play the game. And I also just do put, as people know how I categorize my top 10, two-way bigs are from that like 4 to 7 range. So I think he's the best of that. So I have him 4.
John D.
I do think Hakeem is one of the greatest defenders of all time. I definitely think he's top 5. I think he's higher in top 5. The ability to protect the rim, the ability to play in space, guard the post, and then also be a really good difficult shot maker on the offensive end, really good footwork in the post, being able to lead a team to the NBA Finals twice and have that level of team around him, having a bunch of spacing and him being able to get better as a passer. So I definitely understand the Hakeem top 10 argument. I mean, I had him at what? I had him at 7.
You did, yes.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is I did have him higher than somebody I have higher than him on this episode. New information, things change.
Low, you had Hakeem in 8th. So talk to me.
Yeah, I'm pretty high on Hakeem and conscious like a lot of people. I get surprised when people don't at least consider him to be top 10. I understand like maybe the offensive limitations early on that really kind of held him back. But when he's like going and he's when in an offense that thoroughly makes sense for who he is as a player offensively, he's about as good as a center you can get, especially like post Kareem. And I just think that in terms of post Kareem and like before where we are right now, where centers are like more pass oriented. But I mean, I think some of the numbers kind of just speak for themselves. Like this is a man that was out there giving you pretty consistently 24 to 27 points on a game-to-game basis. Really good rebounder as well. I agree, one of the top 3 to 5 defenders of all time as well. Really initiated and innovated the idea of trying to effectively, I guess, an invert of what we now consider 2-9, but kind of playing right at the free throw line where illegal defense was at, to have like a very impactful way to still understand how to help while also still not violating illegal defensive rules. So I think he did a lot of things at that point in time where they were trying to limit who he was as a defender and still was fantastic in that capacity. But I think obviously the biggest selling point for a lot of people for Hakeem is not only how immediate he was able to impact early on in his career when he actually had a running mate in Ralph Sampson. Obviously, when that running mate was taken away from him, not the greatest in terms of impact in postseason play, getting beyond like a first round. But I think obviously the rosters were like extremely flawed. But as soon as he got a coach and then better teammates around him that really, I don't believe were the greatest, but as soon as he got like competent teammates around him, what he did in like 92, 93, 94, 95, and 96 is pretty astonishing.
Awesome.
Yeah, I think that Hakeem is on my Mount Rushmore of peaks. And it really is, to me, 93 to 95. Like, that's when he becomes fully realized as a player. And I do think the supporting cast is better around him at that time. But also, like, 94 to still play at the level he did, win a title without an all-star caliber teammate. Shout out to Otis Thorpe, not an all-star caliber teammate, in my opinion. That's one of the greatest individual finals runs ever. Then 95 to come back and, yes, now have Clyde on his team, but still one of the less talented championship rosters, I would say, in modern NBA history, and facing literally the toughest path of having to go through the Stockton Malone Jazz, the Barkley Kevin Johnson Suns, the David Robinson Spurs, and then the Magic. Like, 360-win teams, if I'm not mistaken. It's absolutely ridiculous. The thing is, I do think that there's a noticeable difference between Hakeem in those 3 years and the rest of his career. Like, I do have that peak top 5, but he's kind of a different beast at that point, just because I think he ratchets up his scoring volume and efficiency, becomes a more complete dominant scorer, definitely takes a step up as a passer. And that's really the knock. I mean, you mentioned it, Real Talk, but like before that 93 to 95 range, Hakeem really was limited as a passer. And that just led to him being on a lot of very mediocre offenses. Yes, with mediocre to bad supporting casts, but I just think a lot of these other all-time great centers, if it is Kareem, if it is obviously like a Shaq, like those guys are more impactful offensively by a fair bit than Hakeem before 1993 when he does make that improvement. But I still think we talked about KG earlier with the honorable mentions, and I said, like, nobody has been dealt a worse hand in their career among all-time great players. And I actually don't think it's close. But the guy who is next closest is probably pre-1994, like pre-Drexler trade Hakeem. Really lackluster supporting cast. There's still a gap between the garbage that KD was having to deal with and the mediocrity that Hakeem was having to deal with. But the Ralph Sampson injury was obviously very unfortunate. They just didn't pair him with another high caliber player for a number of years. So like 85 to 97, if you look at that whole stretch, they won 61% of their games with Hakeem, which isn't like an elite number, right? It's not a Bird, Magic, crazy winning percentages, but 41% without him. So there's a big difference there in terms of them just really, really falling off when Hakeem wasn't on the floor. And I think outside of being the second best defender ever, like the biggest selling point for him is just how elite the playoff scoring was. Like overall in Houston, he's almost 27 points per game on plus 4% relative true shooting. And the 94-95 runs, he leads back-to-back years in playoff scoring volume. And like, no, his efficiency isn't elite. It's not upper echelon, but I think his ability to be so great as a tough shot maker and consistently be able to score with solid and like slight plus efficiency from areas on the floor that defenders just couldn't keep him from getting to. I do think that that was very valuable in the playoffs, and it's a reason that his scoring value went up in that setting. So he's in my top 10. But yeah, I just think it's the difference between his absolute peak and the rest of his career that keeps him from being a little bit higher for me.
Yeah, I'm the only one who didn't have him on the list. I kind of, you didn't hear that, I guess, Real Talk. It was the first thing because I started myself.
Smart.
Yeah, I surprised myself when I made the list and Hakeem wasn't on it. I told John D before the show that I was contemplating changing the list. Hakeem was the name I contemplated. But he falls, it's not to the same degree, but he falls in the Wilt category to me in terms of the peak stuff was ridiculous, and I agree with Carson. Top 5-ish peak. I don't know where it would be. It's high. But the years outside of his peak, I just don't think really stack up. I think defensively he was a monster, but I think the idea of what Hakeem was offensively doesn't actually exist for that long. I think it is probably about a few years with Rudy Tomjanovich before the athleticism starts to decline. And that player is amazing, and I'm not questioning the level of player he was. But when I'm looking at Hakeem from the moment he joins the league until about 92, he's not that player. The passing is lackluster to say the least. He's not this high volume, crazy scorer who's putting up 27 points per game. He's not someone who's just comfortably living on this tough shot diet and leading you with really good offenses despite the limitations as a playmaker. None of that stuff is happening. It's just you got Patrick Ewing, but better. Like I've said that on the Centers episode. Peak Hakeem is Patrick Ewing, but like much better. Pre-peak Hakeem he's the exact same archetype as Patrick Ewing. Like he's a tough shot maker who can make really tough shots, but doesn't give you the high ceiling as a scorer in terms of efficiency. The volume is not going to be ridiculously high during the regular season. He's an amazing defender with elite mobility and can protect the rim better than damn near everyone in the NBA. But he's a black hole on offense. He spoke about himself. He wasn't a very willing passer. He had to learn to trust his teammates. These are all issues he had. And when I'm looking at his impact towards winning and towards that goal, outside of his peak seasons, I don't think he really stacks up with the guys I had on my list, like a Larry Bird. And I'm not going to say the other names you haven't come up yet. And then I look at a Kevin Durant. Although I think Hakeem clearly peaked higher, the years in which I think Kevin Durant is actively playing winning basketball, helping your team and boosting you up a level, I do think does somewhat surpass Hakeem in that regard. And also, like, this isn't a thing that led to me being lower on Hakeem. I just think it's a thing that happens when you're an elite defender. I think 95 Hakeem is not an all-time great defender, in my opinion. He's just not playing that same level of defense anymore. And that's not a knock on him. He's still a really good defender, really good rim protector. But if you go watch a game from 93 and then you watch a game from 95, I think you can see a drastic difference between the defensive motor, the intensity, and then just the overall athleticism and mobility. I think you can see a clear decline. And I think it's represented by the Houston Rockets defense in 95 in the regular season and the postseason. It's one of their lesser defensive runs because I think Hakeem has declined. Now, all of that is to go with saying peak for peak. If this is what the list was, he would absolutely be in my top 10, closer to 5 than to 10. But it's a career list, and I'm not as high on the outside of peak years of Hakeem. I understand Real Talk having him fourth. I understand he's, in my opinion, the second best defender ever, and that does hold a lot of value. And that's why I was thinking maybe I should have him on the list. But there was just too many offensive question marks for me outside of the peak years. So I just couldn't get him into my top 10. But I could have. I chose not to. So, but Real Talk,
I get y'all have like I get the offensive like limitations that he definitely had. But I'm looking at like his playoff translation, and from his second year forward,
his second year, the year they went to the finals.
Yeah.
And they beat Kareem in the Lakers in the Western Conference. But I mean, it's like 27, 29, 37 and a half. That's 87, 88. Now, granted, he got swept.
Right. There's a lot of just first round runs in there is the thing, though, until you do get to like the.
I mean, but you still get the later range. He's still clearly showing you he's. I mean,
the shot making is undeniable. I'm not
whether you
because I'm not here to deny like he came into the league, he can make shots, like he could do that. But I do think there is a very clear, and I think it's been shown like throughout NBA history. Either you're providing Kareem level efficiency with this play style. Kareem was a much more willing passer, or there is going to be a limitation on having this post-centric, heavy isolation diet with someone who won't pass the ball. Like we've seen it with Hakeem, we've seen it with Ewing, we've seen it with Alonzo Mourning. Like a lot of these bigs of that era, there's a reason I think why there's a cap on that offense. And a big part of it is because of the reliance on that tough shot making. And when he's making them, it's ridiculous. But even then, I don't think that's leading to the elite team results offensively, especially in the postseason that you would hope for. It's basically the Wilt argument. And everyone was fine holding that against Wilt, that he could do all of these things and it wasn't leading to the greatest team results. But then it's Hakeem. And I'm not saying you're doing this, but it's more modern. The footwork, all of that stuff, the tough shot making, we kind of don't hold him to the same standard. I'm just saying, I think Hakeem and Wilt are more comparable than people like to admit.
I think my only pushback to that is that I think Wilt actually had the ability to do those things and chose not to do it. I think Hakeem had to grow and then also have the teammates and personnel around him to kind of get to that point.
I think that can be true, but that would still culminate in ultimately similar impact, even if the reasons are different.
Oh no! I get that. I get that.
I'm with you.
I think I'm pretty close. I think I'm pretty close to you, Mars. Like, I think the difference between Wilt's peak and overall impact is the biggest. I do think that Hakeem is the next name, at least out of the top 10 players, like in terms of just the absolute peak 3 years is ridiculous. It's top 5 ever. I do have him in my top 10, but he is in my 10 spot. So that's where I kind of land on balancing those factors. But it's true. Like, he just wasn't, by the way that you put an offensive number one, which I liked, Mars, like the number one on a good offense, like a good playoff offense, right? And you're going out there and winning the title or contending. Like, I don't think he was that until 93. And then he was. And that's why paired with the defense, like, it's an absolutely ridiculous peak.
If you care about it, he's had his fair share of off court.
I think you gotta have, but I think you gotta. I understand what y'all saying. I also just think that you have to have the personnel. Like, maybe this is like a hypocritical of me or Wilt, but it's not as if like I have them like crazy far away. But bro, if you just like I'm double checking right now, and some of these teams is like, even if he was a more willing passer, and I can't remember how Don Chaney was like running those offenses before Rudy stepped in. But like I do, the only thing I do remember was like it was a lot of Hakeem and Otis Thorpe kind of back and forth play more so than anybody else on the perimeter. So I don't know. Maybe I need to like rewatch some of the earlier versions of Hakeem post Ralph Sampson. But I just can't imagine like what he would even look like in terms of like having quality passing outlets to him. And he decided not to like utilize that. I think it had more to do with like the lack of personnel and coaching.
But I think regardless, that's a limitation because like, I don't think anybody's saying that Hakeem is a better offensive player than Shaq, right? But just to compare him to a Shaquille O'Neal, right? Shaq's an all-time great advantage creator. And so Shaq is physically going to put himself and his team offense in places where they have hyper-efficient offense available to them. And that doesn't always look like Shaq making a pass to a teammate or whatever, but sometimes it does because he's just getting such ridiculous amounts of defensive attention deep in the paint. That's going to amplify anybody, like regardless of how good your teammates are. Hakeem, I understand what you're saying about him not wanting to pass to his teammates because they weren't that good. But regardless, I think when you're drawing extra defensive attention, it tends to be the right play to pass to an open player. Like, I just think that throughout the course of NBA history, that's mostly been true. And also, he couldn't stress the defense as an individual force in the same way that some of the other great offensive bigs would, because that wasn't his game. His game was more tough shot making, operating out of the high post, and he was amazing at it. And at its peak, when he paired it with better passing, just phenomenal playoff resume. But I think that would be my knock on Hakeem, just like for a lot of years, not creating that easy offense for himself or others. And Houston had a lot of like pretty shitty offenses because of that.
Yeah. I also really like his offensive rebounding early on though. I just want to put that out there. I
also think as insane as the 94 and 95 runs were from Hakeem, and I think they're both top 10 playoff runs ever, the one thing that does get underrated about that team is the spacing, because the spacing is legitimately like elite for that time, and that was valuable.
Yeah.
Especially 95 with the short and three-point line. They were doing some very cool things. But yeah, Hakeem really good. He would be my 12th place. I would have Wilt 11 and then Hakeem 12.
I guess I'm just going to always have a pushback for these kind of players where it's always slanted to like, well, he's not this good offensively. But like, do I need Hakeem Olajuwon to hit a certain threshold offensively to still like quantify his greatness with what he's giving me on the other end of the court? Like,
and that's where I'm with you as well.
I'm like,
yeah, that's where I struggle. And I said 7 through 12 was interchangeable for me.
Yeah.
For that reason, I don't know the answer. I think Hakeem has a very clear top 10 case. And I had Bird 10, KD 9. Those are the only names I'm going to reveal right now. I could very easily see me having I could see me having Hakeem over because Like the two-way stuff is real. And when you are, in my opinion, the second best defender ever, that does hold a lot of weight.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like I don't know. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. This is the one I was struggling with. I'm very conflicted about
That's
what
why
to
I
do
would
with
have
Wilt
him
and Hakeem.
over like a Wilt, because I mean, you talk about like the absolute peak being different from the total career. And I agree. The difference is like you look at 88, 89, 90, 91, like the Rockets are an elite defense every year. They're a top 4 defense every one of those years. So Hakeem was delivering the utmost value on that side of the ball every year, which is why I think his floor raising is really, really good.
Yeah, I definitely can understand that. 8th place, this guy had 62 points, so we're up 9 points from Hakeem. This person was not on my list, was not on John D's list, was on Lowe's list in 9th, was on ZZ's list in 5th, was on Tyler's list in 10th, was on Chill's list in 6th, wasn't on Real Talk's list, was on Ox's list in 4th, Ron's list in 8th, KB's list in 9th, Pirates list in 4th, Gifted's list in 10th, Penn's list in 7th, Riv's list in 6th, Carson, your list in 9th, wasn't on Dream's list, was on Swiper's list in 8th, Jordan's list in 4th, and Sean's list in 4th. This is Magic Johnson. Real talk. I'm giving you the floor instantly. Yeah, real talk. Talk to us, Magic Johnson.
Magic Johnson. Let me start off positive. Magic Johnson is clearly one of the better passers we've seen in the history of the game. I think he actually is the best passer ever. I think he's one of the 5 greatest transition players ever. That is where a lot of his value comes from, transition play. But outside of that, I really don't have too many more positive things.
God.
I just
playing transition.
No, look, I'm sorry. He's the more I watch of him, like actual games, and not just go look, and he has this many All-NBAs and MVPs. Like I'm watching him play, and I'm sorry, Magic Johnson in half-court settings is just not. It's not an impressive watch. I'm sorry, it's just not. Me watching more of him is why I've definitely like come to the conclusion Larry Bird is a better basketball player than Magic Johnson. I think on those Showtime teams, the more I've watched them, something else, James Worthy does not get the credit that he deserves for a lot of those teams, as he was sometimes, a lot of the times, behind Kareem, like the second best half-court scorer on the team. He also had his defensive assignments taken a lot by Byron Scott and Michael Cooper. But a great offensive player,
man.
But I definitely have some players ranked over him the more I watch him. Absolutely.
I think Magic Johnson is tier 1 offensively. Not high on the defense. Like you said, one of the greatest transition players of all time. In the half court, he did have some values as a scorer, like a mismatch attacker and a finisher, and the ability to like thread the needle as a passer at the top of the key, being able to see over his defenders majority of the time to find angles that he can squeeze through, to where a lot of defenders weren't necessarily positioned correctly because they weren't anticipating the pass that Magic was going to make. Now that did lead to a lot of turnovers, but that also did lead to a lot of really good offense. In transition, he can make every read. He could get up and down the court fantastically. The things that just held me back from putting him in the top 10 was just the defense and the scoring limitations. Now I'm not going to sit here and say he was a terrible scorer. I'm just not as high on him as a scorer. That would just keep him out of the top 10 for me.
I think you guys are underrating Magic, and I didn't even have him on the list.
I agree.
Yeah.
I didn't even have him in my top 10. I feel like you guys are just very, very harsh.
That's crazy. So 3 of 5 of us didn't have Magic. I had him in my top 10.
I had him in my top 10.
I
got him towards the bottom.
Yeah, you two on the bottom had him in the top 10.
I'll say this. I would agree, because I've heard Real Talk say this before, and I've watched some more Magic games, and I just don't. And maybe you need to like send me the games that you're watching. I just don't leave like in this idea of like Magic was this, even as offensive player, was flawed. Yes, defensively. So I don't know. There's a lot of things with Magic and a lot of other players that I have to like always tell myself that back then it was different. So yes, Magic defensively he's just not that good, especially what I think the better version of Magic that we all view was like 86 and 91. He's not a good defensive player at all. The problem, however, is that back then it wasn't like the mismatch hunting that we see now, where Magic's like his lack of defensive ability really hurt them as much as it probably could have and should have if the coaching was there, but it just wasn't. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, well, even though I know he's not that good of a defender, and even though I know occasionally when like Joe Dumars and Isaiah Thomas get switched on him, they're frying him left and right. Like that doesn't happen enough for me to then say, okay, that's a problem. The other aspect is
but that would just speak to how we're grading players differently. Like this is why I have a problem with that relative to era thing, because now you're going to penalize Curry because in his era they actually do mismatch because they know he's not a good defender. But you're going to allow for Magic to hide like his team hit him defensively because the offense during the time is a big. I'm going to grade you if I don't think you're a good defender. If I know you're a bad defender, then I'm not going to care if the team can hide that fact or not. I just know you're a bad defender.
I hear what you're saying. It works in both ways, though, because there's certain things that Curry benefits from that Magic didn't benefit from. Like a lot of guards don't benefit for their ability to just be volume scorers that players now benefit from because coaching is different in their benefit as well. So I hear what you're saying. It works in both ways. And the last thing I want to like really hone on is that the most impressive thing for me in terms of Magic is post 86 onwards, where Kareem is regressed, and yes, Worthy is still there. And I don't think Worthy gets enough credit for who he was as a half-court offensive weapon either, without a doubt. But Magic transitioning more into a scorer, first player scoring type of archetype player, where he does put a lot of presence and pressure on the opposing team's defense pretty consistently, half-court offense, through the post, making those reads and putting them in very advantageous situations. I think this is one thing that Magic does where Jokic kind of picks up a lot of this from Magic, where it's not like overwhelming scoring to where it's like he's going to average 30 plus every single game, but it's just the right amount of scoring to just then convince the defense to lax up a little bit. And then with just that amount of pressure being put on the defense, it's like you then allow the greatest passer of all time to just kill you pretty consistently.
Because I have seen that in his games too. Yes. And I actually wonder why they're doubling so hard and so often. I'm like, it's just Magic Johnson. It's really
just Magic Johnson. I think
real talk is a hate.
I know he is. But when I watch Magic and I see him, you can actively see him processing like, I'm going to back down just enough to know when everyone lacks a little bit or may shift over, and I know that's when I'm going to be able to get that pass off. That degree of like processing shit is like so far ahead of everybody in the NBA at that point in time. A Bird is up there, but it is like, I'm not even at that time. I think it is so far ahead of a lot of players, point blank period, in NBA history. And he is so far ahead to where even with the limitations as a scorer, he did just enough as a scorer to make sure the defense shifted over and got the quality looks. And he's doing that all from 86 to 91. So that's where I kind of, even with his limitations.
I agree with that.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I think Magic is a clear tier 1 offensive engine. First of all, there isn't a better run of team offense in NBA history than the 80s Lakers. And Magic is the engineer of that. And that goes on after Kareem is sub all-star level, after Kareem is washed, after Kareem is retired. There's still a number 1 offense basically every year until 91 when they aren't, but they're still an elite offense and they go to the finals in a post-Kareem world. Magic is like very clearly the best passer ever to me. And I don't think it comes close when you're just talking about like who hits the most home runs. Like Nash is maybe pretty close there. Are you going to say Nash, Mars? Yeah. Okay. Nash is close, but like just those insanely high value interior passes, shit that nobody else will try. And he hits on them at such a high rate. That's what makes Magic so ridiculous. And I think the advantage that he has over Nash is transition passing. I mean, just the force that he was in transition where he's arguably the best we've ever seen. It's him or LeBron. But the thing is, Magic was just more intentional about like always playing with elite pace. And that's why those are the best transition offenses we've seen. Also, again, I guess shout out Nash and the 7-second or less Suns because they're definitely up there. But Magic is 6'9". He has every passing angle available to him and he sees everything and he'll try everything. So that is so valuable to me when you pair it with like legitimate advantage creation and very underrated scoring based on what I'm hearing today. Because, like, I think you laid it out, Lo. What you're getting from late 80s Magic is a really, really good scorer. And I think even earlier in his career, he was a really good scorer. It's just he is one of those players who opted for volume playmaking to leverage his scoring threat to make his teammates better, more so than, okay, I'm going to go out there and try to score 25. And that was extremely effective. But then you put him in a position where it's like, all right, Magic, we need you to score in the 20s for us consistently. We need you to pick up the slack because Kareem has taken a major step back, or Kareem is gone. In 86 to 91 in the playoffs, he gives you 22, 7, and 12 on plus 7% true shooting and is leading out the best offense in basketball basically every single year. And I also think like his efficiency, first of all, for a guard is tier 1 all time. It's him, Steph, West, Oscar, Nash. Nash doesn't quite have the volume, but like those are the most efficient scoring guards ever. Sorry, Mars, never mind. Nash is the GOAT. I forgot Nash is the GOAT. And then also his versatility. Like he was a matchup problem, man. At 6'9", having the kind of downhill speed and body control and ball handling he did was totally unique. And that's why obviously transition, he's just ridiculous. But in the half court downhill too. But also it's like, yeah, he's an effective pick and roll scorer. I think his mid-range shooting gets very underrated. Once you get to the late 80s, Magic is an elite mid-range shooter. I understand that the shot looks ugly, but he's also an elite free throw shooter by that time, just legitimately improved there. And then in the lane, he's got great size. He's really good at finding driving angles. And then also out of the post, like really, really good paint touch with a hook shot that was really, really difficult for defenders to affect with a really nice runner. So I think that's what can get lost with Magic is just his scoring getting underrated, because it's not just that he's the best passer ever. The reason he led to the best run of team offense ever is because his scoring was also that good, that efficient, that translatable to the playoffs. So like the defense, obviously it's super meh. Earlier in his career, when he was more athletic, he gave you more value in terms of defensive playmaking. He's a really good defensive rebounder, obviously, for being a quote-unquote point guard. But defensively, he didn't play point guard. You put him on a power forward, you could hide him on reasonably well. But I think that Lowe makes a valid point in saying that, like, it just wasn't nearly as damaging in that era as it would be today. And to me, you evaluate guys, again, based on their actual impact on the court. It's not some hypothetical mix and match, throw them in a different era, throw this guy in a different era, because there's just too many hypotheticals when we do that. When it comes to the actual value on the court, yes, Magic was a mediocre defender, but it wasn't as damaging as a mediocre defender in a mismatch hunting obsessed, bring him into the action every time 2025 NBA. So I don't hold that against him as much. That's the reason he is where he is on my list at number 9. That, and I would say the extreme ball dominance, even though he did play with Norm Nixon and was really effective there, like that's where, if you do compare him to Bird, I prefer Bird because of the offensive versatility and the two-way impact. And I just think he's the better ceiling raiser. Magic is the better floor raiser, but he just might be the GOAT offensive floor raiser in NBA history because you put the ball in his hands and like he's going to make you a top of the league offense every year.
And also his mismatching ability, putting like guards in the post the way he did in the offense, while then you get fouled and you're sending somebody who's like 90% at the free throw line to the free throw. Like it's like that shit that he did against Phoenix. I don't know if it was 90 or 91. This is like fucking ridiculous. It's like very impressive, the things that he was doing at that time. So yeah, I'm a little higher on his scoring as well.
Yeah, I feel because I also don't have Magic on my list, I feel like I'm being grouped with Real Talk and he's just hating.
I'm not hating.
You're hating.
I have him top 50.
30.
15. Oh man.
Yeah, but like I think the reason I don't have Magic top 10 is very simply longevity. That's the reason.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, if he's still playing after 91, he's very easily top 10 for me. Absolutely a tier 1 offensive player. I don't hesitate on that. I also early Magic, like 80 to 82, 83, I agree with the half court limitations. Once you get to 87, 88, 89, I don't think he had limitations in the half court. I just don't agree with that. Like he could score in, like he's not gonna come off a pick and roll and shoot a pull-up 3, but like he could score whenever he wanted. He could push the pace in transition. He could attack mismatches. He could get into the paint, and he had amazing touch. was the best passer of all time. Some of the windows I've seen him throw passes through has been absolutely ridiculous. Going back and watching games, he can throw passes that I don't even see. And I'm watching the game trying to see what pass he might see. And I still don't see it. Like, that's just a level of vision that I don't think anyone has really come close to replicating. I think defensively, the years in which I'm not high on him half court offensively, I think he was fine on defense. I think his playmaking on that side, the activity, the way they used him in like the back end of like their zone trap thing was very impressive. And his ability to just read passing lanes and force turnovers was really valuable. And then obviously starting the fast break, where he is one of the 2-3 best transition players ever. Like, that's extremely valuable. I do think just being able to play in transition and manufacture transition opportunities is extremely valuable generally. So he's already bolstering his value doing that. Like Carson said, one of the most efficient scoring point guards ever, because he's a 90% free throw shooter who's a mismatch everywhere he goes. So he's getting to the free throw line with regularity. He's making them. He's getting into the paint. He's shooting, like, I think he has seasons shooting above 55% from the field. Like, he's just very efficient with what he does. I think he's better than Kevin Durant. I don't think he's better than Larry Bird. I think he's better than Kevin Durant. But Kevin Durant has just put together so many years that I'm favoring him. And I said I have Wilt and Hakeem 11 and 12. I forgot about Magic. My fault. Magic's probably my 11. Like, he's really good. Like, Magic is really good.
Forget that was your subconscious.
Yeah.
Sure. Okay. Call it what you want. Like, I just think he's really good. I think, yeah, I don't agree with the idea that he had holes in his half court game. I don't agree with that at all. So that's the disagreement between me and you, I guess. But amazing player of translation, all of that stuff. Yeah.
The longevity point is definitely important, Mars, and I'm glad that you brought that up. I also will say, even though there's only 12 seasons of Magic in the NBA, which obviously is not good in terms of just the bottom line number of years he played, he does make up for some of that lack of longevity just by how good he was immediately. And like, he wasn't Larry good, where, you know, you're talking about a top 5 player, but rookie Magic's a top 10 player for sure.
Absolutely.
And was that, like, the second he set foot in the league, and, you know, obviously finals MVP and everything that he did immediately. So that's where, yes, it's only 12 seasons, but it's 12 really, really awesome seasons.
While peaking was Magic Johnson ever the best player in the world in you guys' estimation?
Before 88,
87.
Yeah,
87 would have to be the year, right?
Really comes up.
87 is the only year.
87 would have to be the year.
87 is a really good argument, though, to be fair to Magic.
Okay, so that's because I think Bird was pre-MJ. I think it was Bird's, and then obviously MJ took over.
Once
so
MJ gets there,
yeah. So like, that's tough for like finding the year where it's Magic, but like, Magic was like the second best player in the world to me for a really long time, that's really valuable. Like, it's just, yeah. Magic, I promise I don't hate you the way Real Talk does. I just also don't have you in the top 10. So take that with a
87 is his best argument. And I think
I agree.
You could walk away.
Well, you said it well, Mars. Like, he's the second best player in the league for 7 years.
Yeah, over half a
like
decade. That's
8
really
years.
impressive. Yeah. Next in 7th place, this guy had 66 points, so only 4 points ahead of Magic. Very close. I had them in first. So I think you guys know who this is.
Yeah, I know exactly.
John D had him in 6th. Low, you had him in 6th. ZZ did not have him. Tyler had him in 7th. Chill had him in 5th. Real Talk didn't have him. Ox didn't have him. Ron didn't have him. KB didn't have him. Pirate didn't have him. Gifted had him in 7th. Penn had him in 2nd. Riv had him in 10th. Carson, Dream, and Swiper had him in 4th. Jordan didn't have him. And Sean had him in 10th. I think everyone knows who this is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This is the one, the only. Yeah, this is the one, the only. Mr. Bill Russell. I'm obviously going to start because I have him as number 1. I've made the case like 10 times at this point, and for whatever reason, people still think it's a gimmick. Because of the era in which he played in, I don't think it's possible for a player to be as singularly impactful as Bill Russell was. I don't think it's possible. Because there was no three-point line, because of the limitations offensive players had, the singular impact a defensive titan could have on the court trumps the singular impact I think any player has been able to provide before or after. Bill Russell, from the moment he joined the league in 1957 to the moment he left in 1969 not only provided all-time defensive impact, is the best defensive impact we've ever seen. It sparked a dynasty. I'm not saying he has 11 rings, that's why he's the GOAT. I'm saying Boston's success was entirely dependent on his presence. And when your presence is responsible for a dynasty to that degree, that means a lot. When we're looking at a team that when he's not on the court, the defense is nowhere close to the same levels. When he's not on the court, the team is not performing at the same levels. When we look at Boston before Russell and after Russell, we see the difference. When we look at Boston, even when Russell misses time, you can find the data. They aren't the same team. When we look at a team that is solely winning on the back of their defense, this is a team that was never a really good offense in Bill Russell's tenure, but they were so good defensively, they were able to dominate. And the notion that they were just by far the most talented team, the best team that was there, is just not true. Especially once you start getting to the later years of the 60s, they weren't the most talented team in the league in 1968, in 1969. They probably should have lost to the Lakers, but they overcome, they were able to win. And that's not all because of Bill Russell by that point. Because Bill Russell, once you get to the years he's coaching, there is a decline. Even defensively, the motor is not at the same level. So I'm willing to concede that. But I personally, and if people don't do relative to era, that's your decision. Like, I'm not telling you how to evaluate. But for me, I just don't think it's well, I'm not gonna say it's not possible. I don't think I've seen a player who's able to impact the game of basketball to the degree that Bill Russell has. And the knock against him is the raw box score numbers. He never averaged 20 whatever points a game, the field goal percentages, all of that stuff. And I asked this question on Twitter maybe a month ago or whatever. If Bill Russell was as good offensively as he was defensively, if you flipped his impact and his ability, so he was as good of an offensive player as he was a defensive player, and as good of a defensive player as he was an offensive player, would people view him as the GOAT? So let's say he did everything he did in his career. So 11 rings, 5 MVPs, but you just flipped the sides of the ball, offense and defense. Would people view him as the GOAT? And I think people would say yes. And my rebuttal to that is defense was more valuable than offense back then. So he did that. He impacted the more impactful side of the game to that degree. But because it's not offense, people don't want to give him those flowers or that respect. And that's something I just don't agree with. I'm looking at Bill Russell impact the game in a way that not many people could. Maybe if blocks were tracked, he'd get that respect. I don't know what it is. But for me, no one's been able to replicate that level of impact. And for the amount of years he did it in the 60s, we're looking at someone who's around for 12 years in the 50s and 60s. That's elite longevity when you're providing all-time defensive impact in all of those years. And not to mention, in his peak, 62 to 64, 65, he was a good offensive player. The offense ran through him. He was the hub of the half court. He was able to push the tempo, whether that's off the rebound with outlets or even going coast to coast himself. He was someone who was able to score the basketball with some proficiency. He wasn't a dominant volume scorer. He wasn't the most efficient scorer, but he could put the ball in the basket, and he was an amazing rebounder on both sides of the ball while being an amazing transition defender. I think he's that great. So that's my case for Bill Russell being the GOAT. People are still going to call it a gimmick for whatever reason. But yeah, I've made the case about 25 times at this point. But yes, real talk.
Just very quickly, this is why people don't do relative to era, and I think Mars just pointed out why relative to era is wrong. Because yes, relative to era, Bill Russell should be number one. If that is what you do, if that's how you grade out, Bill Russell should be number one. Most people don't have him number one because we factor in other things, eye test being number one of them. Like, you have to watch these players play. That's all I wanted to say as far as right now, but y'all can go ahead.
I want to make it clear. I did consider him as low as 4. That was the lowest I could get him. 4 was the lowest I was going to go because of the longevity compared to some other guys who are going to come up later. I did consider him below those guys. And ultimately, I don't care that much. But yeah, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to say, I feel like I'm like 95% of the way there with you, Mars, on Bill Russell. I do have him number 4 on my list, and I do feel like he's pretty stamped in that spot. I just don't think there's any argument that anybody has ever impacted the game on one side of the ball close to the level at which Bill Russell impacted the defensive side of the ball. Now, where I would disagree with you slightly is, yes, the longevity of a couple guys, the overall two-way impact of guys who are phenomenal defensive players and all-time great offensive players. That's where like my top three, they put together all of those things in like a really, really perfect package. But I still see the case of what you're saying of Russell being the most impactful overall. And another advantage he has is, like you said, the second that he set foot in the league, he was the greatest defensive player that we've ever seen. And like to maintain that kind of value for 13 years, that's something he has where, yes, there's a difference between peak Russell and 69 Russell, but the difference isn't nearly as big between his absolute peak and the rest of his years as some of these other guys. In fact, he's one of the most consistent players ever, comes into the league, improves the Celtics from like a bottom tier defense, takes their defensive rating up by 8 points. They're comfortably the number one defense. They leave, or he leaves, retires. Their defense falls off by 10 points in terms of defensive rating from the number one defense to a bottom half defense. Like every single year, with one exception, 12 of 13 years, the Celtics weren't just the best defense in the league. They were by far the best defense. They were 4 points better than the second best defense in average in defensive rating. Like, again, there's just no remote comparison for a run of that sort of dominance on one side of the ball. And there is no question who is responsible for that dominance because of the numbers that we have before Russell, after Russell. By God, you just watch the games. I mean, it's ridiculous, his impact. He's one of, if not the smartest defensive players ever. His mobility at that time, his ability to actually get out and affect jump shots is incredible. I think another thing that works against Russell is just that they didn't track block numbers back then, because he would easily be at 8 to 10 blocks per game. And like, we almost can't fathom that in today's NBA, but I've gone through and hand tracked some games and like he legitimately consistently falls in that range. That sort of interior defensive value when everybody is trying to get downhill is ridiculous. And then when you pair it with like actually being able to move and guard out in space and even at times switch, obviously wasn't nearly as common, but Russell could do it with the deterrence, with the elite post defense, with the GOAT level rebounding. You just can't apply any modern standard to him. And so real talk, like maybe that's just where we're going to fundamentally disagree. Cause to me, if you are evaluating just purely skill sets, man, the 10 best players ever are going to like just change every decade. Like it's going to be the 10 best players in the modern NBA, because I think by skill set, Giannis is there, Jokic is there. Like, because the league is just constantly getting better. That's what happens in sports. I think if you judge the impact that Bill Russell had, he is absolutely top 4. And that's where I have him on my list.
Well, I wouldn't say it's solely skill set, because I had Jerry West at 10. So
I can't reconcile
his
that though with having him above Russell, because he just wasn't better in their era. Like, I don't think it's that close. Russell was just flat out more impactful.
For me, I have players like Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain. For me personally, I put them in honorable mentions, because I feel like if I do rank them and it's not high enough, as far as relative to other people, it would be seen as like disrespectful or whatever. So I just put them in honorable mentions, because for me, it is hard for me to look at Bill Russell play the game and then watch Kevin Durant and then me honestly come to the conclusion that I think Bill Russell is better at basketball than Kevin Durant.
But as much as I love Jerry West, isn't it ridiculous to look at Jerry West and say that he's better at basketball than Giannis or Jokic?
So this is what for me with Jerry West, I do see a skill set in which can translate throughout. I think if Jerry West played today, now obviously that would incorporate like more modern training and stuff like that. But I saw him inhabit the skills of which he would be a very skilled guard no matter what era he played. I can't mentally do that with somebody like Bill Russell. I know what he was great at, but as far as all around player, I don't get there with him.
As good as West was, and I see what you're saying, because like he has a more modern looking game, right? Just with the ball handling, the pull-up shooting, etc., being a very fluid athlete, change of direction as a guard. Like I see how it's more translatable. Still, if you dropped Jerry West, like as he was playing in the 1960s into today, and you compare him to what Steph is doing, what Dame is doing, like there's still just no conversation there. Jerry West would still be 6 decades behind because he played 6 decades ago, which is where, like, to me, it just gets, again, too theoretical to view it any other way than how impactful were you? How great were you in your NBA?
Well, then I'm going to flip
against.
that question back on you then, and then explain to me why he's at your number 4 and not number 1.
Well, I think I laid it out. I think that, like, okay, I think it's pretty obvious who the consensus top 3 is. When it comes to LeBron and Kareem, there's a significant longevity edge there because they're like longevity goats. And I think the overall peak, like, I still don't think that Russell at his best was the most impactful basketball player ever. I think on one side of the ball, there's no question he is the GOAT. I do think he has offensive limitations that, even though I would view him as a positive on that side of the ball because of his playmaking, underrated scoring, even ability to push the pace, whatever, like the two-way totality of what you are getting from peak MJ, peak LeBron, I'd still take over Bill Russell. There's actually a couple other guys.
And you're saying that they're more impact, their two-way impact in their era of basketball is more impactful than Bill Russell being the greatest defender.
I do think
during that time.
When you are talking about LeBron, Michael Jordan, yes, I think that.
Okay. I mean, I would agree with you if we're not doing the relative to era. But in my opinion, if you're phrasing it like that, then I don't come to that same conclusion. Relative to era.
I want to save John B and not spend too much time because I know he's going to edit this.
Yeah.
I just
what is there to edit? No cuts. It's poetry. Bill Russell Glaze.
You guys have been supplying some really good clips, though. You know.
Yeah, this one, when this one gets clipped and gets put out, can't wait to be called a casual because
I'm putting this one on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. Like, it's unfortunate because if you didn't watch the games during the pandemic, they're kind of all gone now. So, like, I can't even tell you, oh, go watch the games. They're there. They're not there anymore. So, like, all my opinions of Bill Russell have formulated from being very bored during the pandemic and then just reading up as much as I can on Bill Russell. Like, yeah, like I said, 4th is the lowest I could go because of the longevity stuff with Bron and Kareem, spoiler. But, like, I don't know. I also don't think Bill Russell peaked the highest. But my argument is that his prime, the level of which, like, let's give random numbers. Let's say Bill Russell's peak is 95% of the other guys who I think peaked higher. The prime just maintained at that level so much longer than damn near everyone ever, especially when you factor in the value of 12 years in the 50s and 60s, as opposed to like 15 years in the 80s or 10 or 15 years in the 2010s. Like, that level of value is just tremendous. Not to mention, like, a Bill Russell team lost one series when he was healthy his whole career. Like,
I can't.
You couldn't beat the Celtics.
The thing that always blows me not blowing, but like is so intriguing to me, I think it's like 64, 65, where they're like the worst offense in the NBA, and they're the worst offense by a pretty wide margin, like 2 to 3 points from the next team up. And yet they have the best net rating because they are significantly better than everybody else. Like, their field goal percentage is like 41%, which is like 4 to 5% lower than a lot of other teams. And unfortunately, there's a lot of, you would have to like hand track it on your own. But to just imagine that a team who's the worst offense by a noticeable margin, 41% from the field, which is lower than a lot of other teams, free throw percentages in there either, like what you would have to do to the opposing team every single night.
They still have the biggest net rating.
They saw the biggest net rating that season. Yep.
3 times they were worse than offensive rating and they won the title because their defense was just that much better than everybody else, which I think is such a great stat to bring up, Lo, because like I think it's hard to conceive of that from a modern NBA fan perspective, like unless you really do go back and understand how the game was played in that era, because it is so dramatically different from the world that we're in today. But like, one dude in NBA history has been able to impact the game like that, and that was Bill Russell.
It's 64. It happened a few times, but 64 in particular, they are the worst offense in the NBA by like a 2 to 3 point margin from the second worst offense in the NBA. But they are just by far the best defense by such a wide margin that not only do they have the best net rating, they still finish with 59 wins. They still win the championship. And when you go into those series against the Cincinnati Royals, They shot, this is the Celtics, they shot 38% from the field. They just held Cincinnati to 35%. They held the best offense in the NBA to 35%. And yes, a lot of it, again, is relative to era, because a lot of, like, and this part of the reason why I give Jerry West and Elgin Baylor like a lot of credit, because being able to shoot at that point in time is very, very valuable. Very valuable, because everybody's trying to attack the basket by default, and rim protection is just at the like highest premium that it will ever be. But like, I don't know. There's also just a lot of things that Bill Russell instilled that we still do to this day, like being able to block shots and keep them in bounds, or hold the possession, or not putting yourselves out of possession to get a stop, transition play. Even like a lot of hub play that we see from like Jokic, I see a lot of that back then from like Russell, Wilt, and them. Like there's a couple of things that they instilled that we still do to this day, which is kind of, I give a lot of credit for Bill, but again, I don't want to fuck up John.
They were icing pick and rolls in the 60s, because like, maybe it doesn't take a genius. Maybe it's easy to say now. It's like, oh, they couldn't dribble with their left. Of course, you're going to send them left. But like the concept of sending people towards the baseline, or sending people to where you're clogging up spacing, was revolutionary. And that was Bill Russell. So like, someone left a super chat, and I do think this is important. MP13 said, Mars, do you factor the level of complexity of the game? I don't see how it's fair to give someone a boost because the game was in a more infantile state compared to players playing when the game won't allow that much impact. I factor in innovation, and I think innovation is easier when there's more stuff to innovate. So when you're earlier on, there's more stuff to learn, which means those who come first are probably going to get boosted. But I feel like Bill Russell's the only one who gets that discrediting where he's innovating. But when Magic Johnson or Larry Bird is changing what's possible from a forward who's able to shoot and pass the way he is, we just view that as moving the game forward, and he's an all-time great. Or when Magic Johnson is this big guard who's able to do things that no one else had done before, oh, he's innovating the game, that's a positive. But when Bill Russell's innovating the game and how we view defense, and some of the same concepts that the Celtics were implementing 60 years ago, teams implement today in the more complex NBA. He was doing that 60 years ago. Like, you're damn right they're going to be a 10 points better defense than everyone in the league when he's bringing in modern coverages 60 years ago. Like, that means something to me. That level of basketball IQ and just understanding the game means a lot. And I think it gets dismissed for whatever reason. I just think Bill Russell just gets disrespected. I'm not saying everyone has him as the GOAT, but whatever.
The other aspect even to that, when it comes to Bill Russell, the reason why I give him a little bit more props of innovating despite being like quote unquote one of the first, is simply because like there were other players that could have innovated to that extent, because the game was beneficiary of big men. So Pettit, Mikan, Wilt, all of them had the opportunity to also be just as impactful from a defensive standpoint than Russell, but they just weren't. And so I don't know, there's just a lot of things that, I mean, and I understand what Real Talk is saying, but like 20 years from now, there are going to be a lot of things that I vividly remember what Curry was in 2016. That shit was amazing. Like it's too hard for me to take away how much that moved the game forward with something that is as simple as threes are just worth more than long twos. Like it's very simple, but you and I both grew up watching a bunch of Kobe, T-Mac, a bunch of KG long twos, and that was just the way we grew up. And it's obvious now, but we also can contextualize at that point in time, that's what was given to them. Bill Russell coming into that era and just contextualizing at that time what's given to him, and to fast forward the game to the point in which not only defenses become more advanced, but also by the end of it all, the understanding of how jump shot shooting is much more at a premium than it was in the early 50s. I don't know. It's really hard. But yeah, that when I learned that like they were like genuinely speaking the worst offense by a pretty wide margin, and they were still the best net rating team, and they were still winning championships solely based off of defense, he had to be in my top 10.
Everyone will say defense wins championships and then ignore the greatest defender ever who won the most championships.
My bad, John B. My bad.
It's
all good.
I ain't got work tomorrow. Teddy Hart said, if we are doing relative to era, then where does Mikan fall? 7-time champ, 2-time NBL, 1-time BAA, 4-time NBA, 3-time MVP, 1-time NBL, 2 times NBWA, 6-time All-Pro and more. I don't think he's all that, but he was still the best in the world for a stretch. We spoke about that at the beginning of the show. Pre-shot clock, that's where I draw the line.
And I haven't watched a dribble of his game. I'm sorry.
I
have
also
not
think-
watched the full game of
I
George
also
Miller.
think the NBA was literally segregated for the first few years, and then like the desegregation was
Carson is
slow.
one of them. I like that.
I'm just saying, bro. Like I think it's different. I think once you get to the Russell, Wilt, Oscar, Jerry, Elgin conversation, then we're relative to era. But like the first 10 years of the NBA was just different.
I like that. I like that.
Fetty Wapi 3289. Bill Russell is my
Great
goat. Shout out to
username.
you. Dr. J and Jerry West top 10. Also, where can I find the footage of Wilt blocking his teammates? Love you guys' content. Keep it up. I mean, I'm sure if you just search on YouTube.
Yeah, if it's on Twitter, I tweeted not too long ago. It's not too hard to find.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, that was Bill Russell. He placed in 7th. In 6th place, this guy had 81 points, so a big jump from Bill Russell's 60.
Is this going to be?
That would be poetic.
Yeah, it would be poetic. That's what I'm saying. Like,
I kind of think it might be.
Okay. You know what? I'm not even going to reveal where we had them. I'm going to leave it up to interpretation with everyone else. ZZ had this person in 8th. Chill had them in 10th. Ox had them.
That ain't him.
We know who it's not.
Ox had them in 5th. I mean, you don't know. Chill's list may have changed.
No, we know it's not now.
Ox had them in 5th. Ron had them in 4th. KB had them in 6th. Pirate did not have them. Gifted had them in 6th. Penn had them in 8th. Riv had them in 9th. Dream had them in 5th. Swiper had them in 5th. Jordan had them in 8th. And Sean had them in 6th. Who do you guys think it is?
That's Shaq.
yeah,
Shaq?
I don't know. It might be Duncan.
It is
It's either
Shaquille
Shaq or
O'Neal.
It's
It
Shaq,
is Shaquille O'Neal. It is Shaquille O'Neal.
wow.
So for anyone wondering, I had Shaq in 5th. John D had Shaq in 4th. Low had Shaq in 7th. Real Talk had Shaq in 6th. And Carson had Shaq in 5th. So John D, I'm gonna start with you. You had Shaq the highest of all of us. Talk to us.
I think Shaq has a real argument for like top 2 to 3 peaks of all time. When you talk about the offensive rebounding, the force around the rim, the passing out of the post, and being able to attract multiple bigs on the floor with being as good as an offensive rebounder as he was, being as good of a post presence as he was, being as good to consistently make passes out of the post. He had a really good touch around the rim, and for a time, he was a really good rim protector. I could definitely understand why people would have him lower on the list just because of his inability to play in space, the inability to even try to go out in space and guard in space, the motor and the how long he was able to sustain that level of play that we've seen from Shaq. So I can definitely understand it. The weight concerns, just being able to stay in shape, I can understand that, but with Shaq, I'm not going to lie, I'm valuing his peak. And the fact that you can be arguably a top 3 peak of all time and the dominance he had on the offensive end while still being a really good defender in some of those years, I had Shaq very high for those reasons.
Who wants to go next?
I mean, there's not that much to add. I feel like it's pretty straightforward. To me, it's the 3rd best peak ever, only behind the 2 dudes who are always in the typical GOAT debate. Like, if you just look at the 2000 to 02 playoffs, he's averaging 30, 14 and a half and 3 on plus 5% true shooting. Those finals, 36, 15, 3 and a half with 3 blocks per game on ridiculous efficiency. Like, that run of playoff dominance is absurd, but obviously it's this entire stretch of his career. And honestly, like, another point in Shaq's favor is, ironically, like, he kind of becomes the meme about like, oh, whatever, Boston, Cleveland, Shaq is like the ultimate washed athlete, but he was so ridiculously dominant. Like, he is one of those very few guys who, once he set foot in the league, was a top 5 player. So even though, yeah, there were some ugly years on the back end, you get 12 years of Shaq where he's a top 5 player. So the longevity is definitely good enough when you then consider that he's just like a one-of-a-kind offensive engine in NBA history, in the sense that, like, although he was a good, underrated passer, for the most part, like, the great offensive engines ever to me, and there's some great bigs, but they often tend to be perimeter players who can blend to some extent, like, all-time great scoring with great playmaking, or whatever combination of the two, great scoring, all-time great playmaking. Shaq is the dude who, like, just the most physically overwhelming paint force ever. Out of the post, he is either going to destroy you in single coverage literally just walk you under the basket, get to the rim, or get to that hook shot of his, which was very effective. Or you're going to double, maybe triple team him. Maybe you're fronting him. Maybe you're double teaming him before he even gets the ball just to keep it out of his hands. And if you're doing any of those things, you are creating a wide open shot, or you're creating a 4-on-3 for his team. Like, he's either killing you on his own, or he is drawing such ridiculous amounts of defensive attention that he's creating a great, super efficient shot for a teammate of his. Like, that impact on shot quality for the offense as a whole is just so great. And then he's also a really good defensive player at his peak. And like, yeah, not one of the all-time greats, like had definitely his limitations in terms of mobility. But when I'm getting good defense with all-time great offense that translates to the playoffs and the finals at a level like that, and really good longevity, I had him in my top 5.
Where did I have him at, Mars?
You had Shaq in 6th.
6. Okay, right. I said top.
I'm just, I guess the reason why I think I had him the lowest out of everybody is that some of those years I'm not as high on just because of the availability. In his last year in Orlando, leading up to like the 2000 run. But outside of that, like I don't know. Shaq is, again, pretty self-explanatory. I agree that peak-wise, at worst, 3rd. I think he actually has an argument for the greatest peak of all time. And just rewatching a lot of those games, like, people are genuinely terrified of him being on the floor. It's actually kind of ridiculous. Underrated defender, underrated passer, especially when Phil got a hold of him in a little bit and put the proper places, put the proper pieces around him and in the proper positioning on the floor. His court awareness was certainly there. I think overall just a really underrated passer at his best as a 5. But I mean, I think it's pretty self-explanatory. Yeah, people I think they harp a little too much on like post 05 Shaq, but like from his year 1 in Orlando up until 05, Shaq is pretty consistently a top 5 player every single year. Not a beat that's being missed.
Yeah, I'm just high on Shaq. I think he's one of the best offensive players ever in the Steph Curry sort of unorthodox way, where it's not with this large on-ball burden or whatever, but he's changing the geometry of the court just inside out.
Absolutely,
it's very different.
Also, a unicorn too. People don't throw that terminology around Shaq enough, but like, it's kind of hard to like visually think of someone who's like 7'1", 300 plus pounds. But every time I watch him, I'm like, bro, he is like running up and down the floor as well as any non-guard like on the floor at that point in time. It's actually kind of fucking ridiculous how fluidly he was moving from his last few years in Orlando, and as well some of his years in LA as well, because people just think he became like this massive flat slob that could barely move when he got to LA. No, like those first like 3-4 years in LA, he's moving pretty comfortably up and down the floor. So yeah,
even the agility too, just being able to move that frame and being able to up fake or move you out the way and just be light on his feet and then get to a hook. Let some people tell it. All Shaq did was get the ball, drop, step, and dunk. Like, no, this was a man who had a hook he could go to. He had the most ugly turnaround jump shot he could go to about 12 feet. That was quite effective. And then obviously the offensive rebounding and then just drawing fouls at a ridiculous rate, putting guys in foul trouble. We heard all the stories about teams having to employ bigs just to foul Shaq.
Yeah.
But like, what gets ignored in that is not only are you then getting your team in the bonus, putting teams in foul trouble, teams are actively making their roster worse just so they can eat fouls on Shaq. They're putting bigs who, quite frankly, have no skills beyond being tall out on the court, which means they have to be on the other side of the court too. They have to play offense with this big lumbering behemoth who can't do anything just so that they have someone who can foul Shaq. You ever heard the phrase, his offense is his defense? I think that's a perfect example of someone's offense being their defense. Shaq being able to change your lineups and put worse offensive players, just worse players, period, out on the floor, actively helps his teams. And then I think single season peak, I could definitely make the case that Shaq has the best single season peak ever in 2000. I think once you start extending it multiple years, you start losing some of that defensive potency and the motor issues start showing up a bit more and the weight starts fluctuating. But 2000 Shaq, haven't seen anything really like it. But just throughout his career, Shaq led to elite offense in the postseason every year. In 95, the Magic were a plus 7.5
10.
offense in the playoffs. In 96, they were a plus 9. In 97, the Lakers were a plus 5. In 98, the Lakers were a plus 9. In 99, they were a plus 4. In 2000, they were a plus 9. In 01, they were a plus 12. In 02, they were a plus 5. In 03, they were a plus 5. Like every year, Shaq is just leading some of the best playoff offense because he is a mismatch. And that just changes everything about the court. And then defensively, we have our issues with Shaq. And it's kind of in the Magic realm where his flaws didn't get tested to the degree in which they would have in today's game. Now, they did get tested more so because like, as you got later on, you see more pick and rolls. Like that 0-4 series against the Pistons, I think Shaq was egregious on defense. And no one seems to talk about that for whatever reason. His just refusal to play help defense or rotate or just be a presence in the paint or even step out was just very concerning. But for large portions of his prime, amazing rim protector, someone who was just a rim deterrent. No one wanted to test Shaq down there. Now,
who's the best player in 98
in the league?
Yeah,
I've said Shaq.
okay.
I've said that before, and I think Shaq was
I ain't
the best
gonna
player in the
lie.
league.
Shaq, go watch that 98 series against the Jazz. That's like the best example of like they just didn't give a fuck about nobody else on the court but Shaq. They were just leaving people and it's like, oh, we're gonna go triple team Shaq as soon as he touches the fucking ball.
So it's like Shaq's just he's tough for me to evaluate because I do think the defensive peak not lasting much longer than a few seasons. He was a willing passer from the jump, but didn't really become a good passer until like year 4, year 5, year 6. And then just overall, just some of the motor stuff was just very concerning. So that's why I ultimately had him in, where did I have him? Ultimately settled with him in 5th, but I'm gonna be honest, I couldn't see him any higher than 5th. He was stuck at 5th, but really, really good player, top 5 player. Is there anything you guys want to add?
Can I add just a couple crazy numbers just because there's
Go
some
ahead.
ridiculous stuff with Shaq? 93 to 03, he's basically 28 points per game on plus 6% relative true shooting. That's insane. He led 8 top 3 offenses in that time as the offensive engine. And I wish that we had the on-off data dating back to the start of his career, because just the Lakers years, which is what we have, plus 12 on-off, which is like one of the great numbers. And I think Orlando would have been every bit that crazy. So yeah, I mean, everything is there. The skill set, the production, the impact. Like Shaq was an absolute freak.
So that's 6th place. Oh, you got something? You want something to add?
I would just say, because Lowe said he asked you who's the best player in 98, but I would say go watch that series in 99 against Tim Duncan.
The Spurs. Okay.
Yeah, and Tim Duncan was the best player on the court for that series.
Jimmy Butler was the best player on the court in the series against Giannis.
Oh, I know.
Well, speaking of Tim Duncan, he might be coming up very soon. That was 6th place, Shaq, 81 points. I'm going to just say this. I'm not going to reveal who's who right now. Shaq had 81 points. 5th place had 85. And 4th place had 88. So they were all very close. In 5th place, I'm not going to... And I'm going to leave Chill's list out of this because that might spoil things.
Well, we know now.
I'm going to leave Chill's list out of this. But I'm going to just reveal everyone else where they had this person. ZZ had this person in 7th. Tyler had this person in 6th. Ox had this person in 3rd. Ron had this person in 7th. KB had this person in 5th. Pirate had this person in 5th. Gifted had this person in 8th. Penn had this. I'm not going to reveal where Penn had them.
No.
There it is.
Riv had this person, because if I say a number too high or too low, you're going to know who it is. Riv had this person in 5th. Dream had this person in 8th. Swiper had this person in 6th. Jordan had this person in 10th. And Sean had this person in 8th. Who do you guys think?
I think it's Duncan.
It's Kobe.
I think it's Kobe.
Probably Kobe.
Duncan, Kobe. It's Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan is 5th.
Wow.
Tim Duncan is
Wow,
5th.
Come on.
Tim Duncan is 5th.
Wow,
So
I
85
am
points.
surprised by
85 points. I had Tim Duncan 8th. John D had him 8th. Low, you had him 5th. Real Talk, you had him 7th. Carson, you had him 6th. So Carson and Low had him the highest. I know Low's given the spiel about
You
Tim
already
Duncan.
know I'm at
Bruh,
with this.
yeah.
Y'all already
You
know.
finna blaze this man. Go ahead.
I'm at with this one.
Go ahead, Low. Talk to us about Tim Duncan.
Look, we ain't gonna go too long, but I agree. The more that these haters up here tell me about post 08 Duncan, I guess I'll concede that point. And yes, offensively, he's not as good as some of these other players. Of course. However, I do think that who Duncan was the day in which he stepped into the league through 2008 is someone that gets grossly misrepresented because of the Spurs that that a lot of people grew to love later on in his career, because a lot of people didn't like the Spurs early on. They did not play attractive basketball. There wasn't a lot of ball movement. It was a lot of just through the post, grit and grind defense, slow down the pace. That it was not attractive basketball. And so I think because of what we grew to love in 2012, 13, and 14, and 15, that version of the Spurs, people think that, oh yeah, they were moving the ball and look at how much help he had and all great coaching, great personnel. And that was far from the truth. Tim Duncan entered the league, and I've said this several times before. David Robinson, back half of his career post that injury, not that many offensive weapons on the perimeter whatsoever. Roster in constant flux within the first 5 to 6 years of his career. Had to learn and adapt to grow with a rookie and sophomore that won them a championship in Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, and continue to grow in that manner. And Popovich, from a defensive-oriented coach perspective, had a lot of upside and understanding, was willing to adjust as Duncan continued to regress because of his knee problems. But early on in Duncan's career, the offense was quite literally give the ball to Duncan and sometimes David Robinson, but give the ball to Duncan defensively. And on the other side of the floor, Duncan was effectively cleaning up everyone's messes while also being an elite level one-on-one defender. We always speak about the impact that someone has on both sides of the floor. And there's only a handful of players who can say that they were able to do what Duncan was able to do for as long as he was able to do it. And even after he regressed post 08 with the knee injuries, there are still a lot of moments where when they needed Duncan to turn it on, he was able to turn it on pretty consistently. Even in the 09 series where they lost in the first round, those last two closeout games, I think Duncan had like 35, 40 or something like that. He immediately turned it on. We all know what he did in 2013 in an attempt to try to save them from losing in the finals. But I just think that Duncan and his ability on the defensive side of the floor, I could very well argue, outside of Bill Russell, is the best defender the league has ever seen. Has led some of the greatest defensive teams the league has ever seen. I want to say in 02 or 03 or 04, one of those years.
04.
04.
They were like a relative 9 better than league average defensively. And
which is post David Robinson, by the way.
Yeah, post David Robinson. They lost David Robinson, and they put the center that they had next to KG and Rasho Nesterovic. They then gave Duncan that exact same center, and it led to one of the greatest defensive teams we've ever witnessed in our lifetime.
Well, who was the rest of the defensive personnel on the team?
Bruce Bowen. Bruce Bowen is the other one that was there. Bruce Bowen.
Respect Ginobili's defense, please.
Ginobili as well. But even when people want to harp on Bruce Bowen, in 2009, they were still a top 5 defense with Bruce Bowen only starting 10 games and literally the last year of his career. They were still an elite level defensive team. And even if you want to say Manu only played half of the season, yet Duncan, even on a bad knee, was still able to anchor an elite level defense. Duncan he's a catalyst. He's what brought that team to where they needed to be at from a stage of irrelevancy. When Duncan did not play, that defense fell apart. When Duncan did not play in the 2000 postseason run, which is only one round, David Robinson could not hold his own against an aging Luke Longley. He just was not the player that a lot of people make him out to be. Tim Duncan was the Spurs on both sides of the floor for the first 8 to 9 years of his career, and it generated significant amount of success, not only regular season, post, consistently 50-plus win teams, some of the best defenses we've ever seen, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think the argument for Duncan being a top 5 player, in my opinion, I don't even have to go to like the Kawhi years. I don't think you would even have to rely on that to make that argument.
I think Tim Duncan's longevity does not get talked about enough, Lo. I think you made a really good point of that. Throughout his 18 to 19-year career, they had, I believe, 15 top 5 defenses. Now, you can look at that as some of the defensive personnel that he had around him, but Tim Duncan was phenomenal. The ability to play in space earlier in his years and have the agility and athleticism to do that. The timing on the block shots. I know a lot of people talk about rim protection, but we also need to talk about the timing and when you decide to contest when teams are going for rim attempts. He had fantastic timing. The ability to get off the floor at the perfect time to directly alter shots at the rim was fantastic. He also was a really good post defender. There are multiple different assets of where Tim Duncan could be extremely reliable as a defender, and he did that for multiple years, especially earlier in his career offensively when he was able to play on the perimeter and get downhill as a ball handler and driver. I think is very underrated, and his post play was underrated as well. And he also had that mid-range shot that was reliable at times as well. So I think I had Tim Duncan where 6.
You had Tim Duncan in 8th.
Oh, really? Damn. Oh,
You're a hater.
Get with it, John
dog.
D.
You're a hater, dog. You're a hater, man. You're a hater.
Damn, I thought I had him at 6, but
You had
cool,
Bill
though.
Russell in 6. You had Bill Russell.
Tim Duncan was a great player, though. I do think Tim Duncan is one of the greatest players of all time, and I definitely think he deserves a spot here, especially for that defensive longevity. I just don't think a lot of players would be able to uphold that defensive greatness for that long.
I'm really high on Duncan. I mean, I think that was a beautiful speech by you, Lo. I very much enjoyed that. I do think he's a top 3 defender ever. The fact that he came out the gates and led 11 straight top 3 defenses to start his career, including 5 number 1 defenses. And that streak went on for multiple years after David Robinson had retired. Like, it's just an incredible defensive peak as an anchor. And then also the longevity is ridiculous. Like, I honestly think both things are underrated for Tim Duncan, because I think that he gives you a peak when you're looking at the early 2000s that is absolutely monstrous. And I think that the 03 run is probably the most impressive from an individual in NBA history. And the totality of what he did from 01 to 03 is just so ridiculous, where like they're a top 10 offense every year. They're winning 58 to 60 games every year. And you look at the supporting cast and it is a like massively deteriorated David Robinson, who's on the verge of retiring. There's a year where Derek Anderson is the number 2 scorer on that team. Parker's not even in the league. And then he's an absolute baby who, by the way, still really, really struggled in the 03 run. Like Manu isn't a factor yet. It's Duncan who is anchoring the best defense in the league and a legitimately good offense. I think his offense does get underrated because people do think of an older Tim Duncan. His agility, his skill as a post scorer, his ability to use jabs to create space, his body control as a driver, like the spin move that he had, his bag, his use of fakes and step throughs, like really good post scorer and isolationist at that time. Also an underratedly really good passer. Like I think what he did as a playmaker in that 03 run is really, really impressive. And through 2007 in the playoffs, Duncan gave you 24, 12.5, and 3.5 on plus 4% relative true shooting. That's in the dead ball era. I mean, that's really good volume. That's really good efficiency. And we acknowledge that, like, yeah, the knock on Duncan would be his offense. And yet still he was leading out top 10 offenses, even with lackluster supporting casts at his best. And then you also have like this totally unique value where he's a top 5 player clearly for a decade. There's a couple years where he's the best player in the world. And then after that decade where he's a top 5 player, there's another 8 years where he's a top 20 player. And when Tim Duncan retired, he was still a top 50 player in terms of impact. Like he was just that great defensively. You mentioned the timing, John D. I think he is the most fundamentally perfect help defender we have seen in the modern era. I think that that's where, I mean, they call him Mr. Fundamental for good reason, man. Just the impact, the peak, the longevity, all of it. It's really, really incredible. And so I am glad to see Duncan in the top 5 overall on this list. I think he deserves to be firmly in those conversations. I think in a lot of ways, his resume gets underrated because he didn't have the flash in his game, but he was unbelievable and as consistent as they come.
Before Real Talk gets to hating, because I feel like he has some hating as well. OBG Kenobi said, we love the Duncan love. Okay, Real Talk, is there anything you want to say about Tim Duncan?
Go and hate. Go and hate.
I don't harbor hate towards Tim Duncan's. I don't really know why I'm getting
Okay, I was just
but no, I mean they said pretty much everything that needs to be said. Also I'm a great defensive player. I do think a bit of an underrated offensive player as well, definitely during this peak. I do think that Lowe tries to put too much credit on him for a lot of those defenses, but I mean, all's fair in love and war, I guess. But outside of that, yeah, I have them 6th, I think, or 7th, something like that. So.
You
Are there
have
on-off numbers back then?
you have him 7th. Yeah.
Yeah, there's on-off.
There are
numbers
on-off
for-
numbers from the early 2000s. I think they go back to like 02 or 01.
They go back to 97, so they've got his whole
Oh,
career.
let's see.
From 98 to 07, peak Duncan, plus 11 on-off, plus 10.7 on-court net rating.
That's 10.7 on the court is crazy.
Insane.
Man,
Can you check Manu Ginobili from like 05 to 2012?
Oh my
Manu's on-off
God.
numbers are crazy.
Yeah,
They
can you
are.
check can you check Manu Ginobili real quick?
All right, I'm going.
Thank you. I had Tim Duncan at 8. I echo all the sentiments about his defense. I'll say 5 just to be low end estimate. Top 5 defender of all time, in my opinion. Amazing defensive longevity, amazing rim protector. Wasn't the most versatile or switchable, but his era didn't call for that. Really good rim protector, really good technique. Very sneaky, using tricks of the trades to block shots low. He would put his arm on your shoulder, keep you from really elevating and then block shots, blatantly fouling people. But if it doesn't get called, good for you. Good technique. Offensively, really good isolationist, someone who could score with his back to the basket really well. Not as high on the passing as I guess some of you guys are. I think he got to a point where he was very comfortable passing out of double teams. And then as his career progressed, I do think he became like a legitimate hub, which I do rate highly. But early Duncan, more reactive as a passer, someone who was very willing, but not the greatest in terms of finding connections. Kind of like Shaq in that regard. And then the non-peak years do leave a bit to be desired for me, especially offensively. I do think his offense started to wane once he started losing some of that agility, while he was still getting pretty similar usage in terms of the post-ups and how much opportunities he was getting. And I do think the opportunity cost was outweighing the benefit of Tim Duncan post-ups at that point. So a bit lower on Tim Duncan's post-peak years. But once he hits that resurgence in 2013 and he's this defensive anchor and this hub who's able to just play, make at the high post and all of that stuff, I do think you see like this second wind of Tim Duncan, which was very valuable. I had him 8th just solely because of, I think, the post-peak years or post-prime years left a bit to be desired for me. But all-time great defender, really good offensive player for a stretch of years. Just really, really good. I do a lot of flip-flopping with Tim Duncan. Sometimes I'm high on him, sometimes I'm lower on him. Yeah, he's a weird player. There's a question from Teddy Hart asking Low if you have an argument for Duncan being a better defender than Hakeem.
Not really. I mean, outside of like the fact that back then, like rim protection was even more valuable then. I always think like, I mean, we haven't gotten to it yet, but like, I'm surprised by it. Like Duncan and Kobe just playing at a point in time where basketball changed in ways in which it didn't really benefit them as much as it would have if they came in like literally just a handful of years ago. So yeah, I think like if Duncan played in an era where it was more post dominant, allowing you to stay in the lane as long as you wanted to, and I do believe that he had the agility to kind of do similar things that Hakeem did, where he kind of flirted with like staying above the free throw line when they tried to use illegal defense in their benefits and kind of do things that only like David Robinson and Hakeem were able to do. I think Duncan will be able to do that just as well. But I think overall, the knee thing really, messed up Duncan. If he had a solid knee, his agility would have been there much longer than it was. So yeah, that's the thing that kind of holds him back.
Very strong player also.
For sure. Yeah.
Something that I've definitely peeped out as far as watching his games. And he's kind of wiry looking, so you wouldn't assume that about him. But like I saw him, he like stood Shaq up a couple of times on a podium. I'm like, oh. Like I wasn't expecting to see that from Tim Duncan. So yeah, very strong.
Very strong for sure. Number 4. I think we know who it is.
Yeah, this is crazy.
I've been waiting 3 hours for this.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna reveal where everyone had him. Everyone, all of us, because we know who the player is. I had him 6th. John D had him 5th. Low had him 4th. ZZ had him 4th. Tyler had him 9th. Chill didn't have him. Real Talk had him 3rd. Ox had him 6th. Ron had him 3rd. KB had him 4th. Pirate had him 8th. Gifted had him 4th. Penn had him 10th. Riv had him 4th. Carson didn't have him. Dream had him 6th. Swiper had him 9th. Jordan had him 9th. And Sean had him 5th. Carson, they're going to ask you. So you're going to start this.
Yeah, that's fine.
Kobe
with me.
Bryant. Why is he not top 10?
I mean, I didn't know I was going to be on here with 3 Lakers fans. Maybe I would have been a coward, and maybe I would have said Kobe's top 5. I mean, I'm just not the highest on Kobe. Like, I will praise him just because I don't want to come across as a Kobe hater, because I really don't think I am. And I actually think he's just a tough player to have a rational discourse about, because I feel like people either love him and are too high on him, in my opinion, or people hate him and they're too low on him. Like, I think what's really interesting about Kobe is that as an offensive player, well, first of all, I think there's a couple myths about him that, like, again, go in both directions. But I think some people underrate Kobe's passing. I do consider him to have been a good passer. I also think some people underrate that, like, there are ways in which he made up for his lack of scoring efficiency, like being such an incredibly valuable off-ball scorer, like being as versatile as he was. And I think that his difficult shot making, him being as phenomenal as he was, operating from the elbows, from the mid-range, like all over the floor, if it's coming around screens, isolation, post up, pick and roll, whatever, his ability to get to those same shots in the playoffs is a reason, like, his playoff scoring, if you look at like 2008 to 2010, translated really well. And I think those runs are really impressive. And I also think he was like a really, really great offensive engine. If you look at what he did 05 to 07, the fact that the Lakers were a top 8 offense each of those years, that's like the post Shaq dip, obviously, before they get Powell. I think that speaks to his incredible value, and the fact that, like, even though it's kind of unconventional in the sense that he didn't create super high efficiency offense for himself, like, he demanded so much defensive attention, and he could still impose himself with that volume in that many different ways, that he was a really, really impactful offensive player. It just comes down to the fact that I do prefer offensive engines who did have, like, that next level advantage creation. Like, to me, what a Shaq could do for your offense is just far greater, because he's either creating himself a really efficient, easy shot, or he's doing the same for his teammates because the defense is overcompensating, throwing everybody at Shaq. Same goes with a Steph from the perimeter. That's a difference to me, right? The all-time rim pressure of a LeBron, the all-time rim pressure with the great shot making of a Michael Jordan. These are guys who just had more advantages. If it's like supreme skill from beyond the arc, where the points are just weighted more heavily for Steph, or the crazy physical advantages of those other guys, or all-time great playmaking from a Magic, like with his all-time efficiency. Kobe just didn't have one of those superpowers. He had a superpower. It was his tough shot making, and that's really valuable, but it's not as valuable as those guys that I'm talking about. I also think part of the thing with Kobe is people go to 5 rings immediately. And I think context is important with that. I said that coming out when I laid out my floor plan, right? Like, to me, the context of every championship is important. I think that in 2000, right, Kobe still had some major issues in that run. And regardless, like, very clearly, bar none, no conversation, Shaq is easily the best player on all of the 3-peat teams. So that matters to me, where some people might just weigh 5 championships. And I say, okay, well, it's important to acknowledge he had the best player on the world who was dominating at an obscene level alongside him at that time. I also think people can kind of underrate, like, some of the late 2000s teams around him, which were good to, like, prop up Kobe. But maybe the biggest difference, I don't know. I'm interested in what you guys have to say, honestly, because I can't justify Kobe at 4 from a basketball perspective. Like, I straight up can't see it. If you want to go up to like 7, I can see that, because I do think that there's a range for all these guys. Maybe it's the defense. I think Kobe's probably the most overrated defensive player ever. And, like, that's where I also mentioned off the top, accolades I don't value, because I think voters can get stuff wrong. And I don't know if anything has ever been more misrepresentative than Kobe being 12 times all defense. And, like, I'm not going to say that he didn't have great moments. I think in the early 2000s, he was an elite defender for a couple seasons and then fell off pretty dramatically. I would argue there are multiple seasons in the mid 2000s where he is a negative defensively, and he is getting first team all defense nods. And by the late 2000s, like, once he locks in again, because he's trying to win titles, I think that he's a slight plus defender again. But I just think among, like, the defensive guards who he gets brought up against, yes, he's a good one-on-one defender. He's got good measurables, 6'11" wingspan, good size. But as a team defender, he just wasn't super impactful. Like, I think he was pretty prone to lapses off ball. I think he took some gambles that could go either way. Didn't have much value as, like, a helper or a secondary rim protector. Wasn't a great defensive playmaker. So I just really, really, really don't see where the 12-time all defense stuff comes from, other than reputation. And like, I just think that's a thing with Kobe. Like, there's the myth of him as the Laker, right? Playing for the most iconic franchise. And people love the artistry of his game, which I get. Like, I've never seen a more impressive, difficult shot maker than Kobe Bryant. It is ridiculous. The footwork, the shot making, the fadeaways, the post game, all of it. It's spectacular. But ultimately, there are guys who just made it easier. There are guys who just had more valuable A++ traits than Kobe. And that's why I have him just off my list.
Real talk, you have him third, so I'm going to let you go next and I guess rationalize why he's third.
Yeah, I mean, I've had this logic about my top three, Kobe, Bron, Jordan. I just think they're the best three basketball players. I'm sorry, but excuse me. Yeah, but I just think they're the best three basketball players that I've ever seen. I'm not as maybe analytically driven as some others, but I do know that by the time we got to pretty much 01 forward, I mean, that's an elite offensive player. I do think that Carson said in his soliloquy how he had Shaq in his first three rings, and that's why he doesn't value accolades and championships and stuff like that. But I do think because he played with Shaq, like those years tend to get undervalued from him, in my opinion. I think that 2001 season is an absolutely ridiculous guard season. What he was able to do in the regular season plus the playoffs, how he performed against San Antonio, killed Duncan pretty much any time we saw him, but that's another combo for another day. Killed the Kings. And even in that 2000 run where he wasn't the offensive player yet, that was an all-time that was a great guard defensive run also, if you go watch those games. Picking up the point guard full, being great in weak side situations at the rim. There was a couple of runs he definitely provided like secondary weak side rim protection legitimately. And then him as an offensive player just can run pick and rolls, can play out of the post, can pass. He was one of the first I saw as the league began to be modernized, make that skip pass to the corner regularly. Out of like from the strong side, like free throw line, extended area, mid post area. Could shoot from everywhere on the court, could get to the basket at a very good clip, could get to the free throw line at a really good rate. I know he doesn't do one thing particularly all time great to where it's going to skew like offensive rating numbers, like you said, the LeBron downhill thing, and then he's one of the great because of his physical attributes and whatnot, or he's not a Steph Curry level 3-point shooter, but I do think that the aggregate of versatility at some point does kind of matter. And like the fact that I can put a basketball player in pretty much any predicament and he's like B- to B+ at it, I think does hold real value in my opinion. So yeah, he can lead the break as the ball handler. He can fill out the wing and be the play finisher in the fast break. He can be the screener or the ball handler in screen and roll actions. He can make pull-ups. He can catch and shoot. He can attack a closeout. He can primary your offense. Like, I don't know. I value all of that stuff, but I just think as a complete basketball player, that's why I'm very, very high on Kobe.
I think Kobe Bryant, and I'm gonna try really hard not to be like extremely biased in this conversation. I think Kobe Bryant's level of pick and roll play, the off ball movement, the ability to pass out of the post, I think all of that's very like top tier. I think all of that is top tier. The versatility as a scorer and having multitude of different ways to score on the offensive side of the ball, whether it was in the mid range, whether it was downhill. I think he had really good body control navigating through traffic on the defensive end. I think he had really good kick out passes, pocket passes, skip passes to the corner, like you mentioned, real talk. I just think there's a lot of things that people could like overlook with Kobe's game. Like in his peak years, especially 06 and 07 and 05, like we can look at that roster and see that that team could not function without Kobe Bryant. Like Kobe Bryant made offense easier for the guys around him. He was finding cutters, he was finding shooters, he was playing in the pick and roll. And a lot of that did come with him playing with Shaq, being able to make interior passes and pocket passes out of pick and roll and be able to be such a good pull-up mid-range shooter as well. He's, in my opinion, a top 3 post player as a guard. The ability to have up and unders, to get to the free throw line, to have a post fadeaway. And in my opinion, he's just one of the greatest scorers of all time and a really underrated defender from the early 2000s. Do I think he should have all those all defensive teams? No. But when you talk about one of the greatest scorers of all time who can also pass as well and can play on the defensive side of the ball, I had to have him that high. I think his ability to play off ball paired up really well with Pau Gasol. The lob passing ability, the ability to make reads out of pick and roll. All that stuff is just really valuable to me. And when he's hot, bro, like, it ain't nothing you can do. Like when that shot is consistently falling, it's nothing you could do. Next thing you know, you look up, he got 45. Next thing you know, he got 81. And there's absolutely nothing you can do. Maybe it's bias, but I couldn't have him no lower than 5. I couldn't.
Where did you have him, Morris?
6th.
6. Yeah, I think I can have him. I have him 4th. But I can see somebody having as low as 7th.
It's 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. That's why we had him.
Yeah,
and then Carson
I
had him
guess
at 16.
The biggest pushback, the biggest pushback, which is understandable to why not having Kobe on the like a top 10 list. But I guess the challenge would then be about the relative conversation we were having before, because part of the reason why I personally believe. And sure, I think some of the shot selection is certainly a problem. The inability to have the same athletic gifts as other players is also a problem as well. And then like playing at a point in time where like efficiency isn't as comprehensive as it later became. But I think that's kind of like the struggle, and I kind of alluded to this with Duncan, of like trying to gauge players and how good they are in the 2000s, because there just aren't that many analytic metrics that are going to really lean, especially scoring wise, they're going to be lean as favorable as other players in several other eras of basketball, just because of the rules that change, the inability from coaching to like properly put the floor spacing pieces around players. But more importantly, where coaches were still functionally trying to put players on the floor to run their offense. So a lot of the offense, yes, Kobe's an amazing tough shot maker, but effectively at that point in time, the way that the triangle offense functions, it functions in a way in which that's effectively what you have to be unless you're Shaquille O'Neal. Michael Jordan had the privilege of playing a point where it's like illegal offense, and I also think like really sound floor spacing. But like in the 2000s, when zone is being implemented, help is better, a lot more rotation, players from his position are much better defensively as well, in my opinion. A lot of that comes down to like you're forced to kind of be a really great tough shot maker on shots that are going to be more or less inefficient. So Kobe being so good at those shots that then generated quality looks for everyone else, to the degree in which, as Carson alluded to, even in stretches post Shaq, before Gasol got there, they're still one of the best offensive teams in the NBA. 08 alone is what really. I always pivot back to 08 because that is a year where it just does not make any sense for Kobe to have led that team to a top 10 offense. Like Gasol only plays 20 some games. Ariza isn't the player that a lot of people think that he was at that point in time. Mm-hmm. Bynum isn't either. It's legitimately Kobe is, for a majority of that season, the best player at every single aspect of offense outside of like 3-point shooting. And yes, having Luke Walton and Vladimir Radmanovich, Derek Fisher being back on the team really helps. But being able to translate that team into a top tier offense off of just tough shot making, I think is very, very important. I also think it's very important to contextualize that in the postseason, Kobe only had the privilege one time to match up against what we would probably consider to be a bad defensive team. And that was a 2010 Phoenix Suns. And that is arguably the greatest statistical standpoint, the greatest series he's ever had in his career. And so there's some of the numbers that also don't favor Kobe in those regards, just because pretty consistently in that Western Conference, he's matching up against elite level defensive teams that also have the personnel to really slow him down and force him into shots that, again, to be fair, I think Kobe was a bad shot taker. I definitely agree with that. But I just don't think that a lot of things that, and this may be just I guess, the privilege in some capacity of watching it in its totality and thoroughly contextualizing it more than things that happen 90s and beyond, but kind of just knowing, like, having that tough shot making gave Kobe and the Lakers a massive advantage post Shaq to be able to be a bit more more than just a one-dimensional offense, and a lot of other teams kind of fell in favor for, and constantly putting the pressure on the defenses in situations where, again, at that point in time, teams, it may not have been as high leverage as a LeBron attack to the basket, but teams at that point are still shifting their defenses over pretty considerably just to stop Kobe on his midi. So I think that those are the things I just always take into consideration. I could be high because I'm a Laker fan and I grew up watching Kobe, but leaving him off the list, I think, kind of goes back to then the question of, if we're talking about relative to era, at that point in time, I think if we're talking about volume scores, not Nash, because Nash is, I wouldn't necessarily consider Nash a volume scorer, but even if you say Nash, it's basically Nash, Dirk, Ray Allen, and then everybody else is basically attacking the basket, and Shaq and Stoudemire. But like the relative true shooting difference between like Wade and LeBron, even throughout most of those years in 2000s, is like a difference of like 2, maybe 3%. When you pair like the versatility that Kobe had when it came to postseason play, the reason why he's able to sustain it is because like how versatile he is a scorer and not as predictable as a Wade and a LeBron at times, where they could see pretty steep fall offs. Like LeBron has some pretty steep fall offs throughout his time in the playoffs in the 2000s, and I think because of his inabilities. Wade not as much, but I would like to just obviously have seen Wade more, and that goes for a lot of other players as well. Like I think part of the reason why like Nash didn't see a lot more success in the postseason because he didn't score. He wasn't as active as an aggressive scorer as he, in all honesty, probably should have been. Those are issues that I didn't see with Kobe, and so I don't want to make it seem like I'm only giving Kobe the credit, because I agree those teams post Shaq were, especially in the championship run, were still really good teams, but I also know that those teams heavily depended on his aggressiveness, his versatility, his ability to make tough shots against really great defensive teams as well, with the personnel to slow him down, to then convince the team to kind of shift over. I think those are all things I always just take into consideration when ranking like Kobe and even Duncan to an extent as well.
I also think some of his regular season floor raising sometimes is a bit devalued. That 05-06 season is one of the greatest floor raising seasons offensively, for sure, the last 20
Jesus,
years.
it's almost 9:00. Oh my god!
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, man.
So,
This
and I also said he
hour
didn't do any.
This went longer than I expected.
Yeah, I was,
definitely. Like I got to stretch.
I said he didn't do anything great, but let me rephrase it, because I mean I definitely have him as one of the greatest scorers ever. So let me rephrase that statement. And from 06 to 08, were probably the best scorer I've ever watched, honestly. That 05-06 season goes without saying. People are very much sleep on the 06-07 season. He had a knee surgery that off season, so he started the season kind of slow. But I'm pretty sure that's the season where he has like 4 straight 50-point games. I think he has like 10 50-point games in that season total. Like once he gets past that, it's right back to ridiculous scoring output from Kobe Bryant and in that following season. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure I had that covered.
I really don't disagree, like strong at least, with that much of what you guys said. I think that we agree on like all the strong points of Kobe's value. I guess the one area where I would disagree with the point that you made, Lo, is there are players who, in spite of eras where there's slow pace and shitty spacing, had paths to being hyper efficient offensively. And Shaq is one of those guys. And Michael Jordan is one of those guys, right? Because they have their A++, I mean, in Shaq's case, physical advantages. And MJ, it's the combination of just ridiculous downhill rim finishing, but then also being a legitimately awesome shooter. But a lot of it is, right, that ability to just athletically be an absolute freak. And then also have the versatility where it translates at a really high level of the playoffs and whatnot. That's where I think, like, yeah, Kobe played in a tough offensive era, but we're not like judging his raw true shooting percentage. We're drawing his relative efficiency. And that's where like some of the names that you brought up, like, yeah, I think that Dirk deserves credit for being able to still be very efficient relative to his peers in that era. I think that LeBron, when you're looking at like the 06-07 range, he did have a couple of rough postseasons. But once you get to like the start of his peak, 2009, 2010, I mean, what he's doing in the postseason is ridiculous. And that is still slow pace, multiple like plodding bigs who have no offensive skill on the floor. Like that was still the NBA at that point in time. So yes, it was a difficult era for offense, period, point blank. But I think that the shot diet that was available to Kobe was available to him more so because of his skill set than it was the era, because there have been other players. I mean, at every point in NBA history, really until like the most recent years, who have had to overcome shitty offensive circumstances, because for the most part, offensive circumstances were shitty. Like you talk about it, the 80 Celtics were considered an incredible offense, right? But the reality is, alongside Larry Bird, they were playing three dudes who couldn't shoot the ball for the life of them, like basically every minute of the game. And I think sometimes, again, it's not that we fundamentally disagree on a lot. It's just, I think sometimes Kobe gets a pass for things that other people don't, and Kobe gets a little bit more credit for things that other people don't. Like, I agree. I think the 05 to 07 floor raising job he did is absolutely incredible, especially on the offensive end, because defensively, I don't think he was impactful in those years. But like, we hear so much more about those seasons than we do, say, Duncan 01 to 03, which I actually think is a more impressive floor raising job. He was taking rosters with a bunch of like relative no names, right? Very limited players. And they were winning not 40 something games, 58 games, 60 games, because he's leading number one defenses and good offenses. Like, that's just where it comes down to, not me like really being low on Kobe, I don't think, just being really high on everybody else and thinking that like the top 10 players of all time are all pretty insane. And we're really talking about the margins here. And that's just where I prefer a couple guys to Kobe. I also think one more thing, if I could say, and actually none of you guys brought this up, but I can see people talking about his longevity, which I think is like a little bit overrated, just because obviously he comes into the league so young. Like 2001 to 2013, Kobe, flat out superstar, no two ways about it. You can include 2000 if you want, but like, it's really 12 seasons, because then after obviously the Achilles tear, like the fall off is so hard, and there's multiple seasons where he's building up to that star level. So that's where like his 20 years are very different from Duncan's 19, where it's like Duncan was bringing elite value for more of those seasons than Kobe was.
Has everyone got everything off their chest?
Yeah, I don't want to drag it to it.
I want to
Because we
go
also-
6 hours if we can, Mars.
I mean,
Oh man,
it's gonna be 2 a.m. We did get some super chats though regarding Kobe. There's a reason he's very polarizing. Jason 15212 said, "Low, don't let anybody off the hook. Kobe's name and the word inefficient should not be in the same sentence." Thankfully, I don't think anyone said that.
yeah, nobody said that.
And if his all defensive selections are put under a microscope, let's do it to everyone, not just him. His all defensive selections were put under a microscope. So is there anyone else whose all defensive selections you guys want to put under a microscope?
I mean, we kind of already passed that point. I kind of feel it. I don't want to go back. I don't want to go back too much.
I mean, my thing is, I don't value anybody's all defense selections. I value how good I think the people were at defense, but also the efficiency point. Just real quick, I know we don't need more about Kobe. It is incredible, like, because his raw efficiency numbers, right? They aren't great when you're comparing him to the other great players. But like by play type, isolation, post up, pick and roll, like these self-created play types, he is ranking like 85th, 90th percentile efficiency every year. Because as a self-creator, as a tough bucket, like yeah, he's one of the best that we've seen ever.
How many viable years do you think Bird gave you? I'm just curious because you have Bird in your top two.
As a defender,
I think
No, I'm just as a
player.
Yeah,
I think that from 1980 to 1988, Bird was a top 5 player. And then I think even post back injury, like the last 3 seasons, he was still definitely a top 15 player. He just wasn't the same. But there's also, 3 years where Bird is the best player in the world. Like I do think that he peaked higher than Kobe.
Do you think that he did that because? Okay, well, let me ask you, because I think you could argue easily that from 01 to 10, Kobe was a top 5 player in the league for those years. Would you disagree?
No, I agree.
Okay. What?
I want to be clear. I wasn't knocking Kobe's longevity, but I was saying I think a lot of people would use longevity as like, that's a strong point in Kobe's favor. Whereas with Bird, like obviously longevity is a knock. Like that's the knock on him. So, I mean, Kobe has better longevity than Bird. I just don't think the gap there is as big as some other people might, because I think there's a number of years there where Kobe's not in his prime.
Okay, before you go, this is the other question I always have for like the relative, like leaning a little heavy into relativity. Okay, if that's the case, do you think Bird, because sometimes it's also about who you're running the race with, or like
that's what I was just finna get to. Yeah,
that's the analogy that I always use about like when we're leaning heavy on like how long are you a top 5, top 3 player, or the best player in the league. A lot of that stems from who you're in the league running the race with to be in those arguments. And I feel like if you're in the league running with peak Shaq, then Duncan, Garnett, and then LeBron immediately emerges, and while all that is happening, you still are having, relative.
Okay, but we are blending eras there because we can't say peak Shaq and LeBron emerging at the same time.
Oh no! What I'm saying is like if Kobe's trying to run the best player in the league race, and in the first part of it, it's like first 3 years it's Shaq, then 04, 05, 06 is like Duncan, Garnett, Sprinkle, and Nash, and then from like 07 onwards, it's like Nash, Dirk, LeBron emerging as well. I'm not denying like the idea. Like I just don't know how many years Bird would not only be considered the best, but then like how long would he be considerably top 3? Especially when I go back and I look at some of those years, and like no disrespect to like Bernard King or something like that, but like if the competition to be like a top 3 player, top 5 player, if like the end of that list is like Bernard King level of caliber player, and like the bottom part of being a top 5 player in like let's just say like 04 is like Garnett, Duncan, Shaq. If like Kobe's like finishing 4th or 5th in 04, that is a much higher threshold to be in consideration. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I don't think that I see a gap. Like I think you'd have to be really, really high on Bernard King to think that like he's strongly figuring into those conversations, because it's like you have Moses at his peak, you have Kareem still delivering like clear top 5 value at that time, you have obviously Magic, and then once you get into the 86, 87 range, I mean even 85, I think rookie Michael Jordan was probably the 5th best player in the NBA. He was an absolute monster from the jump. So I see what you're saying, and that's where like honestly, even putting it as best player in the world, I think that there's a flaw in that. Just like I think there's a flaw to pointing to MVP because some MVP races are stronger than others. So let me even not put it like that. Like that's just kind of my shorthand, like approximation. Yeah. I just think Larry Bird peaked higher than Kobe. That's what it comes down to.
Because the only reason I say this is because like I hear what you're saying, but like in 83, this is like Kareem is like starting to regress a bit. Moses is still there. Larry and Magic, but like I don't know who's like the 4th or 5th best player in 83.
Probably Dr. J at that point. Dr. J was still really, really good.
And so if it's
2
like
of the top 5 on the same team,
I want to say, but if it's like a 32-year-old Dr. J is the like 4th best player in the league, you kind of get what I'm saying. I think that more so speaks in volumes to like who's at the top echelon of the league to like have those convos. And at that point, I think Kobe would then be able to like snatch a lot more top 3 status years under his belt if he didn't have to like compete with Garnett, Shaq, and Duncan, because those 3 are just walking away with it. And if those are the best 3 players, like respectfully, I don't think Larry Bird would be a top 3 player, the best player in the league if like Shaq and Duncan are picking at the same time.
I mean, to be honest, I don't even think you really had to. I think Kobe has 3 years consecutively where he was the best player in the league. From 06 to 08, I think he was the best player in the league.
Could one not argue that was weak competition?
If you want to say the trend, if you're saying that's transitioning from like before, like Wade and LeBron and them emerge, and then like the end years of Shaq and Duncan, sure. But I think that's kind of my point, is that being the best player is, again, it's relative, but it's also like it needs to also be understood it's relative to what is in the league at that point in time. Me not being able to be better than Shaq doesn't mean that like I'm still not better than you just because you were the best player in the league at that point in time.
Right.
Like if we ran a race and you ran a 4 point, I lost to you, you ran a 4.1, I ran a 4.2, but another race, somebody ran a 4.4 and they won the race. That doesn't mean that you're all of a sudden faster than me because you won your race and I didn't win mine. It's just all relative to like who's running the race with me. And anybody running the race with Shaq, not named Jordan or LeBron at their best, is going to lose that race.
I definitely said that before. You and your real talk bad.
Okay, all right, we can move on. We can move on.
I got some more super chats.
Karen Jones 4 hours here.
Said, we're gonna go way over 4 hours. Kobe number 2, you guys ain't ready for that. Thanks for not falling for the Duncan over Kobe propaganda. Shout out to Kieran.
Oh,
Jones.
shout out to Kieran, man.
Oh, you know.
Duncan over Kobe.
Oh yeah, that's like
I'm about to say that's not that crazy. Duncan over Kobe.
childhood friend, like since
Oh, for real?
kids.
Oh, he has Kobe
wow.
number 2. Shout out to your childhood friend.
Yeah, I had to convince him of that.
Gosh.
I had to convince him of that.
Jason15212 said all of a sudden relative to era doesn't matter for Kobe. I think that point was addressed.
Yeah.
Joe Jet said Chef Carson, so he appreciates your Kobe
Thanks,
spiel.
Joe Jet.
NY Kareem 2001 said masterful gambit Carson. He appreciated your spiel. Joe Jet said better defensive 2-guard Wade over Kobe. Yeah, who was better on defense, Wade or Kobe?
At their best, or depending on the year, because I think there are years where Wade is a better defender than Kobe, without a doubt. But I don't know. I think at their best, I think that Kobe's a better defender. But I can hear the argument for Wade, especially weak side help with Wade.
Yeah, the secondary rim protection from Wade is crazy. I think he was definitely more consistent. I think that there were more lapses in motor and engagement with Kobe.
Yeah.
Kieran, is that how I say it?
Kieran, yeah.
Kieran. 0203 Kobe is one of the 5 best players I've ever seen. Shout out to 0203 Kobe, very underrated season. NY Kareem is asking for some intangibles talk like you nitpicked Wilt for. So I'm assuming that's stuff like not shooting in the second half.
Not shooting in game 7.
Oh, hang we do that, then a couple of people might have to. I think the difference is that Wilt's intangible talks are, I think, way more damaging than a lot of people realize. I think that's my biggest gripe with Wilt.
It's also like it is never passing the ball intangible. You know, like that's pretty tangible, I think. Like Wilt just approached the game strategically in a very flawed way. I agree there are intangibles too, but like he also just was flat out not making the most of his value on the court, what it could have been for a while.
To Dad Terry. Big shout out to you 5 fine Black Kings up here.
Thanks, Terry.
Yeah, there we go.
Appreciate you.
Teddy Hart said, Carson, I also think top 4 is a bit much for Kobe. But prior to LeBron, his longevity still being all NBA level in year 17 was the best I'd seen at the time. His all-time range is anywhere from 5 high end to 8 low end. Where was your range, Carson? Where was your range of where you could see Kobe?
For Kobe, let me think about that for a second. I mean, I think as high as 7. 7 is where I think you can definitely make an argument.
All of us overrating Kobe, guys. Down. I had 6. I thought I was being reasonable.
I was thinking about 3. I ain't gonna lie, but
okay.
Again, that's just my bias. But
the best I was gonna get was 6, but
I can't hang on. 4 is literally the highest. I can't go.
So all of you guys went high end estimates on Kobe. Interesting. The Trib one said might have been answered, but are there players like a Bill Walton due to injuries or an Arvidas due to getting withheld from the league that you think would be in the top 10 over some people? And like the video.
Yeah, I think one of them is still in the league.
Oh,
I won't say his name, but I think if Joel would have put together a full prime, like a lot of these guys, I think Joel could have a real case to be top 10 because he's one of the greatest scorers I've ever seen. Like at the size that he is, the mid-range shooting, the post play, the ability around the rim, and being one of the best rim protectors in the league when healthy in the playoffs, I think Joel would have had I think Joel would have had a case. But with the winning and the playoff dropping, I'm not gonna put quotes by it, but playoff dropping, I can definitely see why some people would say. And Kawhi is up there too. One of the best two-way players of all time, especially at his position. Those are 2 guys I could really see.
I think Walton's a great shout. I mean, I think Walton can go peak for peak with a few guys we mentioned today. Like it's only 2 years, but 77 and 78, they were 92 and 31 with him. They were 15 and 26 without him. Like they win the title, then they start 50 and 10. Then he gets hurt. They totally fall apart. They're well below 500, but like he was the offensive engine, the defensive anchor for a team that was top 5 in both offensive and defensive rating, led the league in net rating both years, was the best team in the league both years. And he didn't have like a strong all-star caliber team. And I won't disrespect Mo Lucas, but he was a fringe all-star kind of guy. Like it's incredible how impactful Walton was on both sides of the ball. And it's a bummer that we just got deprived of so much of it.
My answer would be D Wade would be 1. I think if D Wade doesn't get hurt, you get to see more 09 D Wade stuff. I think he would have an outside case. And another one, already got given some love and is on some lists. But if Kevin Durant doesn't have a Jones fracture and a torn Achilles, I do think he has a much stronger case for the top 10. So those would be my two answers. But on to number 3. I think everyone knows who number 3 is going to be. This guy had 142 points. So Kobe had 88. And this guy has 142. So we are seeing a sizable jump.
That's good to know.
I'm going to just rattle off where everyone had him. I had him 4th. John D, Lowe, ZZ, Tyler, and Chill all had him 3rd. Real Talk had him 5th. Oxen Ron had him 1. KB had him 3. Pirate had him 6. Gifted had him 3. Penn had him 5. Riv, Carson, Dream, Swiper, Jordan, and Sean all had him 3. We are obviously talking about Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah.
What do you guys want to say about Kareem? Is he solidified in that 3rd spot for you guys?
No. I think
Okay.
I think there could have been a couple of guys that made the I could have made an argument for. I don't think it would be a winning argument, but when you look at Kareem's scoring, the longevity, the defense he had in his earlier years, like the early 70s, I think he was a really good rim protector. And then the ability to master the hook shot by just getting stronger and being more polished as a post player. But that's not all he had. I mean, he had a lot of really good finesse work and getting to the free throw line and being able to pass out of the post as well, which I think was extremely valuable. How just the ball didn't stick to him to necessary levels that we've seen in the post, and just having the ability to pass out of the double teams to the level that he did, which I think was extremely valuable in the finishing around the rim. I think he played 19 years, 19 or 18, if anybody knows, but extremely impactful throughout multiple.
It was either 19
years.
or 20. Might have been 20.
He played from the 1970 season to 1989.
It's 20.
Yeah, 20.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the longevity, the scoring, and the defense that he showed earlier in his career is what put me at number 3 for Kareem.
I don't want to spend too much time. I know we're gonna. I don't know how much of a royale we're gonna have with the top 2, but yeah, Kareem, 17 years. It's pretty. Those 15 to 17 years are pretty hard to refute. You know, the great player. Obviously, the biggest question mark was just how impactful, especially like a non-ball handler, was post those Oscar Robertson years and pre-Magic Johnson, and then how much some of that translated into the postseason, even when Magic wasn't as dominant as he was. But outside of that, I mean, also the other thing that when I watch him, I realize like the hook shot was amazing, but it also didn't put a lot of pressure on the defense in terms of like translating to free throws, which is why like as great of a scorer he was, he has years where he's only like getting to the free throw line like 6-7 times, like 5, 6, 7 times. But outside of that, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's kind of hard to. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, dog. It's kind of hard to deny somebody who's out there giving you 25 to 27 pretty consistently, plus like 5 to 7 relative pretty consistently, 12 to 15 rebounds pretty consistently, while being at worst like the 3rd best defender throughout the 70s, depending on how you may feel about like Bill Walton at his absolute best, and a couple other names. But Kareem is, to me, it's pretty solidified. I just the impact is what kind of leaves it lackluster in contrast to the other 2 names. But outside of that, it's pretty cut and dry.
I mean, there's 3 dudes who have like basically been the undisputed best player on the planet for a decade. Kareem's one of them. I think that's a big reason he's in the top 3 with top 3 longevity ever. And like even some of the knocks on Kareem, like what he did without Oscar in Milwaukee, first of all, immediately taking a team that was picking 1st overall that had just expanded. And then like he sets foot in the league and he's the best player in basketball. I think Kareem is the only player who could ever say that as a rookie, and they win 56 games. Then they get Oscar. Even without Oscar, though, in the years they played together, like when Oscar didn't play and Kareem did, they won 75% of their games. Like even the 75 year, people hold it against Kareem that the Bucks missed the playoffs, but like they were 35-30 with him that year. They were 3-14 without him. Like I just think he's an incredible floor raiser. And I think the blend of like size, scoring skill, agility, efficiency, it's unbelievable from a big with really good playmaking. It's crazy. I mean, if he had maintained his early 70s defense with his late 70s offense, Kareem could have been the GOAT, because he was very arguably the best defender in the league early in his career, and then just the motor really fell off after that, but the offense got even better. So he's a pretty clear 3 for me. I could have made a Russell case, but I'll take Kareem.
Should have made the Russell case.
That's what you're here for.
Yeah, I try. Just amazing player, really good longevity. Really good defense coming in, really fluid mover. He was 7'2", but could move really light on his feet. Really good shot blocker, came in as an amazing rebounder on both sides of the ball. Willing passer, was throwing outlets in the 70s, which was cool. He wasn't Wes Unseld, but was throwing outlets, starting fast breaks, which is valuable. Willing passer out the post. Really good touch on the hook as he got stronger, being able to really anchor his spot and control his space. Became borderline unstoppable with that hook shot. Low, you undersold him with like the +5 to +7 stuff. He's routinely +8, +9, +10. Just supremely efficient scorer, extremely high volume. Struggled a bit early on with certain matchups due to the strength factor. Nate Thurman gave him some trouble. Wilt Chamberlain would have given him some trouble because of the strength stuff. But once he figured that out, although the defense did start to decline, you get a stretch from like 76 to like 1980. Where he's just like the most inevitable offensive player on the planet, which is really valuable. My biggest gripe with Kareem, I spoke about it last week. The motor stuff that declines as his career went on, his tendency to shy away from contact or be outworked, outmuscled, especially in the 80s. And then just the rebounding was just really bad once you get later on in his career. So although he was still able to score 20 whatever points a game, the rebounding and the fact that you would have to put other guys around him who would be able to take that burden did leave some to be desired, and then not being able to just get up and down the court with the same sort of tempo. Well, my biggest issues with Kareem, but ultimately amazing longevity, all-time great peak, very comfortable top 4 player ever. Just ultimately finished in 4th for me because obviously I have Bill Russell in my top 3. But yeah, is there anything that anyone wants to add to Kareem? Okay, so is everyone here for the moment? Everyone's been waiting.
Yeah, we're here.
Yeah.
I'll ask you, do you want me to reveal how many points each one had respectively, or do you want me to just say who's 1 and who's 2?
Well, no, was it close?
Define close.
Oh,
wow.
Oh my gosh. Wow. Come on, man.
Define close. That's a valid question.
Within 30 points. Wait,
within
no,
30,
what am I talking about?
Absolutely,
definitely within 30 because everybody's 1 and 2. Hold up. Within 10 points?
No.
Damn.
Oh, wow.
It's not within 10. Before we get into the top 2, L-Dog said, swap Magic and Kobe, who fits better next to their new bigs, and how more or less successful would they both be? So Magic and Shaq or Kobe and Kareem?
I don't know. That's hard, man. It's hard.
Yeah.
You got L-Dog paying you? That's crazy.
I mean, he paying YouTube 40% of that. So
it's hard because these teams just needed different things. Like as much as I maybe high on Magic as a scorer, like the jump shot needed to be there for like Shaq in that triangle off. Like the offense itself is just vastly different. Like a triangle offense with Magic Johnson, I just don't know how. Well, it's just
I think it'd be. I think they just wouldn't run it. I think they.
Yeah, I don't think that works with Magic.
Yeah.
I can't reveal where, because if I reveal where people had him, it will spoil it. So I'm just gonna say
what's the 2 numbers? So what's the 2?
So there's 190 points was the max you could get. If everyone had you first, you would get 190.
Okay.
One person had 179. The other person had 168.
I know.
It's 11.
Yeah, I know. I already know how this gonna go because.
Yeah. I'm gonna read where the number 2 where everyone had them. And you're gonna understand how we ended up with 11 points less.
Oh, there's gonna be somebody who.
There's some people that don't have both of them numbers.
I have him second. John D has him first. Low, you have him second. ZZ has him second. Tyler, Chill, and Real Talk have him first. Ox has him 7th. Ron has him 5th.
Like, bro, what?
KB has him second. Pirate has him 3rd. Gifted has him second. Penn has him 3rd. Riv has him second. Carson and Dream have him first. Swiper and Jordan have him second. And Sean has him first. Do you understand how we ended up with 11 points less?
Yes.
I want no, because we people have been getting jumped over these lists. I want Ron and Ox on a frame. I want them on the wall. I want their heads on a wall. It makes no sense. 7.
Wait. Can we hear all the names he had above Braun?
Yeah, what's
okay? So
what's Ron and Ox? Yeah.
Ox had Bron 7th. He had Kobe 6th, Shaq 5th, Magic 4th, Duncan 3rd, MJ
That's awesome,
2nd,
man.
and Kareem 1st.
Yeah.
That was his list.
No,
And
he's dead serious. Like
No
and
chance, bro.
Ron had Bron 5th. He had Shaq 4th, Kobe 3rd, MJ 2nd, Kareem 1st. That's how this ended up.
No.
So if MJ, it would have been a 1 point
realistically
difference.
speaking,
It
yeah,
would have been a 1 point difference if they just had him in second, like most people.
I'd love to
but-
hear their criteria, man. I'd love to hear their floor plans for that.
Their floor plans. Bron just not that good for him. But yeah, and then for the other guy, spoiler alert, it's Michael Jordan. I had him 3rd. John D had him 2nd. Lo, you had him 1st. ZZ had him 1st. Tyler Chill, Real Talk, Ox and Ron had him 2nd. KB Pirate, Gifted Pen and Riv had him 1st. Carson and Dream had him 2nd. Swiper and Jordan had him 1st. And Sean had him 2nd. That's how
You
it
have
should
Michael
be.
Jordan
you're the
third?
lowest.
Well, yeah, I have
Bill
Bill Russell 1.
Bill Russell
So I have
won.
Bill Russell 1, Bron 2, MJ 3.
So you're the lowest on MJ.
Yes, I guess. yeah.
Valid.
So we'll start with LeBron.
Valid.
Yeah, well, you're not that good for him. I'm trying to tell you. We'll start with LeBron because he came 2nd. You're the only one up here, Lo, who did it. Well, I also didn't have him 1st, but I had Bill Russell 1st. You're the only one who had MJ above him. So talk to me. Why is LeBron your number?
I feel bad even saying something negative about him because we got people saying he's 7th, bro. I don't know how we get in this world where it should not just be unanimously those two. I know you said explain why he's not 1st, but brother, like these two players are the only two players in NBA history, in my opinion. And Bill Russell can be in that argument as well, but these are only two players in NBA history where they are expected to impact the game on both sides of the floor and be the best player on the floor, and then also have the result of leading into some type of form of success, in particular deep postseason runs, while also holding that impact. And not only are they the only ones to expect it, but they've been the only really ones to do it for any extended period of time. So the only thing I am holding back on when it comes to LeBron is some of the times throughout his peak from 20, depending on how you view his peak, but from 2010 to 2015, it's a bit inconsistent with postseason play with his jump shot shooting. And that's where, to me, that has kind of consistently been his biggest weakness throughout his career. And so even at his absolute best, the jump shot is kind of sort of consistent, but it's not consistent enough, or it's not inconsistent enough for me not to have him the second greatest player of all time. And I don't want to spend too much time on, because I feel like it's pretty clear and obvious from a LeBron standpoint. But in terms of like Jordan, I don't know, bro. Every single time I watch Jordan, and the same thing with LeBron, but like when I watch Jordan, it's like he just looks significantly different from everybody else on the floor. And I think the only thing that always had me back and forth with them is that even though at his best, I think LeBron isn't as consistent with his weaknesses, trying to like cover them as much as Jordan. But obviously Jordan's longevity is not even close to LeBron and even Kareem's at this point. So I can understand the give or take with one or two between those two. But that is the biggest reason why I don't have LeBron ahead of Jordan. But it's like nitpicking, and I think it's ridiculous to not have LeBron as like the second greatest player, or I guess third. Like I think it's ridiculous to even fathom him not being a top 5 player.
You can't understand 7th?
No, I can't understand it at all, Mars.
I can't understand 7th or Magic Johnson.
I can't understand lower than 3rd. Personally, I can't understand it. I think the longevity is just too much at this point. We're talking about someone who I'm younger than Low and Real Talk, and I don't know how old Carson is.
47.
I'm younger than Carson.
Am I the youngest on the panel?
No.
How old? No, I'm 20. I'm 24.
I'm about to say, he said 47 and you believe that? Like, what are we doing right now?
He's 24.
Well,
John D, you're younger than Carson. John D's.
John, how old are you?
Yeah, I'm 22.
You look great
Still
for your
not
age,
young. Yeah, you're close.
You look great for your age at 22. Is crazy.
Yeah. Sounds like he's willing to give you $1 million, John D.
Gotta get that hey, man. Nope.
I'll take 35.
Nope. All good. All good.
Anyway. I just think the longevity at this point is undeniable. Because I'm not the accolade person, so I'm 6 rings, 6 finals. I don't care. We're talking about someone in LeBron who has been a top 5-ish, in and around the top 5 literally my whole life. And that's not hyperbolic. That is literally, since I've been on this earth, LeBron James has been in and around the top 5 players in the NBA.
Yeah,
That level of
age. Wow.
That level of value is insane. And I think you are nitpicking, obviously, low to the point about the jump shot stuff. And I understand we have to nitpick. LeBron didn't struggle. Peak LeBron, in my opinion, 09, well, prime LeBron, 09 to 2020. We'll say 09 to 2020. He didn't struggle to put the ball in the basket in the postseason. You obviously got the 2011 final series, which has somehow put a dark stain on his whole playoff run in 2011. But 09 LeBron was torching defenses put in front of him. 2010 LeBron, before he hurt his elbow, was torching any defense put in front of him. 2011 LeBron was torching defenses. 2012 LeBron was torching defenses. 2013 LeBron, prior to the Spurs, I will say, the Spurs gave him problems. Spurs did give him problems. Was torching defenses. 2014 LeBron was torching defenses. 2015 LeBron, that's JeBron Lames. I keep trying to tell people that's not a LeBron season. That's someone else, an imposter. But 2016, 17, 18, 2020 LeBron, and that's the point where he becomes like, there's just no answer for LeBron James once you get to the second stint in Cleveland, especially offensively.
Yeah.
And if we're doing single season peaks, I think you've got 3 good options. You've got 09, 2016, and 2013. I don't know which one is the best, but I could argue all 3 of them might be the 3 best single seasons that have ever happened. Like, when there's an argument that LeBron James has the 3 best single seasons in NBA history, and they happened 7 years apart, 09 to 2016, that already is elite longevity. Not to mention in 2020, he's still probably the best player in the world. In 2021, before Solomon Hill decides to break his ankle, he's still probably the best player in the world. To this day, he's still probably one of the low-end estimates, top 15 players in the world, and he's the oldest man in the league. Providing that level of value all these seasons is just something that no one's really been able to match up to. And the only reason I have Bill Russell over him is because A, I think longevity is matched differently, era to era. And B, I think Bill just didn't take regular seasons off to the same degree LeBron did. So Bill's impact regular season to postseason probably was more stable and consistent, whereas LeBron would obviously take regular seasons off, settle down a little bit, and then elevate in the playoffs. Bill Russell's level of impact, I do think, was more consistent. So those would be my 2 gripes with LeBron. But the longevity is just unmatched at this point. And we are talking about someone who, in my opinion, is the 3rd best scorer ever, is a top 5 playmaker ever, is one of the 10 best passers ever, peaked as one of the best wing defenders ever, the best athletes ever. Like, I feel like for me, it's getting undeniable how great he is at this point, to where he probably should be number 1 on my list.
It's not a probably. It's not a probably.
That's what I can't
he's
get
not
over.
7.
I'm not gonna fight anybody that has Jordan at number 1. I can't get with him being lower than 3rd. I can't get with that at all.
No, I don't think it's completely unserious. I mean, there's no basketball case for being lower than 3rd. Like, straight up.
How could you make that argument?
You couldn't. I would love to see it. I would love to
really
see Ron or Ox.
There's 1,000 people in here. I know some of you guys are going to watch the panel tomorrow. Send a super chat asking Ox and Ron to explain it.
Please.
That's the best I can do. Send a super chat asking Ox and Ron to explain it. It would probably have to be more than a $2 one, just because Ron doesn't read super chats. But send a super chat asking them to explain it. We'll see what explanation we get. But yeah, I don't have much to say about LeBron that can't be said. The biggest issue I have is like every narrative about LeBron, especially from like just the perspective of his game and what he does on the court, is like flagrantly untrue at this point. Like, the idea that he's not clutch is just untrue. The idea that he's not skilled is just untrue. The idea that he's not a versatile scorer is just untrue. Like, every like negative or anything a detractor says about him beyond his finals record, which is still very disingenuous, is just not true. Whether that's by the eye test, whether that's statistics that will just clearly prove you wrong. Like, it's getting to a point where if all you have to do to tell me why LeBron isn't the GOAT or better than Michael Jordan or whatever is just lie, I feel like you're kind of admitting what you already know. That's just where I'm at with it. But is there anything you guys want to say about LeBron?
I truly don't. And I think you hit the nail on the head, Mars. I think that's what's really stopping LeBron from being the greatest player of all time. Like, I tweeted it. I truly don't see how he's not the consensus. Like, maybe it's just because I got to watch it like I grew up watching LeBron James, but you didn't sell it short. My entire life, all I know is LeBron is a top 10, 15, 5, top 3, top 1. He's one of the best players in the world. That's what I've been knowing since I could barely walk. It's crazy stats where it's like, oh, when Bronny was born, he was averaging 26. When Bronny got drafted, he was averaging 27. When Vince Carter, they were like, oh, Vince Carter had the highest points in the league as a 41-year-old. The entire comment section said, Bron gonna take that. Like, the longevity is crazy. He's one of the greatest playoff performers I've ever seen. He's one of the greatest playoff scorers I've ever seen. If you don't think LeBron has a bag, go watch 2018. Go watch 2018. Yeah. The shot making was ridiculous. The ability to play in transition was ridiculous. The ability to play in traffic was ridiculous. Go watch 2016 when he was carving up that Warriors defense as a playmaker, being significantly better than he was in the regular season as a defender and being a top tier scorer. Whatever you want. And then people try and make the first stint Cleveland run say he's just stronger and faster than everybody. Towards the end of his first stint Cleveland years, he had some real finesse and polish to his game.
Also, if you can average 35 a game in the playoffs and tear up any defense in the league while you're a top tier passer, I mean, like, doesn't matter how you're doing it. Like, yeah, 2009, 2010 LeBron is probably the best athlete to ever play the game. I don't think that's a knock. I think that's his superpower. And then he evolved, and like, maybe the craziest thing about LeBron is all the evolutions, because actually, like, pure peak for peak, I do think that MJ peaked a little bit higher. But the thing is, the difference in peak is 1%. And the difference in longevity is monumental. And I just think it's come to a point where, like, it is overwhelming. Like, I did consider MJ the GOAT for a while. And then LeBron puts together his 21st top 10 caliber season, and 19 of them are top 3 caliber. And it's like, all right, man, I just think that's too overwhelming. It's too much. Because, again, like, if you're talking about 89 to 93 MJ, I think that is the greatest player to ever play, specifically 91 to 93. Just the scoring peak, we've never seen anything like it. The volume is totally unparalleled. The efficiency is still great. The versatility is crazy. The playmaking was underrated at that time. The defense is a strong plus. Like, I think that's the greatest ceiling raiser ever. And I talked about earlier, I prefer ceiling raising to floor raising if we're coming down to a tiebreaker, but it's not a tiebreaker anymore. Like, for the peak, that can be a tiebreaker, sure, but when LeBron has stacked almost double the number of elite seasons, because MJ's got 11 healthy seasons in Chicago, and they're incredible. But even by 96 to 98, when he is arguably the best player in the world, I mean, over the totality of that 3-year stretch, I think MJ was still the best player. Like, that's not like what LeBron was doing in 2016 to 2018, when people will tell you, like, that's the best LeBron ever was, which personally, I would take 2013, 2014. But like you said, Mars, now we're talking about 3 different versions of him as a player, all with their own unique strengths and weaknesses and adjustments, that were clearly the best player in the world, clearly to me at a top 2 peak of all time, and arguably the greatest player ever. And he did it for an amount of time that nobody else can touch. I just really think, unless you are straight hating, there's no way you don't have him in your top 3, because I'll include your Bill Russell GOAT case, Mars. And I guess if you really love Kareem, man, but I just think LeBron's.
I don't think Kareem is possible, because Kareem's claim was the longevity, and LeBron's longevity is just undoubtedly better at this point.
It's the greatest longevity in sports, to my knowledge. Like, it's unbelievable. It's superhuman.
I don't know many other athletes, but yeah, it's just like. Go ahead, Real Talk. You haven't said
let Real Talk get his blaze off.
My fault. Go ahead.
I ain't done. So go ahead.
Yeah, whatever. I'm at a point, actually, in all honesty, to where, like, just as crazy I think it is to leave Kobe outside of your top 10. No offense, Carson. I think it's just as crazy, like you're saying, LeBron's not the GOAT at this point. Like, I think you have to
reverse the same
level. So many things at this point to say that, like, to get to the conclusion that he's not the GOAT. I mean, the man's been elite now for, everybody's outlined it. He's been the best player in the league for, I'm going to start it at 09. Some people want to start it at
I don't subscribe to the 06, 07 people.
09 to 20 people is, cool with me. Like, 11 years of being the best player, hands down, in the league. He's adapted in every era of basketball. So he was an elite driver. And then he did develop a jump shot. Actually, in those late, the early stint, the first stint of Cleveland, like John D was saying, in like 09, 10, he did get a little mid-range like pull-up game that he could go to. And then later on in Miami, he refines that game, is still a good mid-range shooter. Then later on becomes a good three-point shooter. And now he's like one of the best. Look, the man is amazing. He's 6'9", he's 260. He jumps higher, runs faster, and is stronger than everybody. And he's skilled, and he can shoot, and he's the best finisher arguably ever, non-center wise. And then he's peaking at one of the best defenders ever. At this point, I really don't know what else you really want the man to do. I think Michael Jordan is kind of Floyd Mayweather basketball a little bit. I know, like, the main argument for Floyd in boxing is like, oh my God, he's undefeated, right? The Michael Jordan people love to hang on to the fact that he's 6-0, and I get that, absolutely. And then he obviously is peaking, I think, arguably the highest peak ever, alongside Bron.
That's a big deal, to be fair.
Yeah, it is a big deal, but I do think, like, at a certain point, the years put together have to matter.
You have to be like a peak truther, because like I value peak over longevity, and honestly by a fair bit, and that's why I hung on to MJ for a long time. And then there comes a point where it's just like, again, a 1% difference in peak does not compare to almost double the number of elite seasons, like truly elite seasons from LeBron that we're talking about. We're talking about, again, top 3 player for basically 20 years, 19 years.
And then it's like, we look at, you just said, real talk, he was the best player in the world from like 09 to 20. How many of those years was he undoubtedly the best player in the league? Like, it's like, I'm not arguing anybody besides LeBron.
I'd say damn near everyone.
I
honestly never thought that anybody had
16 Steph would have me questioning.
I can't get there, man.
16 and maybe 9.
It was real conversations, to be fair, though.
It was.
I didn't think they were great.
I mean, if we're talking about like the
was
consensus
in
at the time, I do know it wasn't
really
consensus like in 09, 10 that LeBron was better. Like, just by the
NBA
public.
I think the consensus.
Now, if you want to judge it off player or whatever, then fine. But I'm saying just consensus as far as fame.
That's probably. I mean, in that metric, I think there were more challengers. I mean, after 2019, there were people saying Kawhi. After 2017 and 2018, there were people saying KD. After 2016, there were people saying Steph. 2020, there were people saying Giannis. Like, I'm saying, for me personally, I never hesitated about having LeBron as the number 1 player in basketball through the 2020 season.
And to be fair to LeBron, that's just that's what comes with being this good this long. Like every we keep going on, there's going to be more players that churn out that people are going to challenge. And I always just think to myself, like, bro, if we can't come to the conclusion who's better between Giannis and LeBron in 21, my nigga, just imagine what it would look like if you had to go up against him in 2016 or 2014. Like, you're like, the fact that we're even having to argue. And I think Giannis and Jokic have like amazing peaks. So it's not as if like this is a slight. But the fact that I'm even there arguing for some of these years over the past like 5 to 7 years, who's better between 35 or 38-year-old LeBron or Kawhi Leonard in his absolute peak, or Jokic and Giannis in either the beginning of their peaks or in their peak. That to me is like that.
They're silencing him. The media is silencing
him.
Yeah,
man, we can't. Yeah.
MJ came for him.
Them black vans.
He was like, "You're meant to have me at number 1."
I definitely get what he was saying, though. Like, we're comparing some of these guys like absolutely at their best, like their very best season, to LeBron. I get what he's saying. I'm sorry.
And then when you factor in I factor in error. I factor in your competition. And then when you factor that in, it's just really, it's not a conversation.
The finals record is so disingenuous, bro. I promise you it's so disingenuous, in my opinion. And then again, I'm from Chicago. Like, I've had to argue this multiple times, and I'm going to have to argue it after I get off. Cause my friend's watching. He thinks I'm stupid. I'm sorry. Like, and I've been trying to like not try to like push this as much, but I truly don't understand. I truly don't. Because for me, he's the consensus. Like, I'm not thinking twice about it. Maybe I'm wrong. but I'm not thinking twice about it. I just don't understand how you could beat that level of longevity.
Playoffs from 2009 to 2020, he was 29, 9, and 7 on plus 5% relative true shooting. That's 12 years
but how
and a
many
deep
times did he
playoff
lose in
run
the
every
finals?
single one of those years.
How many times did he lose in the finals?
Wow.
5. Not moved.
Yeah, in that span, 5. So he's cooked.
Yeah, I like to say all of this is subjective. I don't think there is a right answer. I don't think LeBron is just objectively the GOAT. I don't think Bill Russell is objectively the GOAT. I don't think MJ is objectively the GOAT. I think LeBron at 7 is objectively wrong. Or as close to objective as possible. I'll say that. Like,
I'd
as
love to
close
hear the criteria, like I said.
I feel like any criteria that has LeBron at 7 is going to contradict itself in some way.
Yeah.
But unless it is just purely ring count, then I think you can actually get there.
I really don't want to hear the criteria of it because I'm going to be there tomorrow morning, and
so am I. Real talk.
Yeah, and
we're all
Ron are just going to
they're gonna piss me off.
Babble, special spazzle, and it's not going to make any sense anyway.
It's not
so why
going
do
to
I need to hear it? I don't.
Good. Anyway, MJ did win, by the way. The way we're talking, you wouldn't know. MJ finished on top with 179 points. Carson alluded to it earlier. He said MJ has the highest peak ever. I'm inclined to agree. I don't actually know where I would rank. Like, it depends how many years I'm doing for a peak. Assuming I'm doing like 2 or 3 years, I probably would go MJ just because I think his defensive and offensive peaks were closer to overlapping. Even though I could argue that LeBron peaked higher offensively and peaked higher defensively, they just weren't at the same time. So I can't make Super Bron. But peak MJ, for me, I have to get 89 and 90 in there. I just have to, like, that level of athleticism, rim pressure. Albeit he didn't have the same level of refined post game or the same level of feel as a playmaker, but there's something different about that, for sure. So I would say like 89 to 92. I guess that's 4 seasons. Well, why not? Like, that MJ is something that I don't think we've ever seen before. I do think he's the greatest scorer ever. I don't think it's a question. Just the volume, the efficiency, the versatility, the ability to play on and off ball. If I were to like nitpick Bron's game, my biggest issues would be some of the off ball stuff. And then also just the consistency of the outside shot. MJ, I do think, was a better shooter at that point in time because of the mid-range stuff, the counters, the versatility as a shot maker. And then he's also just one of the more underrated playmakers with his gravity and then his willingness as a passer that did develop early on in the 90s, the ability to play within the triangle. I do think you could argue that the best player to ever play, if you do best players is just the peaks of every player, I think you could argue MJ is the best player ever. But for me, like, once again, the longevity just does start, like, I think Carson explains it well. The 1% difference in peak does not outweigh the longevity gap that has been amassed at this point. But MJ is ridiculous. Amazing playoff performer. I think my opinion is my top 3, Bill, MJ, and LeBron, are the 3 best playoff performers ever. That's my opinion. But I think MJ and LeBron are undeniable in terms of how well they play in the playoffs.
MJ's playoff resume going through 93, like 86 to 93, he averaged 35, 7, and 7 on better than plus 4% relative true shooting with like very impactful defense. Like, the scoring volume straight up is unfathomable. There's nothing like it with that level of efficiency. He's insane. I do think he has the best peak.
Real talk, John D. Anything you guys want to praise Michael Jordan about?
I mean, no, he got to play
I'm sorry,
Charles Barkley and that defense in the finals, and you know,
come on,
we don't have to deep dive into MJ's career, man. But I do think he's number 2. Isn't that where I had him?
Yeah, that's number 2.
But again, I think MJ was the reason why the generation directly after did end up playing better competition, better defensive competition at the position as well, because the league was adjusting to a 2-3 guard being the best player in the league and that being able to yield itself championship results. Prior to, it was the big man era for the most part, and then even like Magic and Larry, I mean, they're point guards and wings, but they're like 6'9", 6'10". And so you get Michael Jordan, he enters the league and he just absolutely dominates this big man era. not only through his personal just performance, but the winning aspect as well. And so then by the time we transition to like the Kobe's and the Allen Iversons and the Vince Carters, Tracy McGrady's, I do think by that time you started seeing more like Bruce Bowens and Ron Artest and that archetype of player in the league, because we just saw Michael Jordan and we just saw that, yeah, those type of players are good enough to lead directly to winning. And then by that time, I think the perimeter defenders that we've seen so far, I think, goes without saying. So, but shout out to Michael Jordan for dominating Craig Elo and all
You're
of them.
disgusting. Oh my God.
Can I say, you know what? I'm not even going to engage in any of this. I'm just going to be positive, and I'm going to say I think a testament to both of these guys is how insanely high the bar they've set, that like some of the signature criticisms of their career, like think about how much is made of MJ having to add strength, MJ having to develop physically to get past the bad boy Pistons. And you go back and you actually rewatch those series and you look at those series like 89 and 90 when they did get bounced by Detroit. MJ averaged 31, 6.5 on plus 3% relative true shooting. Craig Hodges was the Bulls' second leading scorer in 1989. 1990, he single-handedly willed them to a game 7, and his teammates shot under 24% in that game. And like, I actually think it was important that he added a little bit of strength, and that's why I consider 91 his absolute peak even more so than 89, 90. I think it's just the best overall combination of all of his best attributes. But like, that's how high the bar was, that like, that's considered the signature struggle obstacle of his career. And he was still shredding those defenses. Same goes for LeBron in like the 2009-2010 range. Now, obviously LeBron does have the 2011 finals, which legitimately were terrible. But overall, most of the criticisms that are thrown against these guys are like either manufactured or exaggerated, just because you got to try to nitpick something about these absolute titans of basketball players.
He was also bad in the 07 finals.
He was. I thought about mentioning that, but he just like that wasn't his prime yet, even though he was arguably best in the world, and he was really bad in those finals. So that's fair to bring up again, but I think 11 is like a really fair one where it's like, all right, LeBron, you're clearly the best player in the world, and you do that when you have the team that's favored. That's really, really bad. And MJ doesn't have that, but LeBron has the greatest longevity ever.
I'm going to read some super chats and then I'm going to read off the list as it's now official and immortalized. The Trip One said, I thought Bron was going to retire at 37 years old. LOL. Where did you guys think he was going to stop? Where do you think he will eventually stop? I say 44. So when did you guys think LeBron was going to retire, and when do you think he's going to retire?
I think there's some real consideration that this might be his last season. But to be honest, I do not have an answer to that question. Like, if he doesn't retire this year, I don't know when he's going to retire. Like, yeah, I just don't know.
He can play as long as he wants, man. I don't know. It's up to him.
I've actually never thought he was going to retire, just because like he's always been so great that like he's never seemed close. Now I think we're within 2 years. I think it's probably 1 to 2 more years, but like you said, but like both you guys said, anything is possible with this guy. It's ridiculous.
I remember initially, my first year of thinking LeBron only has like a couple more years is actually 2015.
That was your tweet where you said LeBron's 30. This isn't going on much longer.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me there. But I was like, oh wow, we actually are seeing like LeBron a tick down off of that insane athleticism and can't just speed boost past anybody anymore. But
he put together one of the best 5
exactly. He just revamped himself, and
we know what.
But I think this is the last season, though. I do think this is the last season.
Yeah, you saw what happened with Brandon Jennings, Mars.
True.
Yeah, I'm gonna stay quiet.
2019 too is when I remember, like, just because he got hurt that year and that Lakers team sucked, and like people just kind of forgot. A lot of people were like, "All right, that's it for Bron," and then he just comes back next year and reasserts himself as best in the world again. And I thought it was crazy in 2019. I was like, why is the guy who has clearly held the belt for more than a decade just getting written off because his team wasn't good and he got hurt, and like he's never been at his best in the regular season, or hasn't in a long time at least. I thought it was crazy, but he's immortal.
Styles Black 314 says, shout out to Ron and Ox. Shout out to Ron and Ox indeed. And then Football Breakdown 09 said 2020 is slept on. Watch the playoff tape again. I mean, I think we all said he was the best player in the world. I don't think he was the best in the regular season. I think that was Giannis, but I think you saw that the skill set stuff was still wrong.
Yeah.
And then Teddy Hart, final super chat. He said, off topic, the NBA shouldn't have grandfathered the OG top 50 when doing the top 75 list. They should have reset the list for it to be legitimate. One day I'd like to see Mars and Co's top 75. Too long for a pod, but maybe just publish a list. I'm not making a top 75 anything. No,
that is really hard to do. I'm sorry.
I'm not doing that.
I
struggled making these lists.
Yeah,
I'm not making a top 75 anything. I do agree that the original 50 shouldn't have all made the 75. But apparently that wasn't a rule. That wasn't like that was an obligation. It was just it shook out that way. I think people didn't want to disrespect them and take them off. So everyone who was voting kind of just put them back on. But there wasn't actually like an official rule that you can only add 25 people. But yeah. Before we get out of here, I know it's been 4.5 hours. I apologize to you guys for keeping you here for this long. I definitely didn't anticipate this, but I think it's been fun. I'm gonna read the official list that we have compiled. This is the official GOAT list. So if you don't like it, deal with it. In 16th place, 3 players: Jerry West, Scottie Pippen, and Kevin Garnett. In 13th place, Kevin Durant. In 12th place, Steph Curry. In 11th place, Wilt Chamberlain. In 10th place, Larry Bird. In 9th place, Hakeem Olajuwon. In 8th place, Magic Johnson. In 7th place, Bill Russell. In 6th place, Shaquille O'Neal. In 5th place, Tim Duncan. 4th place, Kobe Bryant. 3rd place, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. 2nd place, LeBron James. And 1st place, Michael Jordan. That is the Hoop Talk Podcast combined top 10 of all time. If you want to know what our top 10 at each position was, there is a playlist on the channel where you can find that. I want to thank once again Real Talk and Carson and Lo for putting up today. And I want to thank everyone who decided to participate in these lists. 6 weeks of 19 people sending me a list each week. I appreciate it. But before we get out of here, Carson, where can everyone find you?
Nerd Sesh. We talk a lot of basketball. We do a lot of historical ranking stuff of our own. Actually, we've been going through the top 10 peaks ever among guards, forwards, and we got centers coming out this week. So if you want more content like that, that's where you find it. And if you're an NFL fan too, and you're tuning up for that season and Mars isn't talking about it because Mars doesn't know anything about it, that's where you come to us over at Nerd Session. We've got you covered for that too. But thank you for having me, Mars. It's a record-breaking pod, 4.5 hours, but it flew by. It was a great time.
Yeah, I think this is definitely the longest pod. Real Talk, where can everyone find you?
You can find me on Twitter and YouTube at Real Talk EJLT. We have been pushing out a lot of content lately. Channel's been growing about like plus 300 some odd subscribers in the last couple of weeks or so. So shout out to that.
Yeah, man, Chad, clap that up, bro.
You can also find me on Playback, Real Talk with Real Talk. And you can find me on the panel 2 or 3 days out the week on Player's Choice. I'm usually there as well. So yeah, shout out to the Hoop Talk podcast, man. 2nd time being on here. And now I would have
this one is definitely gonna be a record. Yeah, this one's definitely gonna be a record.
I'll have the top 2 most viewed episodes on here. So that's what's up, man. Shout out to the
I think our most viewed episode, I think it actually might be Carson's debut when we just
I'm saying about the
like
series,
that,
series of the list. The series.
I'm checking the numbers. Hold up.
I think that was a 30K episode. I think
that was a
30K. That's emotion, bro.
I don't know if you're gonna catch that one, Real Talk, but we'll see.
No, probably not.
John D, where can everyone find you?
You guys can find me over at the Buzzer Sports, where we do a lot of draft content, a lot of film breakdown. We're going to be getting into the regular season by deep diving into all 30 NBA teams. I've also started a comic book channel. It's another interest I have where I talk about heroes and comics and comic book movies. Don't know when I'm going to start uploading on that, but you can expect that pretty soon. Playback. I got on Playback a couple of times. Don't know when I'm going to do it again, but if you guys want to find me on Playback, it's over at the Buzzer Sports. And before we get out of here, I do want to say, had a lot of fun doing these lists. We've had some really, really good content creators up here consistently throughout the weeks. But me and Mars have agreed we are going to take a break because that is needed. We appreciate everybody, or I'm not going to speak from ours, but I definitely appreciate everybody that's been tuning in and that's been showing love to the list. Even the people that's been saying we don't know ball because their favorite player is in top 2. I appreciate everybody, so thank you.
Yeah, 41 episodes this season / off season. I think we've done pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty much every week. We missed a couple weeks here and there, but we also did live reactions to 6 of the 7 finals games. So you win some, you lose some.
Yeah. We're not like
definitely
Carson and Logan. They did it every single game. That's commitment.
Well, the one game we missed is because we was on playback and we both admitted we both weren't really paying attention to the game and we didn't want to give you guys bad content. So be grateful.
Thoughtful.
But yeah, we will take a few weeks off. I have scheduled some segments that John D has kindly edited from these past 6 weeks to be uploaded each Sunday for the next few weeks. So you will still have some content. If you missed an episode or you want to hear us talk about whatever the segments are, they will be uploaded next Sunday at the same time as the pod. So you can go see them. So there will still be content put out on this channel just from the podcast episodes that maybe you don't want to go back and watch fully or whatever the case may be. If you want to watch those, do that. But once again, thank you to everyone for taking part. Thank you to Carson. Thank you to Real Talk. Thank you to John D. We will see you when we see you. I'll put out a community post or something about when we're coming closer to coming back. I don't know when that's going to be. But thank you guys for participating. We will see you whenever. Merry Christmas and good